It's March 19th, 2022. It's 8:36 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. North America, Pacific Northwest, Seattle, Tacoma area. Trying out this live broadcast on my Backyard Quest channel here. So I was watching this movie, and it was about the early pioneers of off-grid solar that lived in Northern California. And if you're interested in watching it, it's in one of my playlists. If you just go search through my playlists, and you'll see it in the playlist. It's the last video I added into the playlist, so you might have to scroll all the way down to the bottom. But it was a little bit, I felt my time didn't. I missed that. I wanted to be part of that, and unfortunately, I was born and raised from Southern California, and I didn't live in Northern California nor San Jose, San Francisco, Silicon Valley area. So the popularity of solar charging a battery was part of the Silicon Valley. That was their thing that they did early on. So I have to give them credit for that. And then a lot of the oil companies used them. Of course, the space industry had them, but they were probably really secretive about it because they didn't want the Soviets to get the same technology, or China or whatever. Back then, everything was, you had to be really secretive about everything in your work, in your business. At least when I was growing up in Southern California, I grew up near a lot of the military, like Hughes Aircraft and McDonnell Douglas, Boeing. Boeing didn't have their main office there, and then there was McDonnell Douglas, and they're out of Long Beach, California. They were like Boeing's competitor, which Lockheed, I guess they would be the number 3, but they're still there. And my dad and my uncles, they worked in the aerospace industry, so it was like you had it was. And the military would pay for these satellites, and every satellite that went up, it had to be, they could use it from a submarine anywhere in the world, or they could communicate, from remote areas, either in aircraft or on ships or whatever, using satellites. Because before that, even the telephone company didn't have satellites. It was the military that had the satellites before the telephone company or the broadcast television networks, maybe the oil companies too. But they were very secretive about everything. They didn't want the enemy to know trade secrets. And I could have followed in my father's footsteps, because he worked for the military industrial complex. And I really wasn't interested in that kind of business. I mean, I was more interested in like something to do with like farming or building construction, or something in the civilian sector. I just did not have I didn't want to have anything to do with anything involving the military. So I moved out of the area to another state and found work in civil engineering and architecture. So I did work for that business for a while. And then I worked for a medical equipment company, which actually was a spinoff from NASA. But it was the pursuit of drafting and then possibly design, which I never was very successful at, or graphics, which I never was really that successful at, except for technical drawings. So And that's how I made my living, technical drawings. I was doing like ECNs, engineering change notices, and documentation mostly. You have an engineering change notice, right? So it gets attached to the documents that are being revised. And it has a history of who initiated it. And it has areas for signatures on review, as a brief description of what the ECN and what it involves for the changes that are going to be made in the product or in the way it's manufactured. Because all in medical, you have to document how you manufacture something. That has to be all published and as followed as a guideline for the company. And then they just present that to the Food and Drug Administration for approvals on their product. So it was interesting working there. I ran the Xerox machines a lot, the big document format printer, folder. And then I worked on using pen plotters. That was an interesting time. And then the company I worked at, they got a thermal plotter, a thermal printer, which was the 36-inch roll of thermal paper that would just make the drawing on thermal paper. And that was kind of an interesting. That's what we used it when I worked at Space Labs Medical. So they use those. And there was not so, I don't remember there being so much emphasis on safety there as other places I worked at. Now, recently I retired from a company that makes heavy machinery, and working there, they were a manufacturer and the engineering was at the same facility. And when I worked there, I was engineering support and documentation and support for parts and parts sales, mostly supporting parts and sales. Which kind of made me feel a little comfortable because I had a little bit of jobs. I had some job security with that, being that it was all about their margins are such that they're planning on in the future to get a lot of their money back from the parts sales on when the heavy machinery things break or need to be replaced. So then that's when profits start occurring at that point. But other than that, they were making their base product just on barely fumes. They were like, it sold for like $200,000, right? $250,000, and then their margin was like $10,000 on each machine. So they were like had to be really close and try to make it as efficient as possible in how they were making it. Now, the one thing I will take with me for a long time in my life, which I really appreciated, the last company I worked at, they emphasized safety. I mean, it was almost above, and that was their main talk. They always talked about safety, and they analyzed every single process and procedure, and they were very mindful about things that could be hazardous or situations that could be dangerous. So they were hyper vigilant about making a record of that. And then there would be meetings, and meetings would be all about the different issues that came up during the day that involved safety. The point is that if you have an accident, it's unpleasant, it's scary, it hurts, it's expensive, and the company loses money when somebody gets hurt or injured. So it makes total sense to me. And even though I can say in all honesty that I'm a cannabis user now, I'm retired, so I don't have any job I have to do. I can just stay at home, eat and buy groceries when I need them, or if I have to go to the dentist or do other things, I can go out. But I'm staying at home all the time. I never go out now. And so one of my enjoyments that I was just, oh, I'm glad I retired now because I can do what I want. One of those things was, wow, I live in Washington State, and the voters voted on having cannabis being available at retail, which why aren't they allowed to do banking, right? With using ATM credit cards and electronic banking. Why aren't the marijuana stores, why aren't they allowed to do banking? Think about it, right? So that's what kind of bothers me. And the other thing is that you need to have a social club for members, right? And what they do is they allow people to come together and socialize. There's no alcohol served. They only can have coffee. It's like a coffee bar, and people are allowed to bring their own cannabis there and smoke and use it there. It has to show that they bought it at the store, though. It has to have a label on it and be in the packaging and that. They just can't bring black market cannabis off the street into the clubs, or they can buy it there at the club. So they can sell cannabis there. They can have a little coffee shop area where people can sit down and talk, or they can play like video games, or maybe they can have like kiosks for getting on the internet. Just computers available there if somebody wants to use them to get on the internet. Or they can charge for Wi-Fi, right? They can have their Wi-Fi and say it's $4 an hour or $2 an hour to use our Wi-Fi here, and they bill them. So there's all kinds of ways with cannabis and socializing that is not being done. They're selling it, yeah, but you go home, you're all by yourself, and you're supposed to just smoke it alone, use it alone. It's the whole thing about what the enjoyment and the pleasures I get out of cannabis has been when I'm socializing with other people, having conversations with them, playing games, having a pastry, a coffee, or just being around other people that are using it that maybe you're similar to them in some of your ways. But here's where I'm getting at. Absolutely, if you have a job that in any way involves safety, where your decisions that you're making on your job involve, you have to have really critical judgment, and you have to be really careful. Otherwise, there could be an accident that could be very, very, very dangerous and expensive for everyone. So having a random drug testing, having policies in place that prohibit employees from using cannabis, even if it's on their own time. So that makes sense to me. That's not an issue for me. If you really want to take it to an extreme, then there should be some way of testing a person when they're at work, but not using urine. I mean, testing them for like a mental acuity, for clarity, for memory recall, for ability to do a math problem, or take a verbal test, or do balancing where you're standing, you have to balance yourself, or test yourself for your coordination or something like that. If you're going to have a policy in place that says you're not allowed to be high at work, right? But on your own time, you can smoke cannabis, then I say you need to have a test like what I just said about testing someone's hand-eye coordination, testing their memory recall, testing their ability to solve a math problem or a verbal problem, or like a multiple choice test or whatever. Test them to see if they can function on the job. If they can do the tests and they're able to function on the job. And if somebody uses cannabis on their own time, not when they're before work or during work, or even the next day, right? Wait a day or wait 2 days. I'm saying that a responsible person wouldn't use cannabis and then get in a motor vehicle and drive it on the highway. That's dumb. So and people, anything involving safety, if you have to do something and you could get hurt, or there's any way, shape, way, shape, form, or possible it can be dangerous or dangerous to other people, then you shouldn't use cannabis. And if you have to do something, wait like at least like 48 hours, maybe, before you do it. If you're going to do something dangerous or hazardous or risky, or wait a while after you use cannabis. Don't use cannabis and then do something dangerous or do something that could be unsafe. So that would be like my personal pet peeve of all, that cannabis is fine. It can be pleasant for people that aren't allergic to it, and they don't have a bad reaction to it. The people that can enjoy it, use it, and just relax and do a hobby or pursue something that's productive in their life, and they're able to get over their traumatic stress disorders or whatever bad memories or something that still hangs with them and bothers them from a childhood memory or from an incident in their past. They smoke some cannabis or eat a candy, and it makes them feel good for a while. It's taken that kind of pressure off of them, and they're able to relax. They're people that are prone to become alcoholic too. So the person that can never drink alcohol at all because they drank it, and sometimes they drank it and they lost control over their behavior. So those people should never drink alcohol. Maybe they're like people, they can smoke cannabis and they're not going to do anything like weird or crazy or outrageously something really stupid. They wouldn't do that. It would be more like they would go to the library, or they would pick up a book and they would just sit there and read the book for hours and hours and hours, or just like do the dishes and sweep the floors and do the laundry and wash the car out or do something like that. So whereas somebody that would get drunk, they wouldn't normally do those things if they were drunk. So cannabis affects the people that can smoke it and they don't get really paranoid and all like scared on it, and they like it. They can enjoy it while they're smoking it, while they're high. Those people that aren't allergic to it, they can imbibe in it. There's a few people, even like there's a fear that children under the age of 21, they're called children. Sometimes they're under the age of 18. They're called children if they're under the age of 18. But sometimes if you're under the age of 21, you're still a child. So if you're under the age of 21 and you smoke cannabis or you eat it or whatever, then you're breaking the law. And maybe, did they think about that? Why 21? I always thought, why 21? Why 21? Why 21? That's alcohol, right? Well, it's part of the Board of Alcohol and Cannabis, Liquor Board here they call it. So cannabis in Washington State is a part of the Liquor Board. So maybe there was some it would be easier for them. And then the other thing that is I've noticed, when you go into the shop to pick up your bud or your weed or whatever, they ask you they want to see your ID, so it's like you show your ID at the door to get in. And then when you're at the counter, you're buying your product and you're giving them the cash for it, which you can't use credit card or debit card or check. You have to use cash only. It's the other thing about pot stores. If you don't know anything about that. And the product it's sealed. It has it's been tested. It labels what it was grown in and where it was grown and who grew it and the date. And it's well sealed from the outside. So you have to break open the package. And it's got notices on there about children, using by children, used to, this has been known to be habit forming. So there's disclaimers, warning labels on it about cannabis. And then it's you could get pre-rolled joints, and they're kind of like funnel shaped, and there's a little tip on the end like a cigaretto or a cigarro, where they have a little plastic. They have one of those on the end of the cigarette. It's paper, not plastic. And what it is it's really, really, really potent shake is what it is. It's the actual, I think they trim the bud, and when they trim the bud, that's what's left. And they make pre-rolls out of that. Now, back in the day when I was in school and a young adult, there was pot that was around, but it was not buds. Very well, they was called Sansamian buds. Every once in a while, not too often, there was Sansamian bud, but most of it was like stems and seeds, and it was like really, you had to smoke a lot of it to get a little bit of a buzz. You couldn't just smoke like one or two hits and be buzzed. You had to smoke like all the way to the end of the joint, and then you would feel it. But today's weed, I've noticed, is way stronger than that. Oh, heck, stronger, a lot stronger. So if you have to just try a little tiny bit of it. That's all I can say. If somebody's never tried marijuana before and they're interested in trying it, don't do a lot of it. And if you do any of it at all, just take a really, 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 really small amount into your body. That's all I have to say on that. But other than that, never, if you don't need to take drugs because you're happy and you're satisfied with your life all the time, and you can deal with everything, and you never have any emotional problems or anything like that, then you don't do drugs ever. Don't do tobacco. Don't do coffee. Don't do alcohol. Only eat really healthy food. Eat fruits, whole grain foods, vegetables. Drink like lots of fresh water. Exercise every day for at least an hour and a half, 2 hours. Have a hobby. Have something you do that you're interested in that takes effort and it has a potential payoff in the future. If whatever your endeavor is, if you can put your mind to it and you can make a living doing that, then that's what you should do. I think Joseph Campbell, he said something with, he had an interview with Bill Moyers. He said, follow your bliss. And when he said, follow your bliss, that like stuck with me. It made yeah, that makes sense. Find what you really like to do. And even if it doesn't pay a lot, right, but you'd enjoy doing it, then pursue that. That way, at least you won't be like stuck in a job that you hate, that you didn't really ever want to do that kind of work. And you're like forced to do that kind of work and you hate it. You go to work and you just hate being there. It's a burden and you just would rather not be there, and you have to be there. If you're in that kind of work, then you need to change your career. If you're young, right? If you're old, then, well, but if you're younger, do something you really, really enjoy. That way, if you're stuck doing it all the time, it won't be so much of a hardship for you. You won't, be enslaved, a wage slave into that. You'll be happy doing that. But as far as like solar power, and I really wanted to go into that business back in 1980, 83, 84. I was like writing resumes, and I'd send them to companies that were doing that kind of all the companies were putting advertisements in the paper, in the Los Angeles Times. So I just responded to the ads. I would send a cover letter and my resume, and then I'd try to follow up with a phone call. And if I got through, then they had me come in and they'd interview me and look at my portfolio, samples of my work. And for me, going to Los Angeles Trade and Technical College, there in downtown LA, Los Angeles, on Flower, and I think that was the name of the street. So I went there, Flower and Grand, I think. I went there for almost 3 years, because I had a summer school session, which was 35 millimeter slides and animation, those two things. And it was a summer school class, and they had it at the Trade Technical College. And I went there. I learned about, like, doing like storyboards and planning out a slideshow. And she had a 35 millimeter camera, so we took pictures of our artwork, and then it was made into a 35 millimeter slide. So we did those, and I was involved in solar power as promoting it. We were trying to like sell the idea of using solar to the government. And there was like examples of like towers with the mirrors. They had one of those, and then they had the big parabolic mirror with the tube in the middle that had oil in it. And there were there was a Stirling engine that was suspended in a parabolic mirror that was targeted with sunlight, and then that would initiate the Stirling engine to like go into full, like really fast, like a piston, and they'd harvest that energy on a generator. So that was a steam driven. I think, yeah, it was a steam engine. It was either a steam engine or it was a Stirling engine that was on the parabolic dish. No, those were two different things, because the Stirling engine, that was still in development. They were still in R&D. The steam engine that was mounted on the parabolic dish, that was done with someone that did that in their backyard. I seen a video on YouTube about that, and they took apart like a gas generator, and they took the steam engine and they hooked it up to the generator portion of the gasoline generator. And that's how I think that apparatus functioned. So for me, the big dream was, I'm going to go to school. I'm going to get this great job. I'm going to work for a company, and it's going to be really exciting. It'll be an innovative product, and they'll have profit sharing, and I'll meet like my wife there, and it'll be great. I'll have a really good life, and I'll make a good money, and I'll be happy with what I'm doing in my job for the rest of my life. It was more like trial and error for me. I had to go and work at a lot of different places in my working career to find out what kind of business I would want to stay in. If I wanted to stay there, I'd stay there. If I worked 6 months to a year and I'd quit. That was in my early 20s. I did that quite frequently. Oh, I would work for a temp agency. On occasion, the temp agency, they wanted to take me on full time. So they paid the employment agency a fee. And then I signed a contract with my employer, so to stay on as a full-time employee. My mouth is getting really dry. Hold on, I'm going to get a water. So here I am, retired, and I was going to talk about if someone's interested in living off grid. I know that's touted to be something so wonderful and easy to do, and anything you pursue, right, or do, it's really, really, really hard to do it when you're all alone and you're the only person doing it. So I have 6 100-watt monocrystalline solar panels that I bought from Solar Boulevard, and I think they're Chinese-made panels. I'm not sure they're a non-brand name, but I have the Schneider Electric 60 amp charge controller for the solar, and then I have the wiring. I have a gauge for amp meter, inline amp meter gauge. I have a voltmeter. I have racking, perforated zinc coated steel angle iron. I think it's 1 by 1 by 8 feet, and it has holes perforated. So what I was going to do was I was going to make a lean-to out of the rails, and just bolt them together as a lean-to, and then mount all of those 6 100-watt solar panels on one of those rails, or extend the rail and add another rail on the end of it, like bolted on, and extend it out. And then I have room for all 6 of them, because I think I can only fit like 4 on them now, or maybe 5. I'm not sure. But I have all of that. I have the hardware. I have the wires. I have the only thing I don't have is the battery. I don't have my batteries. I have those AGM batteries all on those copper bars. They're dead. There's no charge hardly at all in those batteries. I put I have an on charger, a shore charger that I keep on all the time, and when the voltage drops, it comes on. And then I have it all. I don't have anything disconnected. They're all connected. There's one panel that went black. I don't know. It has a little bit of power, but it's still, I don't know what's wrong with it. I'll have to check and it looks dumb, right? My neighbor probably looks over the fence and sees that thing and thinks, this guy, he's dumb. He's living in the past. He's a hippie, or he's like not. Because today to do what I do, you'd only need 2 things. You'd need you could buy the solar panel, and you can buy the box. And in that box, it has everything that I have, all those individual things. It has all that built into the single box. So no one today would do what I'm doing, right? That's old fashioned. So they would have a lithium ion or lithium phosphate battery bank, or sodium iron, whatever battery they're using now that's really high tech, where weight is not an issue. If you could get everything really like top of the line, except it was heavy, right? And it has to last a long time. My thing is, if I'm going to spend over like $500 on a piece of electronic equipment, unfortunately, I would not buy it unless I knew it was going to last a long time, at least a 10-year warranty. That's factory service, labor, parts, everything. That's a full. If something goes wrong, one little thing goes out, it's within 10 years. They'll pay for shipping to them and ship it back to you, and it'll be repaired, no charge at all. A guarantee, right? So if you're gonna spend, especially electronics like that are really expensive like that, if they're not gonna stand by their product, if it's just a rinky-dink whatever outfit made it, and they only give you a year warranty on it, right? And you're paying like $500 or $600 or $700 for this thing, right? So I guess that's my pet peeve I have with it, but everything else seems like beautiful about it. It's all compact and self-contained. And it has everything right there. There's nothing, no wires dangling around, things you got to connect other things and all that bullshit that I did for the system I built. And it takes the place of a small portable gasoline generator. So the power you could produce on a small, like a little Honda or whatever, little small, like less than 900-watt generator that's gasoline, you can do the same thing with a little box that's as big as like a toolbox. You can have all the plugs, AC plugs are in it. The plugs that plug in the solar panels are in it. The gauge for how many volts it is in it. The gauge for amperes and how many amperes is left is in it. The input for a shore charger for grid charging is there, so you can plug that in. There's over voltage protection. There's it's really well designed to be ventilated really properly, so any heat can get out of it. And it's rugged. Things are durable. All of the switches and the knobs and the indicators are really hard metal, or they're really good plastic that's really hard plastic. And the things that if it gets dropped or bumped or whatever happens to it, it gets shaken around, it won't fall apart. Things won't fall off on the inside. And it has all the built-in safeguards are there. All the fuses are there, so you can't overcharge it, or if you draw too much, try to draw too much out of it, it'll give an alarm and then it'll shut off. And you could set the alarm to go off for like 5 minutes, and then set to go on for 5 minutes and then turn off if there's under voltage. And then maybe a LED will stay on, right? So it's not a continuous noise. It's saying you're undercharged, right? Voltage drops. It's saying there's a situation. It needs attention, right? That's what the equipment is saying. Attention, hey, please, you got to give it service. It's a machine needs servicing. But they have that go on until the voltage really drops down. And that's a problem I have with these inverters, these DC to AC inverters. They have that alarm, but you can't say, I just want it to go off for 5 minutes and then just show a light, because I'll know if the power is not working, right? You don't have to have that thing on until the battery completely goes dead, that alarm. And the other thing I like about the portable units is everything's right there. All the gauges are there, all the input and outputs. But I was a little bit kind of, why are they using a different kind of connector? That's what I was thinking about, because they're using this non-standard, it's a newer kind of connector, and it's not an MC4. It's not that style for plugging your solar, right? You can't plug an MC4 connector right into the box. You have to use, for the solar, you have to use their proprietary connector to connect from the solar panel into the box. And there was something else I learned about inverters, and it was that the inverter you want to have is the one that has a lot of bufferage capacity. So it's rated higher than what it can. So it does what it's rated higher to do. But it has a safety mechanisms in there, so you can't damage the electrical components in any way if you're not using it. So it's idiot proof, I mean, there's like they're called if you pull on an electrical cord, well, there's something there that'll take up that has slack in it that will keep you from damaging your where you connect your cord to. And a fuse is kind of the same way. The fuse is intended so you're not using so much electrical potential through the circuit that it damages a circuit. So the fuse is there so that will blow first before you lose any of your valuable equipment. So those machines, that's what I'm saying. Those portable little lithium-ion battery packs, portable generators, they have to have durability and compatibility, and they have to be idiot-proof, and they have to tell you what you need to know on the gauges. They have to tell you the battery voltage while the batteries are being used. They have to tell you the voltage on the stream that's coming off the batteries. There's a voltage for your AC and your hertz, to see if it's going at 60 hertz and it's right on what AC voltage it is. If it's under 115 volts, It's not, you know what I mean? You can adjust it, right? You can either have 110, 115, or 120, and you can adjust it to one of those. So then that way you're not overusing the batteries. If you don't need to overuse your batteries and they last, you can use the equipment so that you could get a long life out of the battery cycles. So if you could use it and it has a long life on the battery cycles, and it's durable, and it has the overvoltage, undervolt, it has like undervoltage alarm, but only set for a certain time, not just always on alarm. And then there's more ways you can set the solar so that if you have different kinds of solar panels, let's say you have a higher voltage solar panel that's rated at 40 or 24 volts nominal voltage, you can, or a 48 volt nominal voltage, or let's say you want to make your string high voltage so it's far away from where you're going to use your generator at. So if your solar panels are far away, then you're going to want to use a series mount the panels together so you get the multiplier in the voltage. So that will carry the power further without line loss. You see what I'm saying? The voltage won't come down because of resistance, and you have this really long wire in your low voltage, and the electricity just gets impeded because it has really far to travel. So you have your high voltage, or even use an N phase, right? Even convert it to A. If you're going to do that, you have to convert it to AC right at the source. You can't think you're going to transmit DC high voltage over long distance. That might be dangerous to do that for somebody that's not licensed, or even if something like it, if somebody like runs a backhoe into the line, or it's like there's a limb that blows off a tree and it hits the line coming off the solar, and it won't spark. It won't be a hazard. Or it might cause fires if it's a higher voltage DC. So maybe you do need like an N phase right there, right off the solar itself. Or you could use like a Sunny Boy. I think they have the DC to AC right there in that module, and that's directly from. But if you do that, then you need a bus bar, or you need a combiner box, circuit breaker panel right there with that before you use a Sunny Boy. I think N phase, they're right on the panel. They go from DC to AC. I think they have everything that's like, I think they have the island effect on there. So if the power goes out, they're not transmitting out. But they have island protection. They have that as a safety feature. But my batteries right now, my AGM batteries, they're dead. I get like, if the sun's out and it's shining, then it's a normal thing. I can use, it'll run up to what my inverter will put out, which isn't that much, because my Power Bright, I never got it repaired. It's still dead. So I bought a 400 watt. I think it's an Ames. Yeah. Or no, it's a Samlex is what it is. So it's a 400 watt max Ames. And the battery bank, it's 12 volt. It's AGM. It has batteries on it that are bulging. And sometimes I'll go in my shop and I'll open the door and it'll smell like sulfur in there. So it's definitely over 1 volt, or 14.1 volts on the voltmeter, which is high. So it's charging. The batteries are getting, the voltage is too high. That was my thing. I made it so that the voltage would be too high on there when I was charging them. So the batteries, yeah, they were the oldest one I have on that string is from 2006. That's like 16 years old. The batteries, you're supposed to replace them after like 7 years, right? Or 6 years. And they're 35 amp hour. They're sealed AGM lead acid batteries. But don't do what I do. If you're going to use batteries, you go with the lithium ion batteries. Don't bother with the lead acid batteries. I mean, I'm saying if you're going to build a new system from scratch, right? Don't waste your time with lead acid batteries. Unless you factor in that that's more cost effective for you to do that. If it's cheaper for you for what you're intending to use a system for is just go with lead acid batteries, but it's like the comparable costs per watt and the cycles and discharge rate and reliability of the lithium ion batteries as compared to lead acid batteries. Come on, what is the best choice in that? Hands down, like lithium ion batteries. Because you have depth of discharge. It's practically, you can charge it all the way down and then recharge it all the way up again. And that's a cycle. And that's a full cycle. And you get like, how much more times of those do you get compared to a lead acid battery bank? I mean, maybe somebody's going, well, yeah, you look at the cost and then you look at what you're going to be using it for and how often you're going to be using it and the amount of discharge rate you're going to be pushing that in off the batteries and trying to recharge the batteries. If you have them just for backup power and you never hardly ever use them and you just keep them on a charger all the time, so that even then the lead deteriorates, it decomposes, so if you do that, then, but the way I understand it, lithium ion batteries, they might, I'm asking you guys out there, do they have a longer shelf life? If you just keep them on a standby charge as opposed to AGM batteries, do they last longer? Do they retain their potency for a longer period of time? I don't know. I have to look into that, but I wouldn't. But that's what I'm saying. I have lead acid batteries. Nobody do that. That's dumb. Well, it's lead and it's heavy and you still have heat and cold issues. When it's really, really cold and you're charging the batteries or discharging the batteries, or when it's really, really hot and you're charging and discharging the batteries, you have the same issues as you do with a lithium ion battery, but as far as I understand, you might need to get more fans if you have a lithium ion and you're using it in a real hot environment. You might have to have air conditioning. You might have to have some kind of air blowing on it, or to keep your battery bank cool, or a way to keep it cool. And it might be the same case with the batteries have to be heated too before you use them, or while you're charging them, or if it's too cold, or you know what I'm saying? They may not, if it's like 15 below zero or 20 below zero and you're charging your car, that battery bank, it may not charge the same if it was at room temperature at the same rate. Or if it's like really hot outside, 120 degrees, and you're out in full sun and it's a blacktop parking lot and it's like no wind at all, and it's totally really, 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 really hot out, and you're trying to charge your car, then the hot battery bank that's under that car is going to charge at a different rate than if that same car battery was at like room temperature. So and you have safety issues too. You have this big, huge bulk that people are sitting on top of. And if you get run into something, or something runs into you and you're going 100 miles an hour, right? Or flying forward really fast and you hit something, then that, whatever the crash testing has been done with electric cars in that regards for highway safety, you know, and then you think about, well, this thing's going to break open too on the roadway. You know, you're going to have all these chemicals that are spilt out on the road from this traffic accident from lithium ion batteries. Is all of that going to be able to be cleaned up? Is it not going to be hazardous to people that are coming out on cleaning up the road? Is it going to wash into the side of the road and the drainage ditches and pollute the water? Is there going to be like any kind of, if it's windy or the wind's blowing, all that dust from the lithium is blowing around in the air, is that going to be safe, or it will be a hazard? And then just all that power that battery's holding when it crashes, all that electrical energy, is it going to be is it going to create a big short somewhere really fast and be like a big spark? You know what I'm saying? I don't know, if there's a traffic accident. So that's the other thing about electric cars. And the other thing was that it seems like to me that if the roads where you live are restricted to a maximum speed of 40, let's say 45 miles an hour, and no one's allowed to drive faster than 45 miles an hour between you and where you work, between you and the grocery store, between you and town, you can drive that with a, what is it there? Community electric vehicles. So there's these, it's either or, right? In the United States, you have to have either it's rated for freeway driving or you can only drive it on private roads, you know, like in a golf course or a retirement home. Or so what they need to do is they need to take that neighborhood electric vehicle, that format, right? And safety, right? And put it into a car that's 60, that normally should go up to a maximum speed of like 80 miles an hour, maybe, or 75 miles an hour. Just have it limited to like no faster than over 10 miles an hour over the speed limit on the highway in the United States that would allow you to go that fast on it. So, and I'm betting on, right? I'm a gambler, so I'm betting that the three-wheeled car, which the company is called Electromechanica, that three-wheeled electric vehicle, which only seats one person, the driver, and then there's area for cargo, that vehicle, that for me, that's a good bet, because even if the company gets bought out by another car company, they have the body styling and it looks like a normal car. It looks kind of like a Corvette, but it has that taper on the back and the one wheel under it in the center. And so it's two wheels in the front and one thick wheel in the back. And it's driven on all electric. And that, to me, you know, if you stand on an overpass, right, and look at all the cars driving by and see, how many cars have more than one driver in the car? Stand on the overpass and watch on a freeway, right, where there's a busy freeway, and look and count how many cars only have the driver in them. But you're thinking, oh, it's fashion. Oh, you have to have style. Oh, it's being like, you know, people look at you and they go, oh, they respect you, or have like, oh, admiration for you because of the car you're in. You know, that's so big of a part of owning a car. That one, the thing I'm just saying right there. It's not about practicality It's not about utilitarian functionality. It's not about efficiency. And it's at the executive board meetings at these automotive companies, they're all sitting around saying, yeah, we got to have more than one, be able to have more than one person sit in that car. It has to have more than one person. Always, we have to have the car made for at least 5 people, right? You can't sell them. They won't. No one will buy a car that just has for the driver. No, they won't sell. We won't sell them. It's too expensive. Our margins are too cut. They cut too close. So blah 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 blah. And they don't make a 1-seater car. Why don't they make a 1-seater car? Because they don't think they could sell a 1-seater car. Just have a car, only one just for the driver. It would be like less steel, right? Less weight then it would consume less energy and be less materials, less rubber, less plastic, cheaper to own, cheaper to maintain, long lasting. Practical. All I need to do is get my body from my bed to my desk and then back from my desk to my bed. Back to the office, to the home, to the office, to the home, to the office, to the home, to the office, to the home. I'm not driving around with a bunch of other people or any other passengers. I'm just driving this car all by myself that's made to hold 5 people. It's got all this extra metal and extra plastic and extra weight to hold those other extra amount of people that are mostly invisible, that if you stand on the freeway, a bridge going over a busy highway and during the day and watch people in their cars and see how many cars are just the driver. See how many cars go under that overpass, watching cars go by. See how many are just that one driver in the car. No one else, no passengers. So I don't know am I not seeing it? Is it like, why isn't that so much more common? Why isn't all these cars one person car? Why don't they just make it to the size that it fits one person? And then make it like, guy, I can drive that off the lot, right? Really cheap. It'll only cost me like less than like $14,000 or $13,000. I can get a brand new fully electric, like 1-seater car I can drive like on the main highways. It's safe, that's efficient, quiet, that's comfortable, gets me from point A to point B. Just myself, just to get to work and back. But executives at the board meetings, then no one will buy a 1-seater car. It won't sell. They've tried that. We've done that. It's been tested, blah, blah, blah. So I'm betting. I have my money in stocks. So I own stock in Blink and I own stock in ChargePoint. Now, between the two of those, I'm thinking one of them has to take off and be the main brand eventually. Eventually, a non-specific, generic charging station for just that fits a standard plug for any electric car. That those will be the ones that and they're easy to use, and they're obviously they show what how much you're charging and how long it'll take to charge, and right there when you drive by it on your app, you can have your app and it'll tell you how many are being used and if there's any available, when the next slot will be open for that. So if it's really your app on your phone, tells you, and they're all over the place. And that's the other thing, is they need to have them in places where you can, if you're waiting in line, there's a slot. You just pull in and you plug your car in, right? And even if it's not charging right then and you're having to wait, right? This is what I'm saying. Even if you have to wait a while before you get electrical power because there's not enough electricity right then to charge your car because there's other cars that are on the same circuit, you know that beforehand, even from your app. It tells you where it's at, and then where they have it is nearby, where there's like a cafe or like a theater or something that you go there, or shopping. That you can schedule your time. If you know it might take you a long time to charge your car, you can schedule that around shopping, I should say. But if you're traveling long distances, there's more issues than with charging stations. So it would almost be nice if you could just like open the back trunk, right, in the storage compartment. And in the storage compartment, you have like, it looks like a roll of carpeting. And what you do is you take that roll of carpeting out and you unroll it next to the car on the ground, or on the cement, or on the asphalt. And then you just plug it in. And if it's sunny and dry, right, you could just put a lounge chair, or sit in, or a lounge chair or something, and have your car charged from a portable solar charging system that's portable and large enough to do adequate charging, enough to do like emergency charging, or charging to get the car a few miles to where there's a charger. I'd say people probably, they have a little gasoline generator in the back of the car too, but then you got to have gasoline, and it smells, and you're always carrying it now. So I don't know about that. It's clean. And you think about all the surfaces of the car. You have not only the top roof part and the top of the hood, you have all the door, that area too. And maybe solar paint will be a reality someday. Maybe when they can just like paint the solar crystal on the surface of the car, just as if it were just regular paint, right? Glossy paint that had the same physical properties as the paint when it's dried, but it's like a solar cell that you can, I don't know, go back and do some etching on it, or some other chemical process. Then you'd etch, and then you would like coat it with an epoxy, or something like that, and have it module, so that if one gets damaged, you can just replace the module, but have the whole surface of the car solar. And you'd look at the car and it just looked like a regular car, but it'd be like black, right? And it'd have like it would be just one big black solar panel. The whole car would be. And then you'd have like a micro air conditioning system that would be for the interior of the car, and the battery, it would vent to the battery compartment if it was really hot. So air conditioning, and it would be like really safe. So if somebody really hit you really hard on the highway, or you got into a really bad collision, the cage in the car, the structure of the car cage would protect you from not only the components that the car was made out of, and the batteries, and that it would protect you from the other objects that you make contact with in the car. So to electric vehicles, they have to be tested too. Like when you have a car, you have to test everything, and you have to do long range forecasting for component replacement, and your supply chain, who you're buying your components from, and how reliable they are. And unless you're a car company and you don't rely on outside suppliers. And I think they're doing that more in China now. I don't know. Maybe they are. You guys would know, maybe. They have all their factories, and then all the raw materials that go to make up subparts that go into the factory, into the final product, they're all integrated into that same factory. So they do everything there, from raw materials all the way to finished product. I think I've seen a video on that. It was pretty interesting. I'm so glad I don't have to work anymore for a company, that I can just stay home, pay my bills. Basically, I don't I don't go out. I don't buy really anything. I don't go on vacations to exotic places, or I'm not living like a rock star, so. But I spend a lot on my girl. I make her happy. I get her. I buy her clothes and things, and treat her really. Go places with her. Sometimes we sing karaoke at the karaoke bar, which it's kind of odd for me because I don't drink alcohol, and I don't smoke a tobacco. So, but when I go there, there's a lot of smoke in the air, and they serve hard drinks there. But they have karaoke, and it's pretty good karaoke. Any song that comes to mind that you could sing, that you can think of, that comes to your mind, you just go up there and you write it down on a note, the artist and the name of the song, and the guy will like produce the melody, the instrument portion of that song, and then you'll see on the TV screen it has the words to the song while you're in, and it highlights those words while the melody's playing, so you're singing along with it. But I can be in there for like about an hour and a half, and then my eyes start burning, and I notice a smell all over. I start smelling myself, and I smell like tobacco, and I'm like, they have it cold, so they have a lot of air conditioners on that are fans or whatever, so you have to wear a jacket in there. We were, and I'm the only person in there that doesn't smoke. I'm one of the few people in there that isn't drinking alcohol either. But I'm singing. I go up there and I put, songs down. Paul McCartney songs, Band on the Run, and what's that one with William Jennings and who sings The Gambler? Kenny Rogers, William Jennings. But the song is sung by 4 different country singers. It's like I fell into the wet concrete below. I'm still alive. I was a road warrior, or whatever. Yeah. So different songs, different things, and singing songs to my girlfriend that I think, oh, I'd like to sing her this song. So it has like a sentimental melody or whatever, and she sings too. But it's not really, I don't know. It's okay. Karaoke's okay. If you like singing, then it's fun. And you could be loud. You could be a lousy singer. People go up there and they can't carry a tune, and they just go up there and try to sing. So it's not like you got a big audience of people. It's just this people in this bar that there's more than maybe 30 people in that seated area. But I'm going to go. Maybe I made this too long. But I'd want to encourage everybody out there that's trying to do like an off-grid system to do your due diligence. When you're buying electronics, go and shop around and do your homework, right? Find out which company is a better company, what the product is. Don't be real cheap, don't be excessively so nitpicky cheap that you're going to buy something that's going to be like, you're going to have problems and it's going to stop working and you're going to have to take it back, and you're going to have to deal with a sales, and all that, have it repaired. Buy something that's tried and true, right? That has a good name behind it. It has good, that has a lot of good reviews, that you're able to go and look at it and try it out and actually see the knobs and see the display and see it being used before you buy it. See it being demonstrated, or actually go when you go to the store or you're going to buy it online. Just say, hey, I want to see one before I buy it. I want to physically see it, and hold, or and that. So sometimes having things shipped to you and then having to ship them back, if it's not convenient for you to do that, it's kind of a hassle. So I remember I bought a lock for a filing cabinet, and it was bent, and I had to send it back. It was on Amazon, and I contacted them, and they sent me a address to the Kohl's Kohl store in on South Hill, off of Meridian there, and I went there, and I'm like standing in line, and there's this lady, and she has like 15 like big boxes full of like these little trinkets, like little odds and ends, party favors or something like that. And when she was returning these things, the gal there at the return check-in, she had to go through and like look at each one and count it, right? And it was like taking hours, right? I must have waited in line for over an hour. I'm waiting in line, and finally, I get up there and I return it, right? And I get then they give me credit on my account. And they did. Amazon did honored their agreement, and they just gave me a new one that worked. And I put it on my filing cabinet, and it was pretty, pretty straightforward. Went on there, but that was the only time I returned anything to Amazon, was that. And I just want to say, anybody out there, if your job involves anything where you have to be safe, where you could cause an accident to yourself or anyone else, and you should never use, if you're going to go to work within like 3 days, right? Maybe let's say, yeah, if you're going to go to work within 3 days, but you're not a crane operator, but you might be the guy that works in the yard where the cranes are, that's moving a wheelbarrow around, where they're moving cement blocks, and it's got to be done manually or whatever. That could be a hazard, but you're not in a responsible position. Then it might be okay for you to use cannabis, but you wait like 3 days and then go back to work. Whereas somebody that's like an airline pilot or a flight, air traffic controller, or even like somebody that's that's operating a machine, that if that machine is not operated correctly, it could be really expensive to repair it, or it could be cause a lot of damage or hurt somebody. If you're in a position like that at your job, then your work should have you on a Department of Transportation drug-free workplace for your position. I'm saying for your position, because you're in a position where there's more of a likelihood of an accident. Whereas a guy that's just loading bricks, he might not have that same. They might not be as strict with someone like in that kind of a position. Or I think what's going to happen over time is people are going to realize that what they knew back in the 1950s about marijuana, or even the 60s, is a lot different than what we know now from all of the studies that have been done, right? All the incidences and the different apparatuses and equipment that they have now to study the effects of cannabis on people when they're under the influence of it. And it's been around long enough and been used quite frequently enough, I think, for people to give an accurate prediction as to the long-term side effects from excessive cannabis usage, or using or cannabis concentrates. I think if it's really high THC levels, and someone were to overdose on that, and then they would they'd end up they might end up in a mental institution, or like maybe they'll get like paralyzed or something like that if they have too high of a concentration. Because you have a high concentration of anything, it's going to do something. It'll break. Something's going to give. Like your health is at stake. So the dosage, that's and the quality and back when cannabis was illegal and you could only get it on the black market, they would taint it. They wouldn't grow it under, like, it wouldn't be like, and there wouldn't be any guidelines for growing it safely and for health, and that they could like put poisons on it or mix it with other drugs, or they could grow it with insecticides or fungicides, or the way that what the fertilizers they're using, it uptakes into the plant, that could pose like a safety hazard. So they have it all labeled. They have it. They measure it. They test it, and it's sold in a venue that's legal. That's and it's they're accounting for how much they're making and all that, and then they're restricting sales to people over the age of 21, requiring them to show identification when they go in to buy the product. And that's a lot different than when cannabis was illegal and you could only buy it on the black market, So, but on another note, the strength, how strong the intoxicating effects are a lot different on what's sold today than what is, like, someone like me that experimented smoking marijuana back in the 1970s, in the late 70s, when it was around, when it was available, which was another thing too. You got dry periods where you could not find any grass anywhere. No one was selling it. And so, and then when it was sold, it was leaves, stems, seeds. It was shake, it wasn't buds. No one, very rarely. It was only until like the 80s, I think, that Sansamian started showing up. Early 80s. I remember. But if you're under the age of 21, don't smoke cannabis. Never, ever, ever. If you're over the age of 21 and you live in a state where cannabis is legal, then if you're curious and you want to try it and you're over the age of 21 and you're in a legal cannabis state, then only do a really, really, really small amount and wait. Because what might happen is you might have an allergic reaction to it that won't be pleasant for you. So just, you might want to take that, and if you're like somebody that's like, if you're somebody that you're happy all the time, you always feel good, you never get depressed, you have no need to have any kind of anything in your body that makes you feel any different than how you feel now, then never use cannabis. Don't try it. And I would say that as a word of advice from somebody that's 62 years old that started smoking marijuana in the late 70s, don't ever try it. Never use it. Don't even experiment. Don't get curious and try it. Don't do it at all, because what might happen, this is again from a 62-year-old cannabis user, right? From the time he was 17, I used it. So that was my first time. Don't try it, because you might like it and it might be pleasant for you and you'll just want to use it again. So it's not for you. You might like it so much that it becomes a habit forming, and it interferes with your life. You'll start using it too much. And then when you have responsibilities, you have to make a business decision, or you have to do something that involves a piece of equipment that might be a safety issue, or you're having to drive a lot in a car, in an automobile, in traffic, in busy places, or your job involves your company that you work for requires you to be drug free because they're being compliant with the law and the Department of Transportation, and they're the business that they're having there is if one thing goes wrong, if somebody slips up, somebody just makes a mistake and messes up, it's going to be like dangerous. It's going to be like cause somebody to be hurt, or it's like if they're making a mistake on an accounting ledger and they put the wrong numbers in, they add an extra zero, or they do something or they mess up on the document and make misword things, or it's something gets misfiled, or there's like a loss of something gets damaged in the machine or in the software, right? Or somebody misuses it, or they lose the ability to do their job because they can't concentrate enough because they're high. If they go to work and they're high and they're working high, and they might be making more mistakes. They might be prone to making more mistakes when they're high on the job, which costs the company money because the employee is not performing at their peak. They're not all alert. They're not wide awake. They're not sober in their mind. Their drugged state is keeping them from doing their job efficiently and timely and correctly, or they're apt to make a mistake if they're high on the job. So that then they would have every right. The business could have a contract, and if they get caught, if they can't pass the test, right, because they have to take hand-eye coordination, verbal memorization, recall, mathematics, multiple choice, or a test. Ask questions. Test. You ask them questions if they answer a certain way. So they have a way of gauging the person's mental ability to do the job while they're on the job, not just pee in a jar or pee in something and take that pee and have that pee looked at and have it checked for that amount of THC in their blood. Because I think the reason I'm saying that, right, and people will think, well, it's just like alcohol, right? I mean, if you get a blood alcohol level of so much, then you're intoxicated, and you can demarcate when you're intoxicated and when you're not intoxicated. There's an actual physical measurable amount, and it's cut and dry. There's no ifs, there's no questions. But with cannabis, because of people's tolerance and how much they've used and how length of a time they've used it for and how long they have gone without using it, it still shows up in the bloodstream. Even though that person's competent and they're alert and they're completely capable of doing their job, functioning properly, they have a certain amount in their urine there, and that's it. Well, that methodology, especially in a state where if cannabis became federally legalized and it was legal, and businesses would have to be more than just a urine test. Now, I'm not talking about hot jobs, red jobs. I mean, red jobs would be like crane operator, bus driver, heavy machinery operator, or something that could be hazardous or dangerous. I'm not talking about that kind of job. That's no THC at all, right? I would say even alcohol, those people shouldn't even drink at all. Or if they do drink, and if they get caught once in the job and they have any alcohol in, they get fired. Those people that are like airline pilots or air traffic controllers, or people that have something, a bus driver, or train operator, whatever, that's a safety issue, that kind of job, definitely drug test, random test, and make them have a contract where they don't when they get the job. But all other jobs where they're drug testing for hard drugs, yeah, that's you're out. For hard illegal drugs, yeah, definitely out. Not if you're on a prescription, or if okay, you go to work, right? And then they go, okay, you're going to get tested. So they put the software up. You go and you log in, you do a test, right? They answer questions. And then they have like, you're tested for your for your reaction time, right? So you're given a task to do where you have to do something fast and pick it up and put it down and show that you can do that. And you have another test where you're given like 4 numbers, and then you got to remember them, and then you say them back, or something like that tests your ability to do your job, right? In that way, that kind of a test, and just don't have any cannabis prohibition at all at the workplace. So if somebody uses cannabis on the weekend or on their own time, and then they go to work, well, even if they get tested, if they show that they can do their job and they're competent and they're clear-minded and focused on the work, then that's a pass, right? But if they're like making mistakes on their job, if they're late, if they're like slow, if they can't recall things, if they're showing some kind of like problems that might indicate that they're not working right or doing their job right, test them then, And so there's going to be other ways now. A driver of a motor vehicle, that would apply also to them. That same kind of test, not an unfair test. I mean, there would have to be, if they can't drive the car, if they're incapable of driving the car safely on the highway, on the roads, and if somehow law enforcement can, when they stop the vehicle, that they can do an easy test, right? That would test for that person's inability to, if they have an inability to operate that motor vehicle. There was a test that was comparable to their same ability to operate and react while operating a motor vehicle. That test could be used too. But the ones they have now, I heard about, there was a gal that or other people that have been pulled over, and then they have this drug specialist, this officer that can check the eyes and how the eyes move, and if you don't look a certain way with your eyes moving, and your eyes they dilate and then they dilate, contract. So they use a flashlight, and that you're arrested and you're charged with operating a motor vehicle under the influence of cannabis. And it's not like an alcohol test. It's not showing an actual physical amount. Then they can use that they can use that in litigation. Alcohol is easy. It's just that amount. Once it's that amount, you're guilty. You drank too much and you drove too soon after you drank. So that proves. The other is that the officer of the law, if they're just randomly pulling people over and then giving them this test to see if they're intoxicated on weed or not, that's different. Now, if they have probable cause and the car is weaving, or they don't signal before they turn, or they turn and they don't stop, or they don't follow the rules of the road in some way, they pull them over and then they can test them. I don't have any problem with that. But if they're driving normally and they just get randomly stopped by the officer and there's no probable cause, they can't test them for cannabis. Sorry. I think that's fair. And obviously, if they're under the age of 21 and they're smoking cannabis and driving, then there's some way that they're breaking the law because they're not 21. Right? So they're using cannabis and they're not 21. So maybe they'd have to have like a urine test, right? Or a blood test. People under the age of 21, where it's 21 and older. But a 21-year-old that was obeying the law, driving normally, minding their own business, driving correctly, obeying the rules of the road, and then they just randomly stop people and test them. Well, that would be that would suck. That would be wrong. I think that would be wrong there. So I don't know. Let me know what you think. Maybe I'm being like, am I being unreasonable, or um, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe as a historical record, I'll be in the footnotes of the footnotes of the footnotes of the footnotes in the historical record. And before my cremated remains will be blown into the winds, they all of my the bits and pieces of all of my bones and my hair and my skin and all my organs, all little tiny ash fragments will be just like completely scattered to the four winds. Or maybe they'll put me in my ashes will go into the Skycomish River. That would be something. I'd have to make my own funeral arrangements probably for that, which I had to do for my wife. The only time in my life I've ever made funeral arrangements for anyone. And I had to do it all by myself too. There was no one else that was like holding my hand and with me, guiding me, and then when my wife passed away, the Neptune Society, they came and got her body, took it away on a gurney, and when I picked her ashes up at the mortuary, there was no one there with me, except the funeral director was there, and everybody was like, in my family, they always have this really elaborate funeral. I mean, they have like a Catholic mass, they have a casket, they have like a plot at the cemetery, they have the cement, the big cement cask that the casket goes inside of. And then there's a headstone, and then there's the cemetery grounds, and that they have like a road and a gate, and they have lawns that need to be mowed and watered, and everybody in the immediate family goes to the mass, and then they'll have like a after mass, or before the funeral they have a rosary where they open the casket so people can see the loved one. Everybody in my family that's passed away has had that kind of funeral. But with my wife, it was just me going to the funeral home and picking up her ashes in the urn, and driving her urn home, and putting it on the counter and looking at it and like burning a candle. And daughter-in-law came and got all her jewelry and photos and whatever, clothes and some things, and then never talked to her son. Didn't want to have anything to say to me, nothing to say, just. And his wife wanted to talk to me. His wife just wanted to, making sure I was at the funeral home, blah blah blah. They were going to get some of the ashes, and they needed the ashes, take some of the ashes and put them in another separate container and send it to them, and which I never did, because Kimmy, whose boyfriend, my wife's daughter, my stepdaughter, her boyfriend paid half of the funeral costs. So Kimmy, I put the urn in the car, and I drove out to Gold Bar, and I gave Kimmy her mom's ashes, and she can contact her brother and have some given to him if she wants to. But I felt like her boyfriend paid for my wife's funeral for half of it. I told it was $5,000, and I said, "Well, 2,500, yeah." And he gave me a check for $2,500, and she has the ashes. She called me earlier today, and I was going to call her back, and it's difficult. He's in his 70s, or actually, I think he's in his 80s actually. So I'll do that. I'll call her back. But I don't have anyone here that like is like really friendly to me in the neighborhood, except my girlfriend, and goes, we like, if you have neighbors, like they should, like, you should go over to you should have a barbecue, you should have like horseshoes, or like something, games you can play, or activities you can do, that you can share things. If you have neighbors and you do that, that's great. I'm envious of you. If you people out there have really nice neighbors, they're real friendly and pleasant to be around. Those I envy you. See, where I live at, everybody really minds their own business. Everybody's like super concerned about like privacy. Like no one wants anyone else to know what they're doing, or they're very private. And anyhow, this channel, I don't know what I'm going to do with this channel. Should I just like leave the videos here, or should I just delete the channel? Because it's kind of like it's not really selling. It's not really helping the company to sell anything. Am I doing anything that's relative to the revenue stream of the company? So if I'm just like taking up space, that they have electronics like solid state drives, and all on these solid state drives, you're using that memory area for non-relative business, something that's not relative to the business that's intended to be for. So that all of that electronics and the equipment that's using for recording and distributing the images and sound that's coming from me, that is generating no revenue. It's not creating any income, or not contributing to the income stream of the company. So that would not be good. And then just like somebody might think, why am I letting this person waste my time? Right? You might think, I have other things to do. I'm a busy person. I'm involved in things, and in someone that's here on this venue. And if I'm not gaining anything from them, if they don't have anything to say that's not profitable for me, I'm not going to waste my time with that listening to that person. Or you could be like playing a really cool video game right now, right? You could be like really playing a really fantastic, really fun video game, but you're watching me instead. So, or you could be like doing something like do the dishes, right? If you have dishes to do, or do your laundry, or sweep the floor, go clean your car, wash your car and clean your car out, or do your taxes, or pay your bills. You could do that right now. You don't have to be watching me. Or like there's a really good movie that you're like, you could be watching this really cool movie right now somewhere else, and you're wasting your time watching me. So that's another thing. So somebody could get mad and say, "Oh, you wasted my time." Well, I didn't waste your time. You chose to watch the video. So, but I just got on here because I'm kind of feeling alone. I'm feeling like I'm all by myself, and I have cats. I have 5. I have the legal limit. So if anybody out there knows me and knows where I live, I don't have more than 5 cats. I have 5 cats. and it's a 2 bedroom, it's a 3 bedroom, 1 bath house. So there's plenty of room for their litter boxes, for their water dishes, for their toys, their climbing posts and that. And they get fresh water every day. They get the food for dry food and canned food supplement, and then they have the pine litter in their litter boxes. I don't know if I think I made a video on the pine litter. It's called Feline Pine. It's by Arm & Hammer, and it works pretty good. It actually for for the urine, right? When they shit, it smells after they shit for like 10 minutes or 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then the smell goes away. And you can remove the feces from the sawdust and use the micturated sawdust, which that's just urine in it that's broken. When they urinate in the pellets break apart and make it into sawdust. And their urine, you don't even hardly smell it at all. It's just when you go and clean the box, it's just like wet sawdust, but you don't smell the urine smell. But you can, I'm going to say this I'm going to make a disclaimer and say I'm not responsible for what happens if you do what I tell you to do. Don't hold me accountable for it, that you chose to do it. But this is what I'm doing. I take that urinated sawdust and I put it around the ornamental shrubs and trees in my yard. So I sprinkle it around there, and then it rains and it goes into the ground. So I'm not, but the shit, I take the shit out and I throw that away. That goes in the garbage, in the bin. Goes to the landfill. The cat shit goes to the landfill. Because I had a digester I made, a digester that was an olive barrel. It's a 55-gallon olive barrel that I cut the bottom off of, and I buried it up to the lip of the drum, and then there's a lid that goes on that, and then I perforated the sides with holes, and there's no bottom. The bottom was cut out, and I used that for a dog shit for a while, and I would buy like the septic enzyme, and I'd mix that with the water in a 5-gallon bucket, and I'd pour it in there. It would dissolve it into the ground. So I was doing that for a while, but that thing filled up, and it's never gone down for a few years. So I just throw the shit, the cat shit gets thrown away, and then the feline pine that's broken up it's been urinated on, it's broken up. I just like sprinkle that, around the trees, the base of the trees and the ivy, and on the parts of the lawn in the back and stuff. So I'm not throwing that away. And that's what I had been doing with the clay litter. With the clay litter, I would buy the same kind. I would buy the Walmart brand, the Special Kitty, which was not scented, which is the clay, and I would buy that, and then it'd be used, and then the feces would be sifted. I'd just sift that out, and I just save all the gravel, and I'd use it to fill in holes. So what I do is I'll like find a place in my yard where there's a hole or there's an uneven area, and I'll put that down, fill in the uneven area so it's flat, and then I'll put topsoil on top of that, and then grass will grow back. So I was doing that with the cat litter, and then I was like I use a little bit on my driveway to keep the weeds down. But I'll tell you what happened with the weeds. Yeah, it worked because I had it in the back alleyway, and I don't hardly ever use that, but I was keeping the weeds down around my gate, so I could open and close my gate without the weeds growing there. So I was putting it, there's a wheel on the base of the gate, and I it's like it's a door, and I open it up, and it rolls on the ground while I'm opening my gate. So the area on the ground where the wheel of the bottom of the gate rolls on, that I don't have to weed whack that. So I just made like a path where the wheel of the gate rolls on, and I used cat litter without the poo poo in it. That the poo poo is taken out. It's only the clay that's left over, and it's urine in it. It's got urine in it, right? So, but I use that, and I spread that out on where the wheel of the bottom of the gate rolls along the ground. And I was doing that. I put it down, I put it down, I put it down, and I'd compact it. And it was being like a path, so there was no grass growing there. So it was useful for that. There's one of my philosophies is that you go to the grocery store or the hardware store or wherever store, and you spend your hard-earned money on, let's say, bananas, right? So that bunch of bananas that you buy, you paid for that. Now, why would you buy something that, and then if you could take those banana peels and then like mix them with cardboard? And if you have a backyard, if you have areas around your house where you can grow things, vegetable gardens, why wouldn't you want to like take the same minerals and nutrients that are in that plant that was the banana leaves? Those banana leaves have like potassium, they have like phosphorus, they have like maybe calcium, they have other minerals, other things in them that are beneficial to plants that would grow. So you want to compost everything that you could possibly compost. You want to compost that. You don't want that going in the garbage bin that goes to the landfill. You want to take any food scraps that you have and you reuse them in the soil in your yard. And that was like something that was like for the red wiggler worms that I bought. I thought that they could do that. They'll break that down and make that back into soil. And I'm still really firm on that. I still think these are good. These are really beneficial. Composting is really a beneficial thing, especially eventually if you're staying where you're at and you're not a renter, let's just say, or you're going to stay at the same, you're not going to move. You're just going to stay in that same house for your life for a long time. It makes sense to build the soil up to be fertile soil around your residence, around where your house is. If your area where you live at, if you keep building the soil up and adding to the soil, making it more and more and more fertile by composting, then you're getting the other benefit out of that when you bought it at the supermarket. So you bought an avocado, but you take that avocado skin and the pit and you throw it in the garbage and it just goes away back to the dump. Or the banana, you eat the banana and you throw the banana peel and it goes in the garbage and then it goes to the dump. Or you orange peel or potato skin or leftover or something went bad in your refrigerator, vegetables and they went bad, or a salad or head of lettuce or something went spoiled, right, in your fridge, and you throw that in the garbage and then that goes away. Look what you've done. I mean, you could have eaten it and then you would have been, oh, I ate it. So I didn't lose my money, right? I didn't waste my money. But not only did you not eat it and you wasted money in that, but you've taken that, now you've thrown it away. You could have taken that old head of lettuce or that old thing of that rice that went bad or beans or whatever that went bad that was a vegetable or a plant that went and spoiled. You can take that and those same nutrients that the farmer used to grow that crop with, that nutrient balance, those same nutrients, those minerals are in the waste that you're throwing away in the landfill. You're throwing away all those nutrients and the fertilizers and all that went into the soil to be able to grow that plant that you're throwing away. if you just keep accumulating that plant and letting it decompose, letting it rot and accumulating that, rotting it and accumulating, letting it rot and putting it in your backyard and on your own property, then over time, think about it, over many years, that will become a very fertile area. That land, that soil will be able to grow vegetables. You won't even have to go out to the garden supply place and buy soil in bags. You won't have to do that because all your soil you keep adding and adding and adding to it because it's composting. So I'm still very I promote composting. I'm for that, so. But the solar, it's kind of like, I'm like, it looked like a hippie. I'm like, oh, why don't I just, buy a little box and have everything in it? Like I'm saying, if that you're starting out, buy the lithium ion generator. Has all the gauges, has all the plugs, has everything, all the vessels are all built into that box. But if you're going to do that, make sure it's going to last a long time because you're going to spend a lot of money in it. You better make sure it lasts, at least has a 10-year warranty, right? At least a 10-year warranty. So that's all I got to say on that. But lead acid batteries, yeah, as far as the rainwater thing goes, I mean, that's another thing that's like hippie. People think you're a hippie or like, are you, following a group of other people that are doing that? I mean, is it like they all live together in the same community and everybody in the community is doing what you're doing with the rainwater? So I'm from California. I grew up in Southern California, and that water was like, I didn't realize this. When I was a kid, I ran the hose. I sprayed the hose. I didn't care. I was just having fun in the water, right? And then when I got older, I learned that water came all the way from Owens Valley. The water in Los Angeles, all that water there comes all the way from either the Colorado River or Owens Valley. It's crazy. I mean, that's like, think about it. All that water in LA comes from the Sierra Nevada range. It's like, why? So when I got to Northern California, I watch it rain, day after day, rain. And I see the rain gutter, see all the water coming out of the rain gutter, water. I'm thinking, why isn't like a tank, and capture that and put it all in a tank, and then I can use it for whatever. I don't have to use the water and have it shipped to me. I could do that. So it seemed like rainwater, especially if you live in where it's really rainy a lot, or you can't drill a well either, right? Or there's no water table there. You could like, this is something I ran into and I thought, oh, that is so brilliant, right? You build a metal roof like 6 inches off the ground or like 18 inches off the ground, and you just build a roof with a trough. If you have a big piece of property and there's any slope at all and it's clear, then your residence, if it's downhill from the slope, you can build a roof, just a flat roof on top of the ground, and then put a rain gutter and then a pipe, and then gravity feed your poly tanks near where your residence is downhill. You could use all that water and capture the water on a roof and fill a tank. So if you have a lot of land and you don't have in wells are expensive, then it would be a no-brainer to do the rainwater capture. I mean, and it's not. Yeah, you get pollen and then you get soot from smoke. And I imagine you get like maybe dust or other things get in the water. But there's ways of flushing. It's called first flush. And what it does is it fills, when it first starts raining, it'll fill it up to a certain level. And then before it allows it to fill up, and it washes. When it washes all the dirt first, right? So your first water that comes off the system, if it hasn't been used in a while, is dirty, and it flushes it. So then when it's filled the container up, it spills over into the main tank. And then when you're drawing water out of the tank, you're siphoning that water from flotation, and then you have a suspended. You center the flotation inlet is floating, and it's always like 12 inches or 24 inches above the top surface of the water. So the water column, you're drawing water from the water column in your tank that's in the center of the water column. It's not, so anything that's floating or anything that's settling, you won't get that in your house. But there's preliminary filters. Even after that, then you have a carbon filter that's off of a pressure bladder from a pump. You pump the water through pressurize it through a carbon filter, and then it could go through an RO, reverse osmosis. If you really want to be, spend money, go reverse osmosis at that point. Pre-filter it before it gets to that point. But you can make a roof. You could just build a metal roof off the ground, and keep it clear around it, fence around so no animals get on it, and just have that for your water catchment system. You don't even have to use a roof on your house. That way you can go out and maintain it, sweep it off, and look at it. You're not having to go way up on your roof. But if you're not using the space that's uphill from you for rainwater capture, you can use it for rainwater capture. Use the land, use that space, and build a roof uphill and have your poly tank downhill from that. Gravity feed it. And I thought I would do that. That's perfect. That idea. So it makes sense, especially if you have a lot of land and you don't have a big barn with a metal roof that you can use it. You know what I'm saying? So rainwater, as far as rainwater goes, and I think I have a playlist of rainwater capturing. Look in my playlist, you'll see it. And what I was trying to do with my playlist, I was trying to find all the other people that are doing what I'm trying to do, but they're doing that one thing better than I'm able to do it. Or they're doing it like better, more efficiently. They're planning it out better. They're using better materials. It's more sturdier, better construction, blah, blah, blah. And that's kind of one of the reasons I gave up on this. I thought, well, if I don't do this really, really, really good, right, and make it like perfect, right, and I'm just going to be like a fool. I'll make a fool out of myself. People will laugh at me, or it won't be like, but it was like, here's something that was Hurricane Katrina. I think it was Hurricane Katrina that happened that kind of like got me on this whole survive through the harsh times. And then in the middle of winter, right, it's like freezing and it's snow everywhere and it's like dark and my power goes out for 2 weeks. That was like, oh, I better build a system, right? I can't afford a big gas or a propane. I don't want to use a generator. I want to have it solar. So I missed out on the hippies. It wasn't. If I was like a little bit older, then I probably would have been wanting to join like a co-op or like community housing, or I would have gone that direction, and probably moved to Northern California. I mean, even in the late 70s, early 70s, late 70s, there was a lot of things that were happening in Northern California that was more that excited me, as opposed to Southern California with like Hollywood and the music industry. I'm not really a musician. There's film and then the oil refineries. There's a lot of oil refineries, and then there was some like aerospace, military industrial complex. So it was like that was most of LA to me. It was mostly just that and wealthy people, right? It was like because you had to be rich to own a house there back then. When I left in the late '80s, housing bubble was booming back in the '80s in California, and it still is. It's still a bubble there. I mean, I see what people film around LA International Airport, because that's kind of where my hometown was at, around there. And that's what I remember about that place. Oh yeah, I remember living near LAX. Huh? Yeah, that's what I remember. It was just like that. It's like you got jets, right, coming and going, taking off and landing, taking off and landing, taking off and landing. You got all these freeways, the 405, and then La Cienega and Century Boulevard, all these really busy roads, Sepulveda, Centinela. And when I was a kid, there was like open fields all over. There were open fields. There weren't houses and shopping centers everywhere. You could go somewhere and like ride your bike around in this open field, see jackrabbits. And then when I was in high school, the teacher had to stop and wait for the plane to take off. Like wait like 30 seconds, 40 seconds. You just stop talking, and then the plane would go over, and then they would start talking again. In my class at this high school I went to. So, but and then days. And then there'd be like days where the wind would not blow. It would blow, but it would like not, there was no wind. There was no, like the air wouldn't blow, right? And then it would get smoggier and smoggier, and you'd start smelling like burnt kerosene in the air, right? And your eyes would burn, and you breathe in, your lungs would hurt from breathing in. And it was like helicopters flying around all the time, constantly flying in the air, helicopters. And then you hear planes, and then it would be Santa Ana's, and then the planes would take off the other way. So it would really be noisy for the planes to take off, not over the ocean, but over the other way. So it was like, man, and I heard that I lived there for almost 30 years near LAX, or 29 years. And it was just like all the time, constant aircraft noise and the sound of cars and you'd always smell smog in the air, always, unless it was like the ocean, it just rained really hard and air was blowing from the ocean. Then the air would get clean where I lived at. But the airport life, living near a real busy airport where there's traffic all the time and it's noisy, and I always wanted to leave. I always wanted to let's go to the desert. Oh, let's go to the mountains. Oh, let's go to the beach. Let's go to the ocean. Let's go to the way up in the hills. And I was always like wanting to be away from these cars, all the streets and the traffic and sounds of aircraft in the air. And it was constant. 29 years when I was there, it was always 24/7. You always hear the airplanes, always hear helicopters, always hear cars. And when I was younger, I thought, I want to leave this place, because I'd go to places like Crestline in Lake Gregory, and it was quiet and the air was clean and there weren't planes flying over all the time. And there wasn't like, the lake was nice. It was like, there wasn't like real loud motorboats there, and it was quiet. I kind of was thinking maybe I could retire there someday, Crestline. I have some family that live up around there. And then I lived in, because my dad, he worked at TRW, which was now Northrop Grumman, was TRW, now it's Northrop Grumman. He worked there as a space engineer, satellite tech. And so our family, they paid us to move to Florida and stay near Cape Canaveral. We actually lived in Cape Canaveral. And that was like a 2-month stint, or like, yeah, it was 2 months. They had him on the launch site, so they had to test the satellite before it was launched on the rocket. And he had to be there, and the company paid for our travel expenses to get there and back, and it was pretty nice because I lived on the beach. Actually lived at the Canaveral Towers. That's what it was called then. I think it's still there. It's still there. That was 1977. It was like right on the beach, had a swimming pool. There was a park nearby you could play tennis at. There was a beach that was like really clean, like really, really sandy, right? White sandy beach. The nicest thing I remember about the beach there was like walking for miles and miles and miles along the shoreline, right? Just like walking so far along the shoreline, being at the ocean. And you didn't hear cars driving by all the time. You didn't hear planes flying overhead all the time. You didn't hear motors running, engines running. It was quiet. You hear the wind, right? And then somebody would play their stereo loud. Yeah, that was probably it. But there was not like living near LAX. So it was like, I want to not live there. It was like when I was older, I just wanted to get out of there. I don't think, and it's like to this day, I know people that still live there. So I don't, I say, well, they like it there, it's like, and I see real estate for like crazy amounts of money for a little tiny little house near LAX. It's like in Hawthorne, where it's like, and for like $1 million for a little tiny house, like it's just because it's near the ocean, right? I mean, you might be able to get in on a bicycle and ride your bicycle to the ocean and back. So I guess that's what makes anything in LA, attractive, is it's near the ocean. You're near the beaches. You can go to the beach. So if you want to escape, like Gillis Beach, Dockweiler Beach, that was nice before they put the runway there. Must have been like heaven. Must have been like a really nice, beautiful place before they put the runway there. And then they put the runway in it. I remember people like committing suicide when they were tearing down, demolishing all the houses, and they did a what it is a right of way, right? The government can seize your property because it's a public interest, right? Because the airport, it's public interest. They can say, well, you have to move. We'll give you fair value for your property, but you have to vacate this place within a certain amount of time. And people had to leave their houses, but some of them moved their houses. I remember they were jacking them up and putting them on platforms and actually moving the whole house. They did that for a lot of the houses there. And that was near near where I went to high school at. So I don't know if anybody out there listens to me that's from that area. Of course, I never hear from well, the gardening thing, I'm surprised my cousin Frank, who works at the in Pasadena there at the Arboretum, and he doesn't seem to show any interest in things that I've done as far as gardening goes. And he's somebody that is a consultant for, if I had a house in Beverly Hills and my palm tree was dying and I wanted to save my palm tree, I would have my gardener go to him and ask him how he can save his tree so he would go to Frank, and Frank would specify any kind of remedies or any methods that they would have to heal the tree or cut it down. So he's involved in that. Ornamental plants. People buy a lot of ornamental plants and they put them in their yards. And they have really expensive property. So yeah, and I had the morels growing here. They're exotic. I think how many people do you know that grow morels, mushrooms, edible mushrooms that grow in their backyard? And I have them growing in my yard. I find them under my pine tree, my western pine. So, and now that I think about it, I've never bought morel mushrooms in my life, ever. and they weren't. I've never heard of anybody else in the area around here finding them, any of my neighbors, and they weren't here when I first moved in. So I think what happened was there was something that I composted, and it had the morel spores on it. So if it was maybe it was a piece of cardboard, or it was like a paper, or maybe it could have been like a wood chip or something, had the morel mushroom spores in it. And it just happened that the conditions in my yard at that time of year were just so good to have those spores grow into the morel mushroom. And I found one, and I looked at it, and I looked it up online, and I was a little bit skeptical. I didn't really want to eat it because I wasn't sure, right? So that one I threw back into the ground. I just let it rot. But the next year, I got like 2 of them, and they were big, and it was really apparent that they have that gnarled kind of, like, they're convoluted and they're gnarled, and they're pitted, and they're dark, and then they have the fleshy, big, wide, heavy, thick, fleshy stem. And I looked at them, and I looked at them close, and I washed them really good, and I looked at the ones online, and I looked up the mushroom style, and it didn't say there was another mushroom that looked just like that. You better be careful. If you eat that one by mistake, you'll get sick. There wasn't anything like that online. It was really, this is a morel, and they look like that, and there are no other mushrooms that are toxic or poisonous that look like that mushroom. So I thought, why not? And I put oil in a pan, and I heated it up, and I sliced it up, and I cooked it in the pan. And I didn't know what to expect, but you know what it tasted like? It was like, oh, this tastes just like a Brazil nut. This tastes just like a Brazil nut. And this is like, wow, I see why people like these. And from that day, that was the first time I ever ate one. And I get the other ones. I think I made a video where I had them in my front yard, and they look like loaves of bread. I don't know what. And we used to have more wildlife around here, but Frederickson has been clearing a lot. They've had a lot of property they've cleared that used to be forests, used to be woods, that now they built some warehouses on there, and it's like there's more. They expanded the roadways, and they've cut down a lot of trees since the first time when I moved here. They've cut down a lot of trees. I think people from California, like me, that live in areas where there's not a lot of trees, we're like more like, oh, we got to leave the tree. We got to leave the tree. We got to save the tree. The tree is like, that's like, it should just be left alone. It's beautiful to see. It provides shade. It provides habitat for birds and squirrels. It's storing CO2, right? It's uptaking that. It's making it a sound barrier. It's making it creating more privacy, and it's creating an ambiance in the area, so that we should just leave those trees alone. When I see people just cutting them down, I think, well, maybe it's dangerous, that tree. Maybe they're afraid that tree is going to break, the limbs will break off, or the tree will fall on their property or on their house. So I understand that. But if your trees are like, they're away from your house, and they're big green trees, and they're healthy, then it's just like, even on property that's just intended for industrial use, right? There were trees there, and then they cut the trees down, and they build warehouses there, an office building or something. I can understand that. But when they put a housing development in, and then they go to a place where it's forested, and they do a housing development, they go in there and they completely cut every tree down. It's bare land. And then they build houses, and then they plant landscaping. When I bought this property, when they put the houses here, they only cut trees down in areas where the house or the driveways or utility lines or pathways were going to be, and they left all of the native trees, the Douglas fir trees. They left the house when they put the housing development in. The planners and those that developed the land left the original trees, as many as they could, on growing around where the houses were put. But that's not what they do. What they do is they'll go into where there's a forest, right, where there's a wooded area, and they'll completely cut down every tree, and then they build houses. And it's like, it's cheaper. It's like there's more efficiency. They're not going to worry about running into roots or trees falling over because they cut down and it made it wind. When the other one was weakened and wind blew that down. Yeah, I understand that, but that's like if you plan it out, right? Maybe if you plan to put houses in that area, maybe you can leave old trees there, and then they're safe. They're in a certain place where they're going to be safe, where they're not going to be a hazard, or they're not going to get in the way of anything what they're building. The construction is. They won't interfere with the construction process or in where they're putting the house, or where the pad of the house is, or where the driveway is, or maybe there's a back deck or something. It won't be in the way. It'll be safe. They'll leave the trees there. And that should be, well, that makes sense, right? Because it's pleasant to look at. A tree is nice to look at, and they provide shade, and they dampen the sound if there's noise, ambient sound, and they absorb CO2. And there's wildlife like birds and then squirrels or chipmunks, and then they live in those trees, right? They can have that as a place to live, right? And so, but to just go and mow down every single tree, and then they cut it at the base of the tree, like 2 or 3 feet from the ground, and they leave a stump there. And then what they'll do is they'll bulldoze the stump and pile it into a big pile, and then they have a grappler, and they drag it, and they put it into a grinder, and they grind it up, and they make what is that? A beauty bark. Yeah, they grind it up right there, and they make beauty bark out of the stumps when they grind it up. So that's the standard business way of doing things. There's no, hey, this tree is old, it's beautiful, let's let it sit, let's let it stay here, it'll be part of the property. There's none of that. It's all just cut every single tree down. Don't think about it. Just go ahead, cut every tree down, put all the houses in there. And there's no one that's like, oh, I really like trees. I like these. Oh, they're so beautiful. They create shade, and they break the water when it rains hard. They held the soil in place. There's animals, wildlife, and that. And it's nice to look at, and it breaks the wind, or it creates privacy, or it dampens the ambient sound in the area. They don't think like that. People don't think. They think, what's the cheapest, fastest way to make money? If I can make money really fast, with the least amount of work and trouble and effort, and I don't care about the environment, I don't care about aesthetics, about beauty, all I want to do is make money, then that is like, this is the perfect world for you. Because it's like, that's the normal, that's the standard. There's no, wow, let's see this land here, there's some pretty nice old trees here, and it's not a scrub forest, it's not a forest where all the trees are really close together and they're just poles. And it's really uneven, and it's a place where there's like old trees, and then there's a lot of space around these old trees, and they could just like put the parking lot, leave that a footprint where the base of the tree is, and then build the parking lot around that. But they don't do that. They just cut down every tree, and then they put the parking lot everywhere, and then they go in and they do their own landscaping, right? So, but I guess you could sell the wood for firewood, right? Because, oh, you can't cut that tree. That tree's crooked. It's not a lumber. It's not a marketable timber. they say, someone will look at all my trees. I had a guy come out. He was going to do some work on my trees. And he came out and he says, I said, well, what do you think? You think this is marketable, saleable timber? And he looked at me like, huh? Like that? Crooked-eyed, like all these people look at me crooked, like they don't understand me. I try to, I don't want all my trees taken down. All I want to do is delimb a tree that's leaning towards the house, so that if there's a windstorm, the limb won't fall on my roof and damage my house. So, but to get a quoted job, that's $500 or $1,000, then they say, oh, we want $1,500, and then they like their center of operation is like way across town, right? That's the other thing. That's like, you get a quote on a bid for a job for remodeling or for, someone to do something that might take them more than a week to do or a few days. If they live really far away from the job site, then you're paying for all that time it took for them to drive in their vehicle, get in their vehicle and drive all the way there, and then get in their vehicle and drive all the way back to where their home base is. So if I ask for a quote on a job and I'm interested in hiring somebody to do some work, I want to hire somebody that lives nearby, within at least like a 5-6 mile radius of where I live, where the job is going to be done at. It's just like, wow, then I'm not paying for their time and their fuel to get to the job site, to get back to their home base. So if I hire somebody, their operation will be close by me. If I'm going to hire a contractor to do something for me, I'm not going to hire somebody that's way on the other side of town, because I'm going to pay them. Eventually they're going to have to be paid, and I'm paying for their time and their gas in their vehicle, the gas in their truck to get here. Now, if I can do most of the planning myself, if I can take all the measurements and take a whole bunch of photos and show exactly what I want to have done and specify exactly the materials I want to have used, these are the materials. I won't go over this much amount on materials. I'm careful about really explaining in detail, carefully explaining to who's going to do the work exactly what I want them to do for me, and be precise about how much they're going to charge me to do it. Not be all like change their bid in the middle, change their amount in the middle of the job because they see something that they didn't see in the beginning that they should have seen. Or it was like, and I will, as a citizen, as another person that's done business a lot with other people, I know that other people's time is really important. And if I can do most of the footwork, if I could do the figuring work myself and plan it out and know exactly what I want to have done, then when they get to the job site, you give them how much they need for the materials up to get the job started, and they're firm in their contractual agreement with how much they're going to charge you to get to do the job. There's no after the job's done, there's, oh, you got to owe me this and this and this because I took me this die, blah, blah, blah. They make up something that you planned it all out and they didn't follow your plan. And maybe now one guy, he got stung by ground hornets, or no, they were paper wasps. I hired him to fix my roof, and while he was fixing my roof, there was a paper wasp. There was a hornet's nest on the roof, and he got attacked. He got like stung multiple times, and he freaked out. And then I said, well, I'll get rid of it and come back, right? And we'll finish the job. And so the wasps were gone. I sprayed him, right? And he came back. And he said, oh, I'll put the new panels on your patio porch. I'll just put new ones right over the old ones, and that'll be easier. So originally I told him I wanted all the old ones taken off and I want the new ones put on, because they're plastic sheets. They're corrugated plastic sheets that go on my back porch. And he said, oh, no, I'll just put the new ones on top of the old ones. And he bought the ones for all of them to replace all of them, but he only put the ones on where there was holes in those. And so he didn't really do the whole job. He just did a few of the panels. And then he fixed the door on my shed, and he repaired the gate because it needed welding. I didn't have a big welder to do that. And so he did that. And I was happy. I gave him more than what he originally asked for to do my roof, because it was the insurance paid out a claim for property damage because of the windstorm we had here. It knocked over the fence. It blew off panels and dropped branches through a few, and they broke through. Those are the ones he covered over. And you buy a house, you got to know how to do all your own repairs on that house. Don't think you can do real estate and not be able to never maintain it. Because your property value will go down if you don't maintain your building. You don't put the caulking in, you don't replace, your wood porch is falling apart. And yeah, it's a double wide manufactured home. It was built in the late 80s in the factory. It has doors. The front door and the back door are metal, and they have the diamond trim on the window for the door window with glass. So, and I keep getting asked, do you want to sell your house? People I don't know, out of the blue, send me postcards with a picture of my house from the street. It says, do you want to sell your house? No closing costs, as is, blah, 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 cash, for 30 days, blah, blah, blah. And they message me. They know my name. They know where I live. Oh, do you want to sell your house? You can sell your house, sell your house, sell your house, sell your house. How much do you want? Sell your house. And I'm like, okay. I wasn't interested in selling my house. Look, my wife just died, right? And I'm grieving, and I've lived here for like 15 years, right? And now I'm 62, and I'm getting over, loss and that. So I feel like are they like vultures, like waiting, are they like they're trying to take advantage of me? Maybe they think I'm like grieving really hard, and I'm like gonna just give the house away for a song, like they lowball me, right, on this property, and like all the other properties around me are selling for like $50,000-$70,000 more, and they lowball me on it. So, and they could do that because you're like they're just buying it. They're not, there's no like, there's no like, oh, I wasn't interested. And I asked them, where do you get my name from? How do you know my name? Where do you get that information from? How'd you find my phone number and my address? How did you link my phone number to my address and know who I am and message me, right? And they just say, oh, they went through a service. They're real vague. They don't tell you how they got your number, how they know who you are in your phone number. And finally, somebody they called me too, right? So that was another thing that was annoying. I go, who is this? Is this somebody I know? I don't know there's the number, but I'll answer it. And I answer it. Hello, Mr. Murphy. Good, nice to talk to you today. We're interested in buying your house. Let us know if you're interested in selling, right? It's even pre-recorded messages, push blah, 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 if you want to talk to, like. And so, no, but somebody called me and I said, I'll just say I want $500,000 as is. I'll move out. Just give me $500,000 minimum. That's all. Nothing lower. $500,000. I'm moving. And after that, no one's contacted me since then. So it's like, oh, he's crazy and he's gonna waste time, right? you're wasting my time. I'm not. If I wanted to sell it, I could just put it. I could just say it's for sale, and then a realtor would come out of pop out of somewhere. I get a realtor. They could deal with that. I pay a commission on it and sell it myself. Not have just some random person that's a bank or somebody that's a house flipper, and they'll buy my house and fix it up, and then spend 30 grand on it and have a whole crew of carpenters and plumbers and electricians and floor people, and actually go through more of let it be like open bid to the highest bidder, and not just them saying, oh, that, I could get more money for it if I did that. I'm not gonna have one of these places that want to buy my place and they say, oh, no closing costs, no, as is, blah, 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 and we'll give you something for it. I won't respond to them. I would never reach out to them. I would never change my mind, go, I want to sell my house. I'll call one of those people. I won't do that. I'm sorry. I'll go and I'll hire a realtor that'll help me. I'll sign a contract with that realtor, and they can help me sell the house. And I'll work with them. So if you're trying to call me or contact me about me selling this place, sorry, it's not for sale. Oh, you want to really? Okay, if you really want to buy it, you could give me $500,000 and I'll sell it. It's sold. You can have it but I won't go any lower than that. So, and as far as like taking up your time, I'm sorry, I'm taking up your time, right? I'm apologizing to you for that. I'm sorry that you couldn't be like watching a really cool movie or like playing a really, really, really fun video game or having a really nice conversation with your wife or your spouse or your kids, or you could be like playing games with your friends or having a good time. Do what you want, but you're spending time watching me, and you're like, now you're mad because, oh, you wasted my time, right? I wasted your time. I took some of your life away from you, like you say, oh, I can't have that part of my life back, right? I hear that, as a derogatory, is you hear a heckler, and then you go to a comic, and there's somebody in the audience that heckles the comic, tries to put him down and make him look stupid and make it do a jujitsu on that. The comic will be able to do a jujitsu back and make that funny from what the heckler, and use the heckler's own mockery of the comic, right? Use that against the heckler, which is like the element of fear for public presentation of putting your face out and your voice out in public and being on camera, that the fear, people are so afraid of showing their face and talking and being and publishing something on the internet. Oh my gosh, they'll see my face, they'll hear my voice, I'll be like revealing myself, I'll make myself into a fool, I'll look dumb, blah, blah, blah. I'm not, everything's, I figure in maybe 30 or less, 40, 30 some years, I'll just be like a piece in a rock somewhere. I'll be part of a mineral on the beach. I'll just be a grain of sand on the beach, or my body will become grains of sand and pieces of like little, part of me will be in a flower. Part of me will go into a tree branch. Part of me will go into into the pavement. Part of me will go be part of be a beach somewhere. Part of me will be like in a field, in the dirt in a field. So that's what I will be. And I'm like, why do I even care what anyone thinks? It like, okay, you might be like a neighbor that knows me. They know where I live. They know who they see me in the neighborhood, or they worked with the same company I worked at, and they were in the office, and they know me from working in the office with me, and they're kind of having like they get off on they get off on them knowing you, but you never knowing who they are, and they're able to like watch you and listen to you and kind of they get another viewpoint on who you are, and another whole other element that the person like me that's publishing, they don't know who's watching them, right? They don't know who's listening to them. They don't know that. Now, if somebody like that was like worked at the company that I worked at, if they commented below my video and they said, "Oh, hello, huh," and they were greeting and they were nice to me and they used their real name and they were like friendly, and then that would kind of like, that would be like more like, oh, when I started this whole venture, I kind of thought I would get those kinds of results, right? I thought people would be more that way towards me, like cousins and nieces and nephews and brothers and sisters and coworkers and neighbors too. Like somebody would like approach me and they'd say, "Oh, hi, yeah, I watch your videos all the time. Yeah, I really enjoy that. I think you got some good ideas. I like the way you had the pond and you did the rainwater thing or that." And they say, and they're friendly and they wave and they're nice to me in the real world. But no, one guy I worked with told me at work, or no, two people at work told me that they watched my videos. So that was years ago. But that was only after I told them about my channel. And then after I told them that, I thought to myself, wow, I better be careful about what I do on here, because it will reflect on whether or not like my boss watches me and his boss and the managers where I live, they see my video, managers where I work at see my videos, and they may or may not look at me in a less of a professional light, because maybe they seen that my clothes weren't clean, right? Or they see that there was something in the back room that looked sketchy, or I wasn't dressed right, or maybe I was talking or saying something, or I was presenting something in any way that would reflect negatively upon further career advancements through my professional like presentation of my character in a venue that is public, right? That where people can look at you and hear you and make a judgment about you. Read between the lines, there's a lot of that. People read between the lines on you. I don't know what else to say other than to bring up the idea of determinism, right? There's this idea that all of your thinking and the decisions that you make result from your genetics, your environments that you've lived in, exposure to your geography, where you live, the weather, all of these factors, other people's ideas, and how others have influenced you in the way you think, that forms your decision-making process. Or that makes you think the way you think, because there's nothing other than action reaction. There's always cause and effect. There's nothing outside of cause and effect. So any of the gray area, which is, oh, you're more than the sum of your parts. So you're a synthesis of a person from fragments of all your history, of your life history, of all your events that have transpired that you remember, that you're drawing upon those events through your memory cells. And your nervous system that's the foundation of what you are. There's nothing more than a physical system at work, which is bound by the laws of physics, laws of nature, natural order. You can't, there's no deviation from that. So anyone that says, "Oh, I have a free will, I'm free," no, you're made out of atoms, and the atoms have to follow laws of physics, laws of nature, natural laws, laws of the nervous system of your cells, of the atoms that your cells are made out of, the molecules. You're governed, you're dictated, all your behavior is dictated by physical. You're a wholly physical process is what you are. So anyone that comes up and says, no, you're free. Oh, you have a choice. You really have a choice. No, you think you do. You have a delusion. We're all deluded because we are all thinking, I'm free. But your atoms and physical atoms they're bound by and governed by the laws of nature. You can't change. You cannot be outside of the system and change the system. You're embedded in the system. You're the system. There is no you that's outside of, that has a controlling force on your physical body that's non-corporeal. You are entirely corporeal. You can't say you're free. You're a physical system, atoms, molecules that have weight, that are affected by forces, the physical forces and the laws of nature, electrical, chemical. You're bound. There is no choice that you're choosing. There's no free flexibility, free flowing future into the future of you making these free decisions that you think you're making freely. You're bound, and by all of your memories of the events that have happened to you, the places that you've lived at, your diet, the things you've eaten, the childhood, teachers, and so choosing, you say, I'm free. Well, what part of you is free? Really, where is that free, right? So that's my issue I have with the people that say we have a free will, which I'm still, and I didn't really think about that very, very, very hard until I took the meditation course. It was like that meditation course. I was starting to see that. I was really starting to understand that when I was after really long periods of meditation while I was there at the center, Vipassana Center. Which, if any of you have never done, if anyone is interested in meditation, then they should have guidance. If you're interested in learning about meditation, find somewhere where they'll teach meditation. And I would recommend the Vipassana Center. They don't ask for money at first up front. If you fill out the application, if you're interested in taking the course and you fill out the application online, and you don't have to travel very far to get to take the course. They're in North America. They're all over, in Australia and Canada and in Europe, in England. You don't have to go to India to learn how to meditate. You can go to the Vipassana Center, and they'll guide you. Right? It's all about if someone's an expert in a field and you're not an expert in that field, it's best if you seek out someone that has training and they've had a lot of exposure to the idea. It has a track record. It's been around for a long time, a certain certain style or method of meditation. Then I would suggest the Vipassana, Vipassana, Vipassana method. And you can go to they have a 10-day course and it's free, right? And just type it in Vipassana Center or meditation course and you'll see it. But sign up for one of those classes, and if they accept you, if you don't have any mental issues and you're not on any kind of or you're not disabled to where you cannot travel, or you're able to leave your home for an extended period of time without inconveniencing your spouse or your employer, then sign up for a 10-day course. And during that time, you will learn how to meditate. You'll you'll be able to hone the technique yourself and be good at it. Be accustomed to what's proper and what's not. What you're going to expect. Techniques for meditation. So I would, and if you have a like a bad habit, like a tobacco habit, or you eat meat normally, regularly, you eat meat 3 meals a day, and you eat meat, and you have maybe you have a back problem or knee problems, and it hurts when you're sitting for long times, or you can't, or it's too far for you to go, then don't go. Go. But the book it's by S.N. Goenka. He's the teacher in the course, and I can't not highly recommend that enough. If you're interested in meditation, I'm ashamed that I don't meditate myself that much as I used to. I got so caught up in living and being alive and doing what I needed to get done. I just habitually wake up in the morning without thinking about meditating, or before I go to bed meditating. There's a lot of my own life I've spent, especially when my wife was alive, that she had the TV on all the time, right? And I have a small house, and we've always lived in an apartment too. So, but I knew that when I first met her. She had the TV, and we watched TV, and that was what we did when we first dated. Most of our time we spent watching TV together. So living with her for over 30 years. And having a TV on in the house all the time, 24/7, the last 15 years living here. Yeah, I'm not really happy. I have a lot of emotional issues going on right now. I'm lucky though. I'm lucky because I've met a really nice girl, and she's really nice to me, and she likes me, and she likes to spend time with me. She listens to me. We have talk and conversations, but physically she's kind of grown a little distant from me. I mean, lately we're not as intimate as we had been. Her daughter moved back into her house with her, and now it's kind of like she is and I am less inclined to be intimate with each other. So living next door, right, to the girl, or I live really close by. She is, so it's like it's not like I have to drive way across town. I'm dating somebody that's really far away. And I did that. I was I worked at a company, and I had a house built way out in the country, far away from the city where my job was. And I knew if I had land and a house and I could afford it, a big house in a big piece of land in a pretty area, I knew that I would have to sacrifice my time commuting to and back where the job was. And that was the payoff, was a nice big house out in the country that was more affordable than if I would have bought a house in town. I could have bought a condominium or a townhouse or that in nearby. But my wife, she said, no, oh, no, that's too much like an apartment. Oh, we've lived in apartments. Oh, you want land. You want to own a piece of land. You want to have a big, nice house. And I don't want to go and live. It's a waste of money. It's a bad investment, condominiums. And then you got to pay for the homeowners association and that. And you're living wall to wall next to somebody. It's like in an apartment, and it's not a good investment. Your money won't depreciate. Your house won't appreciate. You have a house, it'll appreciate faster. And she was really riding me on that. And I thought, why? What's wrong with a place nearby? I wanted to live near where I work at. I'm like, And then we looked at the model houses that we saw, the brand new double wide models that we looked at, and we were this is nice curtains and the new carpet and the big open rooms with the vaulted ceilings, tape and textured. Wow, inside it's just like a framed house, not a trailer. We looked at those, and then the dealer said, because we didn't own land, right? It was just me and my wife. We were renting an apartment, and I worked at a 8 to 5 job. We didn't own land, but we went into the dealership, just curious, about looking at these houses and see how much they cost. And the sales, his name was Carney Price, and that was Lamplighter Homes in Everett, Washington. That was in 1993. And the guy that was the salesperson, Carney Price, he said, this is what you do. Get an approval from a bank. Here's the name of a guy that's an underwriter or that's a banker, and they'll underwrite the sale of what we're selling you. So get loan approval. That was first thing, absolutely number one thing. And then while you're getting your loan approval, go out, find a real estate agent in the area you want to buy your house or whatever. And if you're not familiar with the area, they'll show you around, right? Because we weren't really familiar with that area near Gold Bar on the Skycomish River. Because I worked in Redmond. And it wasn't too bad commuting from Redmond to Gold Bar in the 90s. They didn't have all the signals and all the roundabouts, and they didn't have the traffic and congestion. It was all country driving on country roads from Redmond all the way to Monroe. It was country roads, and then from Monroe all the way to Sultan, and then Sultan Startup and Gold Bar, and then we lived in a housing development along the river there, just a little bit east of the town of Gold Bar. And I thought, what do you mean? How can we get land, right? We don't own the land, and we want to build a house on that land. How do you do that, right? That doesn't And he said, you just write in a contract, right, on a real estate purchase agreement. Find the land, bare land, that it had to have. It was if it was bare land like a building lot, it had to be approved by the bank. And the only way to buy the lot and make sure you had a loan approval for that was that it had to have like a water source. It had to have a road that was accessible, that was a maintained road. It had to have power to the lot, and it had to be able to absorb water. If you did a percolation test, you'd take so much water, you go around with a post hole digger and dig holes like 3 feet deep in the section of the property that you would need to build a septic drain field on. And then you just pour water in there and time it and see if it settles. If it sinks through and it percolates, that's okay. Then you can have a gravity septic there, which is like, you don't need to bring in any fill. You just dig holes, and then put gravel down in the pipes, and then put the landscaping cloth down and put gravel and all that, and have the laterals for the drainage be able absorb for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. So it has to be a certain size to absorb a certain amount for a septic field. And you jump through the hoops and you meet all these requirements, and then you just have the house built in the factory, and they bring it to the building site, and it really they were only selling the house. the manufactured home builder, he was only selling the house. They weren't selling like they weren't selling like the porches and the skirting and the driveway and the trenches for your power line and your fresh water and your hook up to the sewer system, and that you had to figure all that out separately with your own contractor. All they would do is build the house for you, bring it up and set it up on the building site and finish putting the linoleum in and putting all the appliances in. And it's built half and half. So we did that, and it was like almost $90,000, because we had to. They didn't tell us right when we were doing it. They didn't tell us about all the extra costs, like all the rain gutters and the porches and the skirting and the gravel for the driveway. Oh, you just can't put gravel down. You got to put a base and then gravel, and you got to have it. The drain field can't be too close to the water line, and it has to be, the power meter has to be so far from the house or so close to the house. You got to have it, the septic, where you're going to put the septic tank when you put the house where it's going to go on, and you got to do a building site map first and submit that to the county, and that's all part of getting your building permit. You show the county where you're going to have the house on the land and all that. So we did all that. It was a lot of work. It was a lot of time and effort, and financing was like, you're out of your pocket. You're paying for the septic design. You're paying for elevation survey. You're paying for like upfront materials for the site preparation. You're paying someone to do that. Is a separate. It's accounted for as a separate part of the construction process, site preparation work. So you don't think about that when you're at the lot. I didn't think at first about all this stuff. So I learned as I was going along, and it was, that you had to do all that. It wasn't just put a house down. They just did all that for you. Like if you just pull up and it's already put together for you and you buy it. Now, they did sell those to people that they lived in a mobile home park and they wanted to replace their existing home with a new home. They would go there and they would do pretty much 100% of everything. They would replace your house and take the old one away and all that. So, but why doesn't more people buy manufactured homes? And they're losing I guess they're losing their appeal, because all the houses I see now are all frame to build, although new ones around here, they build them from the ground up on site without any, like, why can't you just modularly build the house modularly and then just have it so you could have your factory build everything out that was common, right? Use that as a common setup for like 90% of the houses. And then that way you could just pre-build those modules, and then when the houses are custom built for the number of rooms or where the garage was or how it was laid out, the floor plan would always, that one part of that pre-built house would always do that. So you'd be raising your margins on the cost of production of the house. And then all your employees are all working indoors, not in the elements. The house is being built indoors. Framing, everything's being done in a factory setting. So it's all, maybe that could be cost savings there, and that it's passed on to the buyer, to the person that's buying the house eventually. Now, when somebody builds a house from the ground up on a building site, they do everything, like they have to bring everything there, and they have to cover it, protect it. They have to be out in the rain, and they have to be driving to a job site constantly. The people that are construction workers may live far away from there, but when you're building the house in the factory, it's all the people that live around the factory. They live close by, and they are able to go build a house. And they have people that do specialize in the framing, specialize in plumbing, specialize in electrical, specializing in in the cosmetic things and decorative and that and flooring or whatever, they can do that in the factory, and it's more efficient. So you're getting the savings are getting passed on to the buyer of the house. Now, having a house built out, having to bring all the materials and the workers there to the job site, and it's out in the open, it would seem like that's more expensive, right? Am I right? Is it like, well, wouldn't it be better? It seems more logical. Wow, it's all built in a factory. It must mean that house is like, maybe maybe I can expect that house to be better built because it's done like in a system where it's done in stages, and they perfect the way they build because they're doing it the same way every time on an assembly line. When you got guys that go out to a job site, well, that house is all different from all the other houses, or it's inconvenient because the workers got to get to the job site, right? Or it's raining, or it's heavy winds, or something happens and they have to leave. And so I'm just saying, why would most people want a framed built house on the site? Is that superior? They say, oh, that's superior. It's a superior construction because it's a framed house. Well, no, I don't think so. It's more expensive, you know? I mean, wouldn't it be? Think about it. I'm just so saying, as I said, construction workers, they have to go to the job site, and then you have a house that's built, oh, it's a different shape and all that, and it's windy, and sometimes it's really rainy. Well, they're built in a factory. It's a double wide, so it's a house that's split down the middle, and they build one side, and it has electrical outlets. It has vents for the furnace or central heating and air, and that's all. And it's framing and walls and the flooring. Well, not even flooring. They finished that when they set it up. But then the other side of the house, it has all the plumbing. It has the furnace, it has the refrigerator, washer and dryer hookups. And when they build the house in the factory, they have it all set up to where it's only on one side, that everything that the utilities get all put on that one side. So it's, you know what I mean? So it's like, and then there's a guy there, and he works in the factory, and he's the electrical guy. And there's a guy that works in the factory, he's a plumber. And there's a guy that works in the factory, and he's framing. And each person does their own, that part of the job. And they have their own workstation where they do that when the house is going through along the production line. They can utilize the production method developed by Henry Ford or Deming. You know, they use those techniques, you know, of efficiency. They can make a house more efficiently inside in a factory. It planned it out, build it in the factory in stages, versus go to a job site, you know, set it all up, bring all the materials to the job site, have the workers drive to the job site, drive home, have all the materials there all the time, and it gets windy, you have to stop the job, it rains heavy, they have to stop and go home, and then it gets delayed. It's expensive. You have to bring all the materials, all the tools to the job site, whereas with a manufactured home, the home's all built, ready to be. All you do is you take that part of the house, you set it up on blocks, tie it down, pour a concrete slab there, ribbon there, put the construction blocks, the cinder blocks that on and support the framing of the rail. The houses are built on these rails. They look like rails that they make billboards out of. And they're built in a factory. And it makes sense. It's more efficient, right? And, you know, Bravo 74, are you saying, no, a house that's built that's framed on site is superior to a house that's fabricated and built in a factory on an assembly line? And then they bring that half of the house from the factory, they truck it on the highway with a spotter car that has to drive with the house, half of the house while they're driving it. All the way, they set it up at the job site. It takes like the workers spend less than a day setting the house up there on the job site, or maybe 2 days, right? Whereas A frame built home, those guys got to come in and show up every single day to finish that house. They got to be there in the morning and leave, and then come in the morning, and they might live really far away. And so it's like they all don't live right where they're building that house. So it's contractors' time and their vehicle, using their vehicles, burning up gasoline, whereas everybody works in the factory, they're all there. Now, yeah, you still have to do cat work, where you take an excavator or you cut and fill in the ground, and you have to put the building. You have to do the plan for the cement foundation. You still have to put the cement foundation in. You still have to put the driveway, and you have to put the utilities there, and the septic. So that has to be done on site. But all the building of the whole house is all done in a nice factory where it's climate controlled, air conditioned. All the workers are like, they have a station, and it's all efficiently done. It's once the house they build it from the lower floor platform, they build that first, and then it's moved along, and then they add to that, build walls and put the electrical and the plumbing in, and have the hookups. And they bring the house to the job site. They lower it with a crane. They lower it onto the blocks, and they bring it together, and they lower it and bring it together. And then they just connect the furnace, connect the electrical, and maybe there's so all your plumbing and most of your electrical and your utilities are in one half of the house. That's the de facto standard for these mobile, or call them mobile homes, but they're really manufactured homes. Now, if you're off grid and you want to be like legal, it's all, uniform building code. Unfortunately, you can't get away from uniform building code. Most counties today will require you to follow uniform building code for housing. That's as much as I understand it, that you just can't build a shack and live in it. And then someday you're going to hear a knock on the door, and they're going to say, you can't live here. This is not to code. Sorry. You got to get out. You have 30 days. And they will evict you off of your own land because your house is not permitted. You're not going to like that. You're going to, I'm going to get my, you're going to think I'm like being unreasonable. That's the way it is. And you're going to say, oh no, I'm wrong. I could build, my grandpa's got 50 acres. I built a cabin on the other side there, and I live in that with my family for 30 years. Right. Well, comes time, if you're ever going to sell your place, or if you have like West Texas, where you got 100 acres, or you got like a lot of land, and you can have your septic field or your outhouses there, and it won't bother a neighbor, right? Or you can have like all your junk, right? All your old cars and old refrigerators and sofas and stuff. You could pile it up right out there, and no one will care. No one will like, who's that? What's he doing? And point your place. And you could do whatever you want, right? And you don't have any children. That's another thing. As soon as you're off grid and you think, I want to have kids. No, well, now those kids have got to get onto the bus to school. You got to show that you're like, is the water clean? Or you have access for emergency vehicles? Are you like, your building permit? If you're going to have a family, you got to have a building permit. You can't just build your own house and not get it permitted and have children there. That's a problem. Then if they find out, they'll knock on your door. But if you're just a lone guy that's just like me, and he has like land that none of your neighbors can see what you're doing on your land, you're far away from enough from the edges of your property to do something, and no one can see it, and no county official is going to be flying over in an aircraft and look down at your property and second guess it. Oh, that's not permitted there. and check up on you and look up the county record to see if your house is a permitted house. Well, you might get lucky and that'll never happen. I'm not saying that it couldn't, right? Well, if you're going to have children, they'll come knocking at your door to make sure you're permitted. If you're kids, right? That's what's going to happen. If as soon as you have a kid there or have children there or have somebody, or you're maybe going to rent a place out or or do something that's like involves the public or anyone that's not in your family or that'll be like, okay, now you have to have a graded road. It has to be accessible for the fire department, the police, emergency vehicles. You got to have your electrical done to code because it has to be safe, right? It has to be inspected so it's safe. If you have your own electrical and you've done it yourself and it's not been signed off and you're running appliances, and you have children there, right? And you have an off-grid water system and the county's going to come by and they're going to say, you have children. Is that water safe? We don't know. Are they going to, what about your sewage system, right? Is your septic system, has it been made properly? Was when you put the drain field in, did you check it? Was there somebody there that signed off on it and looked at it and made sure it would work properly when it was hooked up? Did you test it? Is your septic tank in the right location? Is it near where your well is? Those, then you get, as soon as you bring children there, have children involved or minors, you got to have a permit. No, nobody has a permit. Nobody lives like that with kids and has no building permits. Not new housing. Not if you want to, not new, you're going to make a new house. Grandfathered in, yeah. And like places like where you have like all this acreage around you, like if you have like 100 acres in West Texas and you have an outhouse and you build a shack or build a barn or whatever, they don't care if you're one guy, or two people, a couple. But as soon as there's children, right? And that kind of was always wondering. I was always wondering about that. It was like these young people, they were really enthusiastic and really excited about living in nature, being in balance, being in like having a really small carbon footprint and living in a natural setting and being like self-sufficient. And they were excited about that as a couple. And they were, but then they were doing what they were doing. And then as soon as they had kids, now you have to have a building permit. Now you have to be accessible by the police and the fire. Now it has to be your electrical. They have to look at make sure your electrical is done and it's safe. The drinking water is safe. The septic and the sewer is safe, right? For the children, right? Because it's all health department and you're having kids now, right? And you're just not these two adults. You're actually now other people are involved. So the laws, I'm sorry, right? I'm sorry. People are like, oh no, we want to just go way out in the woods and build our little cabin and have like as many children as we want and not have anybody like social worker nosing around, looking at our plumbing, looking at our electrical, looking at how the building was made and if there's a permit. Yeah. Now West Texas, if you're way out there and you're way out in the middle of the boondocks, right? And no neighbor, actually, you're so far into your property, no neighbor on any road can see what you got, and you're independent. In your grandfather lived there, and yeah, it might be different. There was like in Antelope Valley, there was a gentleman that had a business or had a home that he built with a garage, and he had a land that he used for storage, and they made him move. Actually, they said, okay, you got to have a building permit, you got to have this and this and this and this, and it has to be checked and signed off and that. And then I guess they came back and they had the sheriff and they were going to evict him. I don't really know what happened to it, but I gave a link in my other video. I have a video that I made on my experience building subcontracting out a manufactured home. Gee, I was lucky that worked out. I was really, really lucky because I was spending like money like out of my pocket before closing. And then when the escrow closed, the home manufacturer, they got paid, and then the landowner got paid, and the guy that did the site prep and the septic, he got paid at closing. But I don't think they let people do that now. I don't think they let them do a mobile land package unless they own the land. They don't let people just. You can't just go, oh, this piece of land, I want to buy this piece of land that's for sale, and then go to the realtor and write in an agreement about it's contingent on loan approval or contingent, on loan approval, contingent on passing the county regs, right? And the FHA guidelines for how the house is built, where the house is built. So all these contingencies, if one contingency doesn't fly, if the deal falls through and you're unable to build the house, you get your earnest money back because you're putting down a considerable amount of earnest money to the landowner to get started on your project, so that the landowner will allow you to do development on his property, because you don't own that property, and you don't own it, and you're having it. It's being torn up, and a house is being built on it, and you don't own it, and you're like, anything you put out of your pocket, money wise, that if you're not careful. Like, let's say you back out, or you have to back out for some unforeseen reason, you get hit by a car and you're ill and you can't work, or all of a sudden you're not able to get the financing, or you're putting the septic, and they're putting the septic in, and they find out they can't put it in there, or it's not in the, you know what I mean? And it's like, and you paid money out of your pocket to get it started, to get the building going, and all the earnest money to the home manufacturer, put down money there, and then you've had clauses too, the same thing, contingent on financing, contingent on building permit, contingent on your health and employment too. If something falls through, you can back out of the deal and get your earnest money back. That's the whole point of writing a contingency in a real estate contract, is that you're protecting yourself in case something goes wrong. You get your earnest money back. The nickel, you must be from Southern California, because they used to have the little nickel. That's what it was called, and that was all I don't know, maybe you live somewhere else. But we had the nickel, and it was good for finding, it was like Craigslist. Yeah. So I've been on here like 3 hours, but if I had to do it all over again, I would know the pitfalls, I would know, I should have done that. I could have done that. You know what I mean? When I was first planning it all out, at the end, it was, why didn't I think of that? It's like the house, it's still there. And they put the side of the house that has all the utilities on it. And I wrote this on the site plan, on the building plan, because I thought it would be cheaper to run the power line and run the water line and the sewer line, to run it closer to where the street was and the septic system. I didn't want the house to be on a position on that lot that would have made it more expensive to hook the house up. And if I had done it like a normal house looks from the street, if you're driving down the street, you see the front of the house with the front door in the center of the house. And there's a domer. Usually it's like another part. It looks like a part of the roof that sticks out over where the front door is. We didn't have that put on. I was trying to save money. And I had that utility side of the house. I had that put on the street side. So if you're driving down the road and you look at that house from the street, you will see the back of the house. The house was designed for that part of the house to be the back, facing the backyard, which I designed it so that the utility side of the house was facing the front of the street. So the front door was really where the back door was, and then the driveway. And when everything was done, right, the salesman, he told me, "Oh, you know what? By the way, you could have put the house in the other way and we would have never charged any more. It would have been the same price." He told me that, and I'm like, I'm like, help me out here. I want to save money. This is like, I don't make that much. I'm just barely affording this. Can we not do anything that would cost extra? Can we try to cut corners and make it legal and nice but as cheap as possible? I don't want extras, and that. And so I thought, just put the utilities on the street side. Just put the utilities right next to where all the septic and the hookup and the hookup to the septic, the hookup to the electrical power line, the hookup to the freshwater line would be right there, right on the end of the driveway. Because otherwise, the house would have had like another 100 feet. Another 75 feet for water. Another like for the sewer line, it would have been like another 30 feet. For the electrical power, it would have been another like 70 feet, to hook up to where it connected to the house. And then I was like, for the power box and all that. And I was like, when I was thinking of the building site plan, I thought just put the house in and make it easy, make it right, hook up everything right there, close to where the house, anyhow. And it looks, you're looking at the house and it's like, okay, you live in Tacoma. Yeah, that's good. So you look at the house, it's the back of the house facing the street. And when we had the house put in, all the lots on either side of us, they hadn't built a house there yet. They were like campgrounds. And this was in like Big Bend. So that's the name of the housing development there. We had the house built. Big Bend. It's like you get to Highway 2 in Monroe, and then you go east, you go past Sultan, and then you go up past Startup, and then Gold Bar. You drive through Gold Bar, and then you go up towards Pickle Farm Road, and right before you get to the train trestle, you go over the Skycomish River first. There's a bridge there on Highway 2, right when you go over the Skycomish River, and then there's a train trestle, and there's Proctor Creek. And there's a little restaurant. I think it's called Zeke's. They might have changed the name, but it used to be called Zeke's. It's a burger place. And then then the road turns and makes a sharp left and U-turns. You drive all the way down the road and you go under the trestle, and there's like Big Bend. It's the bend in the Skycomish River. And right on the north end is the Reeder Ponds, steelhead fish hatchery. Beautiful place, right? We were so like, just really loved how it looked there. The views of the mountains, and then the river coming down, and the sound of the river. And here I was working in Redmond, and it was like a little house in like Bellevue, Redmond area was like $400,000. And like I could have this done for like less than $100,000. For less than $100,000, I had a brand new, built, beautiful 3-bedroom, 2-bath, double wide on a third of an acre, like right across the street from Skycomish River, from a beautiful, beautiful area with surrounded by mountains and trees, and for like under $100,000. But yeah, you got to do all of the planning yourself. You're the one that, so I was like, Sherry and I, or my wife, we were doing like, we were like doing the building permit part of it, right? And then then they said it's a flood zone. So if you're in a flood zone, then you got to pay for flood insurance, which was FEMA. And we looked at where our lot was, and we looked at where the river was, and we looked where the creek was, and it was like gray area. We thought, this is not going to flood here. There's no 100-year flood that's happened where we're going to put this house. It's high enough above. We're high enough above where the river is that we'll never have any issues. Historically, there didn't seem to be any evidence that there was a big flood there at any time. So we did research and found out we were in like the zone 2, or like we were like in the marginal zone for flooding. It had to be a certain elevation above sea level there. So I hired a surveyor to show we're going to have the building site. There's enough of a building site, and it's above the 100-year flood mark. So we didn't have to get that. We didn't have to get flood insurance. So just as a precaution, I spent extra money that I didn't want to spend, and I had two extra cinder blocks put on the foundation pillars. So two high of extra cinder blocks. And that gave like, my house had like a crawl space where you could like be on all fours and be like your head, and be squatting and be like under the house. It'd be high enough above. If there ever was a flood, the water, it would be okay. It would be like all the floor of the house would be way high enough above. Even the ground level we were okayed to build on it. I didn't have to have that done, but I had those extra two extra high cinder blocks put down for safety, just in case, So, and that was like a year later, or like there was a big flood, and we had the Pineapple Express, and the river got really high, and I remember going to work in the morning, and the river was just like boiling, roiling, like really like violent rolling and tumbling. And the water was just like crashing down Proctor Creek, and it was like merging with the Skycomish, and it was like a huge, massive waves of water, torrents of water rushing down the river. And I could hear boulders bumping, boom, 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 bumping under the ground. I was at the first park when you drive in there, where the river is, right on the riverfront. And I heard boulders. I heard and felt boulders bumping around under the water while I was standing on the shore. And I'll never forget that. It was just like, oh my God. And I looked at where my house was, and I was like, oh shoot, and then the road got water over the road there. And I did get some water in my front yard, I remember. Yeah. But that house, those other houses around that house that I was part of, that I had paid to build there, those other houses will be water damaged in a flood. The house I built won't. It'll be above dry. It'll be above a dry level of the water level. If the water ever gets high in there, they'll have to pay all for reframing or whatever, drywalling and cleaning up and all that in their garages or on their first floor. And that house that I have built in there will be high and dry. So, and I paid extra money for that, and it didn't really, it was like, it was dumb, because there was other things that were like, that I just could have paid just a little bit more and had it done that way in the beginning. I could have just ponied up a little more money and had it done better. Like, for instance, it's in a relatively rural area, so wood stoves and fires and air quality issues, not really a big problem at the time in that area. And the lot that I had the house built on had all these trees on it, right? It had alder trees, it had cottonwoods, which you really can't do anything with those, and it had western hemlock trees and Douglas fir trees, and there was a cedar tree too on that lot. And I talked with the septic engineer, the guy I hired to design our septic system, and he told me you don't have to cut these trees down. You can keep these trees in your yard; they'll be fine. But you can make the drain field in between these trees. Wow, that's neat, So and there weren't any boulders too, because the lots for sale up the road on the side of the river were not the river side, but the other side of the street. Those lots, the one I was looking at that I liked, had boulders, had really big boulders in the ground. And I'm thinking, are they going to excavate that? How are they going to excavate that out? And when they're going to put the septic in there, and they're going to run into these huge boulders underground. And I kept thinking of that other lot, because they were starting to develop that before the lot that we purchased there, that down the road. And the guy said, no, you just leave the trees in there, right? And I thought, well, if there's no boulders, then that'll work. If there's boulders, then they're going to have to make the lines for the leach field run in a different place in the yard. And then you have reserve area, which is like if something breaks or something goes wrong in the future, you got to add to the drain field, and you got to have that area set aside. You can't build any garage or park or have the driveway there or anything there built there. So it's a reserve area for your septic system. And it's not a big, it's like not even a third of an acre, right? Or a little bit more than a third of an acre. In the community had really good wells. So there was no like, oh, you're going to have water. The water was perfect there, right? We moved in, and it's had a history of really good water quality there. And the septic system was everything finished out, right? Fine, just like they planned, and they put it in. They put the tank in there, and they graded the driveway, and they put a heavy base down there, rock, and then they put gravel, which the site prep. David Edwards, he did all the site prep work from Marysville. He said, oh, I had to spend extra money. It cost me more, blah, blah, blah. It cost me more for that. I had to grade extra. I had to put extra base down for the gravel because it was sand or whatever it was. And I said, okay. What else do you think I need here? Because I asked him, what do you think I should get? That maybe will help with the pay for some of the extra costs that you put in place. I'll actually add something there. So he put a culvert in, a 12-inch plastic culvert under the driveway there. So if any water did come through there, it would move. It wouldn't pool up. It would actually move around under the drive and wouldn't erode the driveway there. So yeah, it was a beautiful lot. And a wood stove, that was something like I should have ponied up the extra cash and gotten a wood stove and had a wood stove built into that house. It would have been like so much more nicer. And the other thing that was an issue there was wind, right? It'd rain, and the wind and the rain would blow sideways against the house. So like you get the door, right? In the frame of the door, the water would come through where the frame of the door was and get in the wall, and it would the water was starting to do damage in the front hall, in the front where the door was buckling, and the other door had water coming in. So I needed they needed to have weather doors, other doors on the outside to protect against the rain. Um, that that was so neat. You know, my wife and I, we had our lease was up at the end of the month, but the house wasn't going to be closed. We weren't going to escrow to close on the house until like the next day. So we moved out of our apartment in Redmond and moved everything into the new house. It was brand new. They just finished putting the carpet in there and the flooring, and it was just pristine. And we slept on the floor. And then the next day we went into Snohomish and we closed escrow on the house. So I spent a free night there, right? I didn't pay to. That was kind of, yeah. And then the day we moved out, and when I sold that house, and it cleared escrow, and I got the money was transferred into my account from the sale of the house after the got most of it. We spent the night there too. So we spent 2 nights in the house, and we didn't own it. We didn't pay any rent there. So we had because we should have been out. I mean, that's pretty bad. When you sell your house and you close and you get the money and you're still living there, that's pretty bad. But it was just one night, and they weren't like they're ready to move in like the next day. We had and we were there in the morning. We just finished packing and got out in the morning. So my wife, she was like just so tired. I ended up having to do a lot of the work. It was hard. I had to move a lot of stuff, get a lot of stuff when you're like live somewhere for like 10 years, you know, or travel and then move from one place to another place. You accumulate things. So we had a lot of stuff. My brother Ed helped me a lot. I appreciate that. And if I had to do it all over again, I wouldn't be such a cheapskate too. We ended up having to pay the people that bought the house. We left. So somebody we knew, they got new carpeting in their house. So they were going to throw away all this carpet. So some of it was like it wasn't carpet that was trafficked on. It was just carpet that either had furniture on or the bed on. So they were good pieces. They were clean, relatively new pieces of carpeting remnants that we cut up and we put underneath the house. So when you open the door, the hatch to go underneath the house, you're crawling on top of carpeting. And it's almost a 4 foot, 4 foot high from the top of where the bottom of where the house was to the ground was almost 4 feet. So you could crawl around. We put carpeting down there for storing things. So we go under, store some Christmas stuff or clothes or whatever, packages or something we'd store under the house. We could just crawl underneath and it would be on nice carpet when you're crawling around under there. So we tried to use, and then when we left that carpet there, and we got a letter and they said, oh, you didn't get rid of all your trash. You left, the house was dirty. There was old carpet underneath the house and we had to pay to get rid of that. You owe us such and such amount, like $200 or $300 for time and trouble to get rid of stuff that wasn't there, that they didn't, that they were mad because we left that there then. But dang, like that was the year 2004 when we sold that place. And then the lady that bought it, 2 years later, 2006, she sold that place for like 30 or 40, I think like $40,000 or $55,000 more. She got $55,000 more when she sold the house than what she paid for it from 2004 to 2006. So So if I just would have been able to stay there another 2 years, I could have sold the house and I could have got a lot more money for it. Because when I listed it first in 1999, I first listed it. We wanted 134,950 for it. We asked that much, and then we advertised it for that. And then like 6 months went by, and we're not getting any offers. No one's interested, so we lowered it. And then we relisted it. It was like we lowered it 132, and then we relisted it again. And then we took it off the market for like 6 months, and then we relisted it. And then at first we got an offer like for 122.5, like the first after right when we first listed it, because we listed it for 134.95, and then they offered us 122.95 for it, and we didn't take it. No, we want more than that, right? So then we kept it on the market, and didn't know no one gave us any offers. We kept lowering the price, and then we got another realtor. They listed it, and then it stayed on the market, no interest, and so we took it off the market, and then relisted it again for 120, and then we got an offer 119.5 for it. So we took it and sold it at that in 2004. So, but it took a long time to sell that house, By that I mean no one would give us what we wanted for it. That was the thing. We wanted, like, we were always trying to get more, and I will recap. Yeah, the garden and the solar and the rainwater. The rainwater, the gutter screens, the plastic rainwater gutter screens that have saved me hours of time, right? Of cleaning rain gutters out, right? Those have worked pretty good. I would never get the ones, the plastic ones that are the dark color. They curled up in the sunshine. They got hot on the roof and they curled. The white ones, they held up better, but the plastic screen that's glued, laminated on top of the more coarse felt screen underneath, the plastic rain gutter filters, they peeled off. The squirrels get into them. And they fell. They were like falling off, they were like sliding off the lip of the edge of the metal rain gutter. So what I ended up doing is I ended up taking Gorilla Glue and I glued them all down right onto the rain gutter. So if I ever have to take them off, I'll have to get up there with a heat gun and pull them off. But they've actually worked really good. Filtering for all those pine needles and all that would be up there cleaning those rain gutters out, and they would get all clogged up, and the water wouldn't flow right through the down pipes. It would get all backed up on where the hose connects to the bottom. And that worked out pretty good. I'm pretty proud of myself that the rain gutter filters worked. And the Rubbermaid watering trough. So I went to Tractor Supply and I bought the 300-gallon. It's for watering horses. It's a big plastic open trough, semi-round trough, 3 feet by 6. I think it's 5 feet around, or 4.5 feet by 3 feet deep, 3.5 feet deep. That I had a pond that was in the backyard, and it was with pond liner. And what they did is they dug a big hole right on the edge of the porch, right? It's supposed to be like that for, Schwenze or whatever, Schwenze or Schwing, whatever for ambiance, right? You have your pond and you have your deck right there next to the pond. Which is bad because if you get up on the roof right there, you can't put your ladder in the pond and get up there. So what they did is they dug the hole right next to the edge of the porch, and they put carpeting down, and then they put the pond liner down and they had a light where electrical was hooked up, and it was like leaking, and I tried to patch it, and it kept leaking, and I kept filling it with water, and I couldn't find where the leak was at. And it was just like, it was hard to get the pond plants in and out of there. It was hard to manage fish in there. It was hard to keep it clean. So getting a pre-made plastic tub replacing the liner with just digging the hole a little bit deeper around, and then putting the ground level, the lip of the tank of the top of the tub was at the ground, a little over ground level, and replacing the pond liner with that has worked out really good, with the exception of blue herons and raccoons and trying to get to the fish. I didn't know that at the time. I had pond lilies in there, and they were really beautiful purple pond lilies, and the critters just ate them. I mean, and I didn't do the pond lilies correct either. I should have researched how to put them in a plant, how to plant them correctly at the bottom of the pond, so that no animals could get to them and bother them. And the pond lilies died, and I lost those. But then I replaced the liner. I tore that out, and I dug the hole deeper, and I bought a watering tub for horses and put that in place. And it's been really good. And the way I protect the fish is that I have a piece of glass that goes on a dining room table. It's a piece of glass for a table. And all I did was I put cinder blocks on the bottom of the pond, and then I put the piece of glass on top of those so the fish can get away from predators. I had a blue heron out there, a huge blue heron. It ate like 3 of my fish, and they were like, I bought those fish in 2009 or 2010. And they've grown really big, and I keep them with the aerator on there. I keep a bubbler, air bubbler, and the fish are still in there. I have 5 of them left. I used to have 8 of them. I bought 10, and then 2 died, and then I had 8. And then 3 got eaten by the blue heron, so I had 5. Now I still have 5 out there, as far as I know. They hibernate in the winter. They just stay down there. They don't move around so much. I'm not feeding them. It's like I don't have anybody else in the community around me where I live that's interested in solar power, rainwater capture, organic gardening, vegetable gardening, that is actively involved with me, or be like they're doing the same thing. We're sharing information and helping each other out. There's no one around me that's doing that. So it's kind of disheartening, I mean, when I started out, I was like, it was after Katrina, and the gas prices were going up, and everybody was thinking about going off grid. It was like really popular. Oh, we can go off grid. We can like get our own water, brew our own food, make our own electricity, be like separate from the chaos of the world that's falling apart, because the stock market's going to crash, and there's going to be no more oil. The food's going to get really expensive, and we can be like the pioneers, but we'll use modern things and make our land, like we can live off our land and be modern in that. And so, and like we can address our own carbon footprint by reducing our use of fossil fuels, and grow our own food and make our own electricity, instead of getting our electricity from a coal plant or a nuclear plant or a gas-fired plant, or some horrible way to make power that's polluting or dangerous, or that you don't like. I don't like that nuclear power as waste, right? I always think, nuclear, it's so clean, all that, right? But then you think, what do they do with the waste? They're still going to have nuclear waste, right? until they can say we take the waste and we completely recycle that and reuse it back into the system until it's completely until it's, and then if they can't do that, if they can't reuse it somehow and repurpose that uranium or spent fuel, then they need to put it somewhere where it will be like not nauseous in any way. It won't be in any way affect the water table or get into the air or be a hazard or be misused, stolen, or that can be vaulted safely for an extended period of time, done inexpensively and safely. But where is that in the nuclear industry? Is the nuclear industry touting that? No, all they're saying is it's less carbon footprint. Less carbon footprint. No, but it's safety too. It's like waste and safety. Well, nuclear waste is still going to be there. Look at history, right? Those who do not remember history are doomed to repeat the past. Whoever said that, Claudius or one of the Romans or philosopher somewhere said that. And solar makes sense. It makes sense. Now you gotta do it. You gotta do it legal. You gotta get permits. I would say if you're like somebody that's a lone wolf and you don't have kids and you're out off grid and you could do it yourself and you can safely set up a system yourself. But you're gonna cut corners because you don't have to really. There's no building codes, right? So you're just gonna do it without building codes, and you're gonna cut corners. And okay, okay. Bravo 74 says we have a van that is our bug out vehicle set up for solar with lithium and have 12-volt appliances. It's been a fun project so far. We're into permaculture and used to work on farms and homesteads. Okay. Do you do any woofing? You ever heard of woofing? It sounds like you're a woofer. Woofers are like they go and they go from farm to farm and they learn about how to do farming by like volunteering, and then they get room and board there for like cheap or not at all if they're working on the farm, but they help out and they learn. Yeah, my brother-in-law, sister, they have a place and they have goats and they have woofing there. Different people come from all over the world and help work their farm with them. Help them do like build the barns and teach them how to take care of the goats, how to manage a greenhouse, how to do like vegetable gardening. And these are like young people and they work really hard. They're like go. They they want to do that and they're learning about how to do that. So it's great. It's great for them. I don't see how anyone cannot use lithium. I don't see how anyone would want lead acid batteries, with the new lithium systems they have. And then you don't have all the other stuff you got to hook together. You just have everything in one box. Is that what you have? You have the one box and it has a controller. It has the inverter. It has all the regulators, the fuses, and the outlets and inlets on the box. Is that the lithium battery you have, or do you have the lithium that only has the battery management on it? Because a lithium battery has the electrical for the voltage management usually built into the batteries. If they're like the Battleground, or what are they called? The Battle. There's something, the name of the brand name. It's one of the first for like off-grid batteries. Not Tesla. I mean, what's funny is that people give other people too much credit for an idea, and they don't deserve that credit for that idea. They give recognition and they're held in high regard that the public thinks they're the person that came up with these ideas. And they give too much credit to that one guy to do all these things when really it was being done for a long time before that guy. Yeah, Battleborn. Okay. Yeah, battery management system. Yeah. But look what I got. I got like wires that go from the solar panels. They go to a they go to a cutoff switch, right? A breaker. And then I got an amp meter that goes to the charge controller. And then in the charge controller, I have that wired that goes to the battery. And then I have wire that goes from the battery to the inverter. And then I have a wire that goes from the voltmeter to the battery. And then I have another voltmeter that goes from the high voltage panels to my a breaker, a switch that for that. And then I have that goes to a morning or a blue sky charge regulator. That's MPPT, which is take high voltage and convert it to a lower voltage to charge a lower voltage battery bank. Not 12 volt. A plain 12 volt system is what I started with. It just has 12 volt. 18, 19 volt panels, and the voltage is higher, and then it comes down and it feeds through to the batteries. And then there's the pulse width modulator. All it does is it says, oh, battery's full so many volts, shut it off. Oh, batteries drop down so many volts, turn it on. Oh, battery gets too high volt, the battery goes up this volt, turn it off. And it just goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And it allows a power feed to the batteries, and it regulates to turn it off or on. Now the MPPT, that takes a 28 volt, 27, 28 volt panel, and it drops the voltage down to 14 volts to feed the battery bank. That's the multi-power point tracking. And that's the advantage of that. The advantage is that the higher voltage, the further your panels are away from your inverter, the more voltage you're losing and more power you're losing. So the box has everything all included in it. That's all close together. Its circuits all are close. There's no long lengths of wire between an inverter and a battery, between a charge controller and the battery. It's all close, all built in. So it's beautiful. It's like it's eliminating all that hassle of having to hook everything up separately. That's the way I did it. I'm like looking at my system and I look at the new stuff and I go, I feel like, I'm a caveman, so the new ones, yeah, it has everything built in. There's no bullshit, no running wires. So yeah, it's all like, yeah. The thing is I would like to know is like, what's the best one to buy? What's the best one for the mini, how many cycles can I get off those batteries? Is it really good power management? Can I drain them? Can I use those batteries? And are they compatible with the panels I already have? Can I plug it in and charge it from ground power so that it's on a standby charge? So what that is you don't even need solar panels with one of those, right? If you want emergency power and you live in an apartment, you just have that in your closet and keep it plugged in all the time. There's no worrying about gases that are coming out of it. You don't need to vent gas, hydrogen gas, sulfide, hydrogen or sulfur fumes. It's that lithium ion battery is just going to sit there in your closet and be completely safe and be on charge standby all the time. You just keep it plugged in, minimal amount of charge just to keep it topped off. And then when the power goes out and there's an emergency, you bring that thing out and you plug all your TV set, you plug your video player, you plug in your lights, and you run everything from that on an emergency. You don't need all that other, like what I got, all right? You don't even need solar panels. So for emergency system. And it's quiet. It doesn't smell. It doesn't stink. It doesn't make, you know what I'm saying? You have a gas generator. It's making noise. You got to fill it with gas. It smells. It's bum, 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 somebody, your neighbors will hear it. Okay. Yeah, there you go. You'd never get that on lead acid batteries. Heck no. But does it pay for itself? Can you make it like, if you really are off grid and you're going to use it, and it's going to be like, you're going to make it pay for itself. It's just not some like, oh, you're going to need it in an emergency thing. Yeah, low discharge, but it's temperature dependent too on the curvature, right? For like, if you're drawing a lot of power and it's really cold, then your batteries are going to be lower. They're not going to charge up very fast. The charging will take longer on the lower temperature end. Now, if it's high temperature and it's hot, then your batteries will charge quickly. But your fans go on. There's more resistance on the load, so you're losing. But there's a certain temperature range that's optimum for any battery charging and discharging a battery. And I don't know about that. I'm so used to, I've only used lead acid, so I don't know about how lithium handles when it's really, really cold and when it's hot too. Yeah, 5,000 cycles. Yeah, that's pretty good. And that's a cycle is complete discharge down all the way, all right? So you can do that safely. With you're toast if you discharge your lead acid battery down past like 50 or 60%. It kills it. It ruins it. Yeah, lithium's the way to go. If I was new and starting out, yeah, lithium. No way go back to lead acid unless it's like your uncle owns a lead acid battery factory, and gives you the batteries you can get for real cheap. Yeah. It takes longer to yeah, in subtemps, yeah. Battery management system won't allow charge if below yeah, okay. So it's like that's like thinking about rainwater capture in a place where it freezes. Using a rainwater harvesting in a place where it freezes. So you got like a rainwater tank, and then you got pipes that are coming off of your roof, and the rainwater goes into those, and then it freezes, and then more water goes in and it freezes, and more water goes in and it freezes. And you got a big pipe that's just full of ice, and the water, any other melt water from snow, is just spilling off the side because it's all blocked up because it's frozen solid. That's the problem I've had with my rainwater system. And the other thing is that you'd get debris off of your roof in the rainwater system, and I don't have a first flush. I never did build a first flush system. And if you're going to do what I do, and you live in a tropical area where it never freezes, have it a really good first flush. You could even take like a rain barrel and have your first spill from your first rain go and fill the rain barrel first, and then have overflow on your rain barrel and make that go into your tank for where your fresh potable water is going to be taken from. Yeah, 80%. Yeah, okay. But there's no worries about, I'm discharging my battery too far. I can't discharge it. Ooh, I can't discharge it too far. It'll ruin the battery. You're not worried about that all the time, because the system I have, I'm like, I'd see it down like, I get down to like 11.5 volts, right? And the alarm would go on the inverter for under voltage. And then the batteries, the next time I use them, there's I notice a little bit less power, even full sun, it's still going off because the batteries they're not capable of pushing the power through the inverter. And when you're drawing a heavy load off inverter from your battery, you better have really good connections, right? This is the other thing that I didn't really do really well, was connecting my battery to battery. There wasn't throughput, those copper bars. If I had to do it all over again and I was going to do the same thing, I wouldn't use a round copper bar. I would use a flat a copper, like a quarter inch by 1 inch long, like 6 foot flat 101 alloy copper, and I would use I would get small C clamps, and on each battery post, on the negative side and on the positive side, I would take that C clamp, that little mini C clamp, and I would clamp the copper bar, the flat copper bar, flat to flat on the battery post. So the flat side of the battery post would crimp right against the made up and really firmly made up to the surface of the copper bus bar, that flat copper bus bar, not around cylindrical bus bar through the battery terminals. But I would use each battery post would have a C clamp, C clamp, C clamp, C clamp, C clamp, and I take the bus bar and I do that. But now with the lithium ions, it's yeah, you can get I would just wire them together. I would just do it like they say to do it. I wouldn't try anything fancy, because I was like thinking, why don't I use a copper rod? Why do I need to put a wire and then a bolt and a nut, and a wire and a bolt and a nut, and a wire and a bolt and a nut, and a wire and a bolt and a nut? I thought, this is kind of like, why not just have one long connector between each battery, right? Have the same piece of material. Yeah, it's hard to discharge because the recharge is so fast. Really, wow, okay. Yeah, that's great. See the lead acid won't do that. You know, I'm running a system, and then all of a sudden it's under voltage alarm goes off, and the inverter shuts off because the batteries went to 11.5 volts. Yeah, but I'm just saying I have the round bar that I have threaded through each terminal had a hole through the lead terminal that's made for a bolt and a lock washer and a nut and a nut to go through there, a nut, lock washer and a bolt to hold a cable with a terminal lug, and then another cable with a terminal lug, and another terminal lug, another cable with terminal lugs from battery to battery to battery. I looked at that and I saw people doing that, and I go, it seems like there should be just an easier way to make it so it's easier, and yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It worked. And then now it's like, if it's loose at all, there's a little gap in there because it's corroding, I need to go through there and wire brush everything and reconnect everything together, because there's gaps, and some of the batteries aren't holding any charge at all. The other ones have charge, and one of them's like blowing up like it got overcharged and it's lost its seal. So I got to go through and fix those. But I'm thinking just taking everything apart and putting it away, taking it all down, and getting like one of those, taking all those batteries apart and putting those away, and just using the solar right to what you got, directly to the lithium ion battery, to the it's a box, right? And it has everything all built in. That's what I want to do. Yeah, I want to get rid of what I have and do that. So I'm not going to go out and buy new AGM batteries. If I did, I'd do it with a flat bar. I'd flat, and I'd have the little C clamp, and I do each terminal with a C clamp to the bar. Then I drill the bar, and I'd have a heavy wire or heavy cable, battery jumper cables, right? That cable go to the inverter from the batteries, which, like, a little bit, if the connection between the battery and the inverter is even a little bit like loose, or there's gaps, or there's no full contact to contact connection, the power will drop. The inverter will go under voltage and the power will drop. So I had to make sure everything was like really tight between the battery and the inverter. I had that problem. I had to keep going and adjusting it and reconnecting it harder to make sure the power was flowing evenly through to the inverter, because the inverter just sucks the power right out of those batteries. But the panels, like those Siemens panels I have, they're still good. They're still producing electricity. And they were built like in 97, 98. I'm still getting power from them. The Careceras are still good. All my panels are, the ones that I bought used on eBay. Somebody sold me like those 75 watt Caracera panels. Or no, they were 120 watt. They're refurbished. So somebody had a solar field, and then they replaced the panels and they sold those on eBay, and I got them. And they're all still pretty good. I just need to. It looks terrible. My backyard, if you're looking at where I have all my solar panels, I look like a hippie. I look like a hippie from the 90s. Because if somebody was from if that's the way it was back in 2000 or even the late 90s, and I had the system set up the way it was, it would be impressive. But now it's like it looks dumb because it's not, Now people have it all the solar is done. I see solar in my neighborhood and on people's roofs, and it's like all really professionally done. You don't see any wires or any boxes or anything. It's all clean on the roof. Oh, so you go direct from 12 volt to 12 volt. Wow. All right. That's good. Yeah. And you don't have losses. Yeah. So, yeah. But the thing that kills efficiency is heat. That's what I learned, that if the hotter it got, the more the power didn't work as well. It was like it was like it used more energy when it was hotter. Yeah, do it yourself. Yeah. And then taking your time and planning it out and getting help, seeking professionals to help you with it. If you have a problem, I wouldn't, as soon as you you're 12 volts. So that's like, you're not having a building inspector that's going to come by and look at your stuff and say, yeah, you can't do that. Or it's all your own, within your own vehicle or your own living space. And that's good. Yeah, that you're learning. Yeah, that's what I did. I learned a lot about electricity. Gosh, I can't argue against that. Hands down. That was things about connecting wires together and making it what happens to the power and how much it amazed me how much electricity it takes, right? And what it takes to make electricity. And I have Richard Wolfson he put out a course, teaching company course on electricity, right? And he has somebody there, a student, right, go up and do a demonstration, and they have a hand crank generator, and then he has a bank of like 40, 50, 60, 75 watt light bulbs, and then somebody turns the crank, right? And they turn this light on, and then the crank gets harder to turn, and they turn the other light on, and it gets really hard to turn. And then they have a motor with something moving on the other side, and then they turn the crank, and it turns that motor at the same speed, right? And it uses the electrical trick, and he demonstrates how much electrical force it takes. That's physical. You feel the physical force. So it's a demonstration of how much electricity is like, it's crazy amount of power. It just takes like one person, right? In a house with lights and appliances and in a TV and a water heater, especially. That's your, and the water heater, and your oven if it's electric, your dryer, your oven, your dryer, your water heater, your electric furnace. It takes a crazy amount of power. I mean, if you had to physically produce that power, if you had to have people turning generators physically, you'd have like, it was like 100 people all turning these big cranks like generators just for one person's house all the time, right? So it was like, it amazed me how much it took, like solar electric. It took so much of this electricity just to do, like, run a microwave, run the washing machine, run a vacuum cleaner. And it was exciting. It was like, wow, the sun. Here I was using the sun to run these things in my house. And I was like, it was exciting to do. It was like, wow, it should be the norm that every house is capturing every bit of solar energy, and every roof is capturing all the water. It should be just standard building practice for every house that's ever built to have these in place. Rainwater capture and solar electric, those two things. Every house built should just have that as a part of the standard building, like the way we have anything else on a house, like, and built it into a housing development, even, well, on a housing development, yeah, maybe they could have like a community area of land, that shared land with the homeowners association, and they have all the solar racked on that part of the property, ground mounted solar, in a neighborhood collective, and the neighborhood shares the power off the solar the same way that whole village or that small neighborhood, they would share the well for their drinking water. They would do the same thing for electrical power, but it wouldn't be like solar, like way far away, way out in a very remote area, have all these solar panels, and then have the power have to go all the distance on the power lines to get to the end user. And that was my whole thinking about solar. I thought solar's really good for locally generated power. It's safe, it's clean, and it's non-invasive. It doesn't make noise. It's like it just sits there, and it could be like right where you live. You could generate all your electricity nearby to where your house is. But no, you know what they do? They make these huge solar farms way out in these remote places, and then they have power lines bring the power, which utility scale, that's just the utility scale. That's another people in a boardroom penciling out how much everything's going to cost, in return on investment in that. They're not thinking about efficiency, right? But my whole thing was, I was excited about, wow, making power locally available, making your power production close by where you live, and then having it right there, right on your own property or nearby, and then sharing it like you would share a well. Well, if everything goes haywire, then you have some kind of, like, at least you're not panicking, right? At least you don't have to frickin' panic and go and lose your sanity because, oh, I've got like a month's worth of canned food. I've got like, I can make my own bread. I have a bread maker. I have enough power to run my lights, fans, my TV, and I have ample storage of like carrots and onions and potatoes because I made like a root cellar. I have like a small pond with fish. I have a greenhouse. I have, yeah, you're prepared. Yeah. And everybody else is like in your areas, like they all work with you and they're doing the same you're doing, and they're behind you and they come and see you. You see them, you meet at the Grange, you talk to other people that have that same interest, that are trying to do the same thing. That's great. Oh, I'm happy for you. Your grandfather and your great and your all your relatives and cousins and everyone lives close by, and you're all like on the same page, and you have a big farm, and yeah, it's great. Yeah, you have your pond and your livestock and your chicken house, and go at it. You're prepared. But the average Joe, the wage slave that has to, he lives in his apartment, he's got to think other ways. Like, yeah, he can't be like a prepper. Like, he got to have like bottled water and it's stored up in a closet, and he's got to have his like, if it's a rough part of town, you got to have protect yourself with firearms, because if everybody's hungry, they're going to be breaking into place to place looking for canned goods. And I don't think we're not no, there's very few people that are really preppers, right? I mean, people that are, yeah, they have the kit where they buy the freeze dried food, and they have enough that'll last like for 20 years or whatever. I really want to do dry canning. Now, dry canning, there's a video, I think it's in one of my playlists, and it's all about dry canning. And there are certain kinds of foods that are dry foods that you can put in a ball jar, and they'll last for like 20, 25 years and be like as fresh as the day you put it in there. If you can dry can it right. You like get the ball jars and you have them and you sterilize them in your dishwasher, you get them on a hot sterile cycle. And then once they're in place, then you preheat your oven to a certain temperature. I don't know what it is. 375. And you put the ball jars and you fill your grains or your pasta or your white rice or your peanuts, sunflower seeds, or your whatever you can store, dry foods, right? Popcorn. You can store those in those jars and you put them in the oven, right? And then they get to a certain heat and it kills any parasites in there, any moths or worms or bugs. And then you take them out and you put the lid on, and the lid will vacuum seal when it cools off. But there's another thing. You got to put deoxygenators in each one. A little package of it, little iron filings or something goes in there. It's a dehydrate. It keeps the oxygen and moisture from being in there, building up it all in there if there's any in there. But when you heat the grains in the jars in your oven, it gets hot enough to dry it and also kill any worms or any kind of eggs in there that may hatch. And then when you put the ball jar, the seal, the jar will cool down and the seal will suck down and it'll be a vacuum seal in the jar. And you put that rice, those beans, that pasta, you could have that in your pantry for years and years and years and years and years, and it could just sit there and be perfectly fine. And then if emergency happens, you have all that food. You don't have to like worry about like the cans are going to go bad, and you're going to have to make sure you write the date on them and all that, cycle them in your pantry. Whereas liquid can stuff, yeah, you got to do that. But I'd say like right now, this is not financial advice. I'm just going to tell you what I would do. I do, right? So you go to these grocery stores. Just don't go to one grocery store. So what you do is you go to try to go to the big box grocery stores and spend like a whole day and go from store to store to store. It's called smurfing. And what you do is you go from store to store to store and you just buy Adam's peanut butter, right? So go to this store, get as much Adam's peanut butter from this store. Go to the next store, get Adam's peanut butter. Go to the next store, get Adam's peanut butter. And get as many jars of Adam's peanut butter as you can possibly get. And then you might spend like $500 or maybe $1,000 on peanut butter. So you got all that and you store it away, put it somewhere where it's like not in plain view, that it's the temperature is stable, and it'll last for years and years and years and years. Always have peanut butter. And even if the price goes up, see, this is the thing. This is where I'm saying I don't give out financial advice, but I'm just saying that if you hoard peanut butter and you bank your cash into the peanut butter, then when the cash, it takes more cash, more and more and more and more cash to buy that same amount of peanut butter in the future, you already have it. That peanut butter is like money in the bank. It's better than money in the bank because the money in the bank loses its purchasing power. The peanut butter is still good in your stored away that you'll be able to eat for the next 5 years. You'll have 5 years of peanut butter. So, and think that only think that with like popcorn, think of that with like laundry soap, think of that with like liquid detergent, think of that with like motor oil, or think of that with like anything that you use up regularly that won't spoil, that you can store for a long period of time. That's your hedge against inflation. And dry canning is like that's what I'm saying. If you bought like, go to one of these like outlets for like restaurant supply where they sell rice, where you can get the big sacks of it, burlap sacks full of rice. Just get one of those and spend $150 on a big huge bag of rice that's fresh, right? That was just harvested, and get like 20 or 30 cases of ball jars, BALL jars, and then just dry can rice. Just spend the whole week dry canning rice. And then you'll have that rice dry canned. It won't get eaten by bugs. It won't spoil. It will retain its flavor. It will be preserved in the jar, in a sealed jar that's vacuum sealed for like 20, 30 years. And if there ever is if there's shit hits the fan and you're stuck at home and you don't want to leave and it's dangerous or whatever, and you don't need to go out and leave your house, you could have all the food there preserved. You could have enough for a few years in your house or whatever, however long. And on top of that is the added bonus is inflation. Because they keep printing more money. They run that printer, right? And they print money. And it makes like, then next time you go to the store, you know what they do is they sell you the same thing, right? In the same package, but it's a little bit smaller. Instead of being like 18 ounces, it's 16 ounces. Instead of being 32 ounces, it's 30 ounces. The box looks the same, but it's just a little bit smaller. You hardly notice it. But they can't keep doing that forever. People are going to get wise up, and when they keep raising the prices, if you have it all stored away like laundry soap, but you don't want to raise any suspicions. If you go into the supermarket and you just completely take all those items off the shelf of that one item, people are going to like, you might call some attention to yourself. That's why I'm saying you go to store to store, just like go on to Adam's peanut butter, get the big jar Adam's peanut butter, right? And go to the store, buy 3 of them there, right? And go to the next store, if it's a big box, buy 4, and go to the next store and spend the whole day, go from different stores and just buy Adam's peanut butter. And then 5 years from now, that Adam's peanut butter, that'll be like $15. Now it's $7, but in 5 years, it'll be $15 or it'll be $16, that same jar, because of inflation. But you know what? Guess what? You have that, like, you don't have to pay that much. But the downside is that, other circumstances arrive. You have to move. You can't have all that. You can't have that stuff stored. Tax, yeah. Well, taxes are, right now, I've noticed my real estate taxes are like doubled in the last 2 years. or last 3 years they've doubled. And they want to make all these new, they want all these new bonds, right, for schools, for painting the school, for new school buses, for building a new school building, for extracurricular activities for the kids, for giving teachers extra money or hiring more teachers. And I'm a single man. I don't have any kids of my own. I've never had kids. I don't have any nephews or nieces that live in the area. I'm not family here with me. But I'm paying for all these kids for their education. It's coming out of my pocket on my real estate taxes. And I'm a senior citizen still, but still I'm paying like a huge amount for like school, mostly for the schools. And it seems unfair to me. It seems like, well, if you want to raise a child and have a child, you ought to be responsible enough I'm responsible for paying for that child's education. He's my kid. I had him. I'm paying for his education. But they shift the people that have kids. It's unfairly shift the burden of the responsibility of educating the child to everybody in the community. Which, yeah, they're going to grow up and they're going to be a citizen and they're going to be a taxpayer and they're going to work and they're going to be able to do their job. They're going to be able to do whatever job they have, and that you're benefiting from their labor, and that. So yeah, well, you're okay. Your water is metered, right, where you live, and they combine your water and sewer together, because the reason they do that, and this is common in urban areas when you're on a city sewer system, is you're metered, your water usage pays for your sewer usage. So you're bypassing, if you're going to use rainwater, you're bypassing the metering of your amount of water you're using. And I think that's what the deal is. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that why they would be anal about people collecting rainwater off their roofs? Because they want you're using the water as part of the sewer system, and you can't have water and use a sewer without paying for the sewer. So if you use all the rainwater to flush your toilet, you're using the sewer for free, right? If you're rainwater capture and then you're not paying for water usage, then how are you taxed for your septic usage or for your sewer usage? Your sewer usage is, the more water you have, right? The more water you're using, the more water is running into the sewer system. Yeah. $600. They want to deter people from doing that, but it's not for me. Rainwater on the urban areas is more for like landscaping, right? You're not using water for like potable water in the city, are you? Or completely cutting off the city water? Isn't that, if you were to just like get a whole bunch of big poly tanks and run gutters and fill the poly tanks from your roof and not pay your water bill anymore, but you still use the toilet and the shower and your kitchen sink and all that's going into the sewer. So you might want to think about that one. Yeah, they're just, But if you're on septic, there would never be anything. I'm almost sure that if anyone's on a septic or area where there's a septic, no one's gonna bat an eye if you're using rainwater, because you're not paying for a sewer bill. The water and the sewer bill are together. It's part of they're together in the urban areas. Yeah. Yeah, you own the water. You should be able to just collect the water and do with it what you want to do. But if you're like flushing your toilet, or that's what I'm saying. Yeah, how would you pay? I mean, you could just pay your sewer bill on your property taxes. But what if your neighbor, what if you live by yourself in your house, and and then you say, okay, I'll just use rainwater, and I won't pay any water bill anymore. And then you just keep using your toilet and your shower and your kitchen sink and your laundry and that, and it's running into the sewer system, right? So then your neighbor, he goes, wow, yeah, you're saving tons of money on your water bill. Hey, I'm going to do the same thing. But your neighbor, he's got like 5 kids, and there's always relatives coming over and other people living in the house, and they're always flushing the toilet and using the sewer system and that. And he's using his rainwater, so he's not paying any taxes either on his sewer. And everybody starts doing that, so yeah, it might be a problem. Yeah, rain. And then you got a rain gutter and a holding tank, and rain is like, it's falling through the air, and then you have a lot of other things in the air too. You got like smog, and you got like people's wood stoves. You got like burning from wood. You got like bugs that land on your in your tank, and you got bird droppings, and it gets clogged up, and it gets like debris in it, and the debris mixes in with the water. It may or may not be filtered right. And then you have kids, right? And let's say one of your kids gets sick because they drank the water and you didn't put enough chlorine in it, or it wasn't filtered right, or you had kids, and then somebody else's kid came over to your house and drank the water, and they got sick because there was parasites. But you and your family had been drinking the water a long time, so you were used to the parasites in your body. But your neighbor, he'd always drink really filtered clean water, tap water, and he came over to your house and he drinks the water there, and it's got parasites in it or something, and they get sick. So there's a health issue there, and they may or may not be looking at that rainwater collection. And then they think, oh, people are going to get, it's a bureaucracy. Yeah, it's a bureaucracy. And if you live if you live all out on your own land, and you're away from your neighbors, and and you don't have any kids, and you just want to use your own water and not pay to have water brought to your property, rainwater collection is like the best thing if done properly. And sanitariness, cleanliness and sanitation and cleanliness and consistency and quality. A water service, they can provide you with that. They're regulated. They test the water. They pump it. They deliver it at the consistent pressure to where you need it to your household. But when you're a lone wolf, right, and you're going out on your own, and you want to cut your ties with the people that want money from you all the time. So you want to be as independent as you possibly can, spend the least amount of money for living, and you're trying to use every means necessary to be as cheap as you possibly can and pinch every penny. And if that means using rainwater to wash your hair, wash your dishes, flush your toilet, clean yourself, have it all independent, your own, and do it, and it's just you. There's no kids. There's no friends of the kids coming over. There's no relatives coming over. There's no other people that are coming over and using your water, or then no problem. Go at it. You're a free person. You could do what you want with yourself. But as soon as you involve children, right, then they have to have it. Is the water collected right? Is it clean? Is the kids going to get sick? And that's when they always, you got to have a permit. Well, the permit is like, you're going to set it up this way. You're going to show them how you're going to do it. This is how it's going to be safe. You're going to have somebody come and inspect it. It has to be inspected at least once a year and tested. Just like as it was, you're buying water from somebody else. They're providing you with the water, but they got to do all that themselves. Test it, make sure it's filtered and that. So it's safe, right? It's all health and safety. And I guess that's the whole what was it, Proposition 20? I think it was in Oregon. There was a lot of people up in arms because they were going to go from door to door, from property to property, and find out if each person, if their house had a proper building permit to it. They weren't using the land in some way. It wasn't unpermitted. They didn't have unpermitted buildings there and that. So, but they wanted, a lot of the city leaders and planners and county planners and people like that got together at these conferences or conventions, and they said, we want to have standards. We want to have building standards. So all the buildings, everybody that builds a house, they're conforming to these standards, this code. It's safety. It's like sanitation, safety, health, and quality, consistency. That. So they drew up this, where you got every county, right? If you go to the county, their building codes are all the same, every county from state to state. It's the standard. And then that was, people were like, no, we have our grandfathered in. I want to be, my wife and my girlfriend and I, we want to go out in the woods, and we want to put like a trailer there and have it permanently there, and just dig a hole for our septic and have rainwater and use that. And that's, if you're far enough away, right, and no one can see you, and you don't have any kids, right, then they're not going to raise an eyebrow, right? There's no one that's going to looking around, right? As soon as you have kids, and you got social workers, you got people that are checking up on you, making sure it's safe for the kids, because they really are concerned about the pocketbook, the bottom line, but they'll say it's safety, right? They'll say safety, children have to be saved. Kids, as soon as there's a kid, that's another person. That drinking water has to conform to potable water standards. It has to be filtered, has to be clean, it has to be checked, because there's a child there now, right? So, and the same thing with the building. Is the building going to fall down? Is it a permanent? If it's a permanent thing, a structure there to live in, is it going to be safe for a kid? Is it going to fall apart? Is he going to have a children there in the house? Is it going to be like, there might be an earthquake and the walls might fall in, or the ceiling might fall in? If it's not, everything's not to code. You're just going to go out, we're going to build our house, and if we just draw it up and build it like we think we should build it, then no, you can't do that. In the old days before, World War II, probably, you could just go out and build a house anywhere and build it yourself. If it looked right, no one saw. If somebody was seeing your house from far away and they weren't there, they could just see and go, that looks good. And nobody would say anything. Yeah, reverse osmosis has to be pressure. You have to have pressure for reverse osmosis. Yeah, and it's very clean. Actually, my parents had a house in Santa Maria, and the water was like it didn't taste really good. It was like they had oil fields all around. It was a little bit salty, and they put the reverse osmosis system in there, and it was like so good water. It was just ooh. The problem is the company went out of business, and then you couldn't get the replacement filters for the unit. Yeah, but I'd say, but I was mentioning about water filtration, right? The first flush, it hasn't rained in a while, and you got dirt and dust and bird droppings and twigs and little pieces of leaves and soot or whatever on your roof, and then it rains hard, and it washes all that right into your system. You need a flush. You need a place where you can hold that water. That first incident of rain that rinses everything. You need a place to store that sediment before, and then it settles in that one chamber or in that one container or that vessel. And then once it fills up and it reaches a full filling point, it spills over and it's clean. and it should spill. It shouldn't spill in the mid. It should spill off in the middle of the water column off the first flush. You don't want it to off be on the top, because then if there's debris that's floating on the surface of the water, that'll spill into your tank and contaminate the water in your rainwater tank. So filter before you ever get to reverse osmosis. You want to filter that water as best as you can. So get the smallest any kind of debris out. Primary filters, carbon filters, or gravity, any kind of gravity sand filter system too would work. Yeah, I have the Berkey. It's really good. It takes the flavor of the chlorine out of the water. That's what I use it for. Because I use my tap water, and I fill up my Berkey water filter with tap water, and it cleans the chlorine flavor out of the water. Yeah, it leaves the water like fresh tasting. I don't taste the chlorine in it. So yeah. But if I had to, I'd use my rainwater tanks. If I had to drink it, I'd pour it in there. But I'd probably pour it through a coffee filter first. Yeah. Wow. I've been on this for like almost 5 hours talking. So I should probably call it a night. I'm getting tired. Anyhow, Bravo 74. Yeah. It's been nice talking with you. Hopefully we'll have some nice spring weather. Maybe it'll be a good year for cucumbers and tomatoes. Maybe we'll have a good growing season for tomatoes this year. I'm thinking we had like it was either 2016 or 17 was really a good year for tomatoes. I had seeds of tomatoes growing right out of my compost, and I was transplanting them to containers, and I was getting like all different kinds of tomatoes, store-bought tomatoes, just from like the seeds in the compost. And that's the other thing about composting everything, is that even if there's any kinds of seeds, like if you're buying like cantaloupes and melons, and that those will sprout right there in your compost pile. The compost pile is thermophilic too, because as it's decomposing, it's generating heat. And yeah, it's storing the wealth that you've preserved. The money you spent at the grocery store on the food that's spoiled or scraps, that goes into your soil near your house, and that accumulates over month after month after year after year. You will have very, very fertile soil where you're composting, and do it to where it's not obtrusive, that it's no one would notice it's there. There's never going to be any smells or flies or visible visible garbage on the surface of the ground. You can use cardboard. If you don't have a lot of leaves, use cardboard. And I'll take like banana peels, old rice, old beans, old lettuce, old cantaloupe rinds and watermelon rinds and that, and I'll put it on the ground, and then I'll take a piece of cardboard and I'll put the piece of cardboard on top of it, and then I'll put a rock on top of the cardboard. And what happens is my red wigglers, my worm farm that I used to have in a container, all those worms have survived winters, freezing winters. They've lived in my yard under the piles of the compost and the leaves. So I go out there, and if I'd show you right now, I could turn over a piece of cardboard and show you like compost from like a month ago, and there'd be all these red wigglers in there, thousands of them in my yard, under cardboard, under rocks, under the piles of leaves, eating away at the garbage. Plant only, not anything other than plants. So composting like old watermelon rinds, old food that's spoiled in the refrigerator, old salad, old if it's cereal or something that's spoiled, or the worms are eating it. They're making soil out of it, and so are the other microorganisms. They're taking that money that I spent on the food at the grocery store that would have gone to the landfill, that now that's gone. Those nutrients, those minerals, those elements that took but fertilizer that fertilized that particular food source are wasted in the landfill. But if you take them and you put them in your own ground and mix them with cardboard, paper, or leaves, preferably, and layer it and aerate it once in a while, turn it and keep it covered from the animals with rocks or that. And I'm like got really good yard right now. If I really started a garden, I mean, it would really work out well for me. The only thing I don't have is the worm tea, which is the bin, right? I had a tub, right? I bought it at Walmart. It was like a 50 or a 40 gallon, 35 gallon, 32 gallon tub with a lid. And then I had another tub the same size with a lid. And I took one and I put it inside of the other one and I put it on some bricks. And I used the one on the inside for vegetable scraps. And the one exterior to that had a spigot on it, or a hole in the bottom that it would drain out, and it would fill a bucket. And I would have an aeration stone with an air pump, and it would continuously aerate the drainage from the worm bin, from the compost bin that had the worms in it. And that stuff, that worm tea, that was amazing. I pour it on my strawberry plants. I get all these blooms. I put it on my peas or on my other vegetables, and it would like the leaves would get really, really green and bushy and healthy. And I need that again. I need to build another one of those, but I can't use the plastic because the rats will get it. I had one year and the rats chewed through it, and the rats ate all the worms in it. And then you got to keep it warm too. You can't let it freeze. You got to keep it a heating pad under it. Yeah, liquid gold. Yeah, it works. It's plants love that worm tea. Yeah. If you're going to do gardening and you're doing composting, you might as well get worms and use those. I'm about ready to go, and I have an app on my phone. It's Neighborhood. And it's like anyone in your area, you have there's communities like people that are like into fixing up cars, or people like into dog walking, people into cooking, baking. There's people into hiking or they have specific activities that they're involving other people in, or they're selling something to that. I would sell some of my worms. Somebody could come to my yard and I could give them a handful of these, and then they replicate. You put them in with your compost, and they'll replicate. You'll have they'll double, triple. They'll keep replicating, and you'll have the more garbage you put, the more they grow. And I don't have piles and piles of garbage in my yard. I make a pile here, and I put cardboard in it, and I put the rocks over it. And in 3 or 4 months, it's all gone. So I continuously do that. Worms eat it up. Yeah. But man, I Google, they're going to hate me because I use all this time up on my channel like this. And I'm glad you came by, because you're kind of keeping me on topic. Otherwise, I would wander off what most of the people who subscribe to me want to know about. I try as on this channel. I have other channels, but I try on this channel the best I can to keep it on that subject material. Solar, gardening, and rainwater, those 3 things. But I'm humbled. I'm honored that people come and watch my videos, because I don't really have that together as much as other people do. I have a playlist, and I think, well, they're going to watch me and they're going to listen to me and they're going to see what I'm doing, and they're going to go, well, he doesn't really know what he's doing. He doesn't really explain it that well, or he doesn't have the right equipment. His camera's blurry and shaky, and lighting is bad. The sound is bad. He's not really, there's no charts. There's no stills. There's no graphs. There's no me on the corner, and then everything else is has a picture of what I'm doing, and I'm explaining it in very deep in the right amount of detail. But other people I have in my playlist, and they've done what I've tried to do in that one area, in that niche. They've done it really well. The rainwater, yeah. There's a guy in Arizona that built an off-grid house that has rainwater capture, and he's doing it the way I'm doing it, only he's doing it on a roof. He built a roof on the ground. There was like he had a hill, a slope on his property, and up the slope there was an area of ground, and he built like a roof, a sloped roof right on the ground, and he has a gutter there, and it drains into the gutter, and then gravity feeds to the tanks he has, and they fill. And they do preliminary filtering correctly. They have the tank with the correct plumbing to the tanks, and they're not using garden hoses, and yeah, so everything. Yeah, in the winter it freezes. This is another thing. In the winter, everything freezes, so you got to disconnect everything and put it away, and then just have it to where the end of the pipe will go right to the ground. It won't. There's no restrictions on your downspout. You have to have, in the winter, you have to leave that completely open to where it won't build ice up in there. Because if your downspouts, they fill with water, and then it freezes because your water is equal to the level of the water in the poly tank. That column of water on the corner of the house that's drained from the rain gutter, that's filling the drainage pipe. That column of water freezes, and then it thaws, and then it rains more, and then it spills over, and then it freezes again. You got water on the side of your house, and it's freezing all over, and it's making big chunks of ice in the pipe breaks open from the pressure of the ice, and you lose the fittings on the ends of your hoses, crack, and because it freezes. And so having rainwater collection in a place where it freezes, and you have a lot of trees around where there's a lot of debris. Those are my two challenges I have here in the rainwater system. So I'm being critical of myself. I'm just trying to be critical of myself so somebody else doesn't come along and say, "Hey, why didn't you do? You're in a freezing area." It should be that all should be insulated. It should be pre-filtered. It should be first flush systems. You should have a proper pump. The pipes should be underground or buried so they don't freeze. You should have testing. You should be testing your water. You should be doing it all proper and professional, and not just ad hoc. Yeah. Well, it's been 5 hours. I think I'm going to end this. I'll make it even 5 hours. I've never talked for as long as I've talked on camera on YouTube as much as I have in this video. So we'll see. I'm curious as to what kind of response I get. I worked for a company, and I told my coworkers about this channel. So I think I have people that know me from my job that live in the area I live in. And maybe I used my zip code too in my username at one time too. So other people caught my channel name was my zip code. Or they see, oh, I'm in the Pacific Northwest, because you see a lot of people do off-grid stuff, but they do off-grid stuff like in Arizona and Hawaii, and they do it on farms too. You don't see anybody just in a suburban neighborhood doing it too often. But for me, it's like how I can just take small steps towards being independent. What little things can I do? How can I begin my journey? How should I begin my journey in small ways? Like, I don't know anything about power, electricity, or solar like that. So I bought a kit, And the kit came with all the wiring. It came with the controller. It came with the solar panels, the racking, and all that. So I learned from that, and it was an inexpensive way to learn, right? So I didn't go out there and throw big piles of money at expensive systems and then just try and figure it out and build it myself. I went and I started out with small steps, little things, doing little things at little bit, experimenting, testing it. And it was like, don't do something don't plant a tree like that none of your neighbors or anyone in your area would grow, that they couldn't grow too, right? If you don't see that tree around, if you go around your neighborhood, look around and see what kind of fruit trees people have in their yards that they're growing successfully, right? Even before you go to the nursery and buy any kind of tree, right? For fruit, for pear tree, apple tree, plum tree, whatever kind of tree, fruit tree you're thinking about planting in your yard. Before you buy, go around your neighborhood, right? And really look in other people's yards and see what kinds of trees they have in the spring, right? When they're flowering and when they're fruiting, and see what kind of trees are in your own area that are doing well. And then buy those kinds of trees and plant those kinds of trees in your yard. Don't waste your money and your time thinking you're going to grow, this kind. Nobody around who's growing this, right? I'll grow it. Unless you got like a big greenhouse with a high ceiling, right, where you can plant a orange tree or a banana tree in an area where it's cold, right, where it gets almost or below freezing at some time of the year. Don't even think about tropical fruit, right, or even melons, right? If you live in an area where it freezes or where it snows, melons, no, may not grow. Yeah. Lemon in the north, no, unless you have a greenhouse, it's heated. Yeah. So there's mistakes that you could make, don't do big garden bed projects right away like that. Don't make these huge big garden bins. If you're just starting out, get a pot, right? A deep pot, and grow like a tomato plant from a seed, or try to do simple things. Start with a little bit at a time, and then gradually get used to a season. You do successful at cucumbers. They did well, or strawberries. And then the next season, go and do more, add and get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. But don't think real big in the beginning and overwhelm yourself and fail. But just start with baby steps. Do something that's not expensive, that's easy to do, that you can learn by and learn from. And then the next year, the next season, go move forward from that. And that was my mindset. I was thinking how I could do, especially with with solar, because I looked at people online and I seen what they were doing, and they were doing like lots of panels and big battery banks and yeah, where do you get soil, right? That's the thing with bed gardening, right? You got to bring in a lot of soil, bags and bags and bags of soil, or go to a place and have topsoil brought in, yards and yards of topsoil. If you're just starting out, right? I want to have a garden. No, you can't just dig the dirt in your yard and do that. And even me, I tried to dig all of the top of the dirt up, and I ran it through screens. You saw in my videos, I have the diamond screen, the 1/4-inch diamond screen, and the 3/8-inch diamond screen, and I'm running the dirt, and I'm sifting it. I'm letting all the cobbles roll out, and the roots and all that, weeds. And I was using that, and you know what happened? I got hard pan, and I had to add all of this perlite. And perlite are those little white it's like lava, but it's little white, and you mix it in with the soil, and it makes it light and fluffy and airy, so that the roots can have aeration in them, and the water can percolate through the roots. But just the regular dirt in your yard, and you do that in a container, is you water it over the time, day after day after day, that dirt settles, and it turns into like a hard mud brick, a hard cake that's impervious to the roots. When the roots are starting to grow, it gets hard and the roots can't grow in it. You got to add perlite to containers when you're doing container gardening. And I didn't know that in the beginning. I was planting all the seeds, and I was like planting the seed in the pot, and I wasn't like doing like with the paper towels and the misting and the heating pad, and then going with the egg cartons and doing the seed in the egg carton, and then taking the egg carton and putting it in the soil once it sprouted and started to get growing. I just put it in the dirt and water it in the dirt without any additives in the dirt, just the dirt out of my ground. And it was like hard to do. It was like the dirt got really hard, and it was only the perlite and buying dirt from the garden supply that made my gardening successful. In any of my vegetable gardening, the strawberries and the blackberries and the raspberry canes, those just grew like weeds around here. Now the blueberries, I had to buy the garden soil mix. But if you're going to do raised beds, you got to have a lot of good soil, to put down in the bed. You can do rows and furrows. That's if you look up. I don't know if he took those videos down, but his channel is called Collapse Chronicles. His name's Sam Mitchell, also known as a Humpty Dumpty Tribe. And he did permaculture in his house in Texas. He had like a 5-acre parcel, flat Texas land. And he put furrows, mounds, long mounds and furrows. And he took chicken manure and that mixed it in with that. And he did a really good drip irrigation system. Like a really good drip irrigation system is like beautiful. You set it up with a timer, with all the filters, use the correct amount of pressure, put all your drippers in properly so they're all equally dripping. And you set that up, and you never, ever, ever, ever have to water anything. You don't have to be out there dragging a hose around watering everything. You just have that drip line in there, comes on automatically, shuts off automatically, gets the proper amount of water to all the plants where they're needed. And you don't have to mess around with the dragging a hose around watering everything when it's dry. It's beautiful. If you can learn how to do, and he has a tutorial video, I think a few of them on there. I don't think he never takes his videos down, but it's called Collapse Chronicles. He sets up a drip irrigation system, and it's all the little nuances of it you would never think to do on a drip irrigation system. You'd think, well, how complicated can it be, right? You just hook it up to your hose, and there's a valve. You turn it on or off, and it drips, right? But then you got to have a timer, right? If you want a timer, and it has to come on and off automatically on a timer, and then if there's any particles or any dirt or anything in the lines, it clogs the drippers. Or if the drippers are close to the source and then are far away, they may not drip as much as the other ones. So you have to put filters in, and you have to regulate how much pressure's in the lines, and that use the right kind of settings, the right kind of connectors for it. And then you have it freezing too in the winter. You got to take it all down in the winter. So, but if you can set up a good drip irrigation system on all your gardening season, you're like saving so much time. All that time you're spending watering, you could be spending doing other things. You could have a bigger garden. You can make it way bigger with a drip irrigation system. Yeah. So I'm gonna leave it at that. Well, I'm glad I could kind of bring closure to this, because my wife passed away, and it threw me for a loop. So I'm not really focused on doing my yard and that and gardening and that too much right now. Right now is the time to do seeds, though. Like think about tomato plants and cucumber plants and beans and corn and what you're going to grow. If you're going to need a hoop That's the other thing, is making a hoop with the poly over the hoop for like early, or even what do they call, where you're using like old, repurposing windows, cold framing. Yeah, you can make your own cold framing. And too, once you have your seedlings started from your warm beds, you can put the seedlings in the soil where the cold frames are. That is, if you have a raised bed, you can put like a window pane temporarily, or cover your plants so it gets the sun, but it doesn't get but it insulates. So PVC pipes don't make good hoops for your for your garden beds, for covering your garden beds. Yeah, I you know what I have, looking at what you're saying about chicken manure, right? I have a book by a fellow named Jenkins. It's called the Humanure Handbook, and that's a whole other thing. Like, okay, just say you're like John and Jane, you don't have any kids, or you're a lone wolf, just a single guy by himself. You got enough land around you where you can take your own shit and put your shit somewhere, and it's not no one's neighbors, or it's not going to interfere with any neighbors' runoff or anything like that. So you can do it privately, and you're composting your own shit in the wood chips, and you can do human manure if you're the correct way to do it is it has to be heated. It can't get too cold. It has to be able to break down and warm, and it has to take it takes like 2 or 3 years. So if you have enough land, you can set it up in stages, right? You can bucket or use barrels and cook it, and over a few years, it's just like really good soil. Yeah. And there's a certain way to do it. Yeah. Human Manure Handbook. Biochar, wood ash. You know what? That's another thing. When you take the ashes out of your fireplace, what do you do with them? I wait till they cool down, and then I have the Douglas firs on my land, around my house. And what I'll do is I'll take that and I'll just like barely dust it. I'll walk around and spread it out a lot all over around the base of my trees. And then it rains and it just washes into the soil. So I think if I'm thinking like logically, I'm thinking like, well, that tree, it grabbed those nutrients, it grabbed those minerals out of the soil that ash is. That ash is those minerals that the soil, that the tree uptook in its roots, and it became part of the tissue of the tree. And I burned it in my fireplace, so that those elements, where the tree is mostly like carbon dioxide or water, right? I mean, if they compress the wood down, it would just, yeah. So that ash from the fireplace would be like optimal soil amendment for Douglas fir trees. If I'm burning Douglas fir tree wood and I'm left with the wood ash, it should be, logically, you would think it would be good for beneficial for the trees. So you add it to your plants for your food. You add ash, fireplace ash, in your garden. Comfrey, is it? Okay, that's like is that an herb? Like a spice? I don't know what comfrey is. It's not a fruit, is it, or a vegetable? They grow comfrey. I guess it grows in this area. I didn't know that. I never would have imagined that pears could grow this far north. And one of the successful trees I've had here that's really been really good is the pears. They've done really well. I'm still having a problem though. My leaf blight is back. What it does is it makes like the leaves come out on the pear tree, and then there's round like brown spots that form on the surfaces of the leaves. And then it dries up in that brown spot. And then there's like spikes underneath on the bottom of the leaf that grow out. And it's some kind of a fungus. And I need to spray copper spray gets rid of it. And I need to like go out there when the leaves are there and when the flowers are gone and the flowers have been fertilized, or the flowers are fruiting, I need to go out and I need to spray the copper spray on the leaves, because I don't want to spray that when there's flowers and there's pollinators around. I'll spray the copper when it's all done pollinating and now it's just new leaves. I'll go and I'll spray it. I'll spray the trunk. I'll spray all the stems. I'll spray all the branches, and the new leaves I'll spray really good with the copper spray and my pump sprayer to get rid of the rust, the blight, the fungus or whatever those splotches are on the leaves. Because I don't like that ruined my crop last year. I got like maybe 3 pears and they dried up, and yeah. But before that, I was having really beautiful pears for like years. And then that one year I got that rust or that other whatever from the fungus from the juniper bushes or whatever it is. Yeah, wood ash in your garden. Yeah, okay. Comfrey is more like a weed. You know what I got growing in my yard one year, and or a couple of years I grew it. It was poisonous hemlock. And I looked it up. At first I thought it was like a little plant, like a weed, right? I thought, oh, it might be like a little weed. And I was getting it to where it was like 12, 13 feet tall. It was like a big, huge, tall, lanky shrub, right? And the stalk had blood veins in it, green, and with these blood purple veins in it. And it looks like parsley or carrots when it's growing. And it was huge. I had it growing right in my front yard. It was a huge plant. I didn't know what it was at the time. I thought, wow, that's an interesting looking plant. It's a very beautiful looking plant. And now I know better. If I see any of it at all, I pull it up and get rid of it. Yeah, right away. Yeah, I won't hesitate to get rid of that. Because any kind of animal, a cat or a dog or even a person, if they got a little bit on them, they were brushed up against it, or you're weed whacking, right? And you weed whacked it and it got in the air and it flew in your eyes and your face. Yeah. So stay away and be aware of it. It can look nice. It's a very pretty looking weed, but you got to pull it up. Yeah, you can't. Yeah. It looks like Queen Anne's lace. That's another one it looks like. Or anise. Looks like anise bush. But yeah, I will keep my eye on that. I will not let that grow, especially I have cats, because I don't want my cats to be like gnawing on a piece of that growing and they think it's like grass or something. Yeah. It's a kind of like, yeah, oils. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? And it will do when it poisons you, it will stop you from breathing. That's a symptom. And I heard a while back, I read an article, I heard somewhere that someone in Washington here, they thought it was like parsley, or they thought it was a carrot greens, and they put it in their salad and they fed it to their family and they all died. Like, because somebody thought it was food, right? It looked like carrots, right? Like the stalk of a carrot, right? Or like parsley or something. So they ate it and it was like a big deal. It's really potent too. It's like you only need a little bit of it to die from it. Yeah, it's crazy. But it's a horrible way to die, to suffocate like that, not be able to breathe. Yeah, that's what happens. Yeah. And I get so excited about when I'm successful at doing something in my yard, like I found morels. I never ordered morel seeds or morel spores. I never asked somebody where they got morels from and found a morel and brought it to my yard and sprinkled and cut it up and put it in the bushes or anything. But I was just like pleasantly surprised to find some and eat them, and they were really good. They're really good. They tasted just like Brazil nuts, like fresh, good Brazil nuts, And like, wow, somebody could figure out a way to commercially grow morel mushrooms, right? I mean, they consistently grow them and they know what exactly what type of soil, what type of conditions, what type of bedding or humidity and moisture level and typical kinds of other plants around those morels would grow, and they could grow them in mass commercially. It would be great. You could like dry them and then seal them and then sell them and then make piles of money because they're good. And that it would be like if I could grow them, I could figure out the formula for really growing them successfully. Yeah, it'd be good because they're like pile. You can get like I don't know how much a pound for them if you buy them in the store. They're really expensive. Yeah, gosh. Oh, yeah, it's been a long time. Yeah, I mean money. But to grow them in big quantities, right? And to intentionally make them grow and have a system in place where you could grow, you could set it up to where you get a harvest, a regular harvest of them. Just like the portobellos or the regular store-bought mushrooms you see in the store, they grow those like they have a system for growing those. A lot of them are growing like underground too. That's successful there, and they need a certain condition. They're always constant temperature and the humidity and the soil qualities. Oh gosh, I don't know. I don't know what this gonna. We're gonna get inflation. That's another thing. I don't think people don't understand that they were giving out checks to people last year. Oh, he grows morels in a hoop house. Okay, well, he's figured it out then. He's figured out what they need, what kind of conditions are required, what soil, what kind of other, because they're dependent on other kinds of plants, trees, or shrubs to grow. They don't just grow. You just can't grow them on their own like you would grow like a carrot or any other like plant like that. They have to have a certain other kind of plant around them or trees around them to where they'll grow. Or the certain amount in their leaves or the shade or the whatever was in my soil, whatever I have in my soil in my backyard is making them grow. They're growing up and they're just growing like on their own wild. And it's not all sun all day long where they grew, it's like in the shade. So that's another thing. It's another thing to have like a nice big open area with no shade that you can put a big garden beds in or rows, And it's another thing to have like fences and big trees around growing all around your property, and so you're only limited to like 30 square feet for like anything like tomatoes to grow. The success I had with tomatoes was grow them here, and as the season progresses, move the pots closer to the side, to the end of the yard, to where the sun is now. The sun is more here, and I had to move it, and the sun is this week. Next week I move it, and the sun would be over there more, just to like grow tomato plants. So I had no real area in my yard that's sunny, that's really consistently sunny all day long through the season. Lots of sunlight, open, nothing else interfering with it. Yeah, lots of gardening without shade. Yeah, where you don't have shade and leaves falling on your. And I unfortunately, my yard is just. I'm a tree hugger. I like trees that are woodsy, that they're shades in the summer. They're nice. They're pleasant for the eye to look at. When I look up, I see woods. I see the canopy of the trees. I like hearing the wind blow through the branches. I like seeing like a squirrel climb a tree. I like seeing birds in the trees. I like that when it rains really hard, it's just not, it falls on the canopy of the tree first and it's dry. And then over time, gradually it drips down to the ground. And I notice things around the trees too that I wouldn't see just in an open field, right? There's like other kinds of animals, insects and reptiles, which I haven't seen a reptile in a while here. Even frogs, like when I first moved here, I heard more frogs croaking. There'd be like a misty rain in the early spring, and then I hear frogs, or I'd like bang on a piece of wood, or I'd cough, and then I'd hear a frog like that. And it was always near the corner. It was always on a certain place. There was a frog was there. I think he was like, that was his, that was the same area he was every year. And then I don't notice him anymore in those places. I think the cats got him. Yeah. Cats get birds, cats get the wild, the reptiles and that. So if you have a cat, and it's not an indoor cat, then it's not really good for the bird life. If you have a cat, they'll go out and they'll kill the birds, the wild birds. I had a cat, and we had a towhee. The towhee it's like dark gray. It has white spots, and it's red underneath its bill. On its chest, it's kind of reddish colored, and they fly low to the ground. They're not birds that fly high in the tree canopy. They're low to the ground. I have a few that live on my property that are in the bushes and the shrubs. And this towhee bird laid eggs in the grass in the yard, the tall weeds. I wouldn't weed whack. I would just let my weeds grow tall. So the birds laid eggs in there and made a nest on the ground. And as long as I can remember, I've never seen birds lay eggs on the ground like that. And my cat found the nest and ate the eggs of the towhee bird. Yeah. The cat ate the towhee bird eggs. So if you have lizards and frogs and toads, and you have like small birds or different birds in your yard, and then you have outdoor cats, you're probably not going to have those animals for very much longer, because the cat's going to kill them. The cat will find them and kill them. And that's what happened to me. So if you have a cat, then keep them indoors if you can, get them fixed and keep them indoors. And don't buy pets, adopt if you can. A dog. If you want a dog really bad, go find a dog that needs a home. Don't go rescue a dog. Don't buy a dog from a breeder. That's it's not fair, because what about all the little doggies that are in that are in the kennels, right, or at the pound, that need a home, right? You should be adopting those dogs. If you really, really want a pet dog, go adopt a dog. Find a dog that needs a home. Don't buy because the breeders, they just keep breeding them. You're like, buy them and then they'll breed more. So yeah, I don't understand that. It should be like, everybody should be on the same page. If they're a pet owner and they like animals, they should be like, well, I like animals, but I don't want animals to be like, that need homes, that should have a home, and I could give a home to a dog, and take care of them. And why do I want a breed? Why do I want a breeder to breed an animal that's an animal that's already there, that's needing a home? And I could get that animal just as much as I could get, pay for somebody to breed a dog, and then buy that dog, and then they breed more. And there's too many unwanted dogs in the shelters, homeless dogs. And yeah, I guess it's the same with cats, but cats are kind of more on there. I don't think people do breed cats. Maybe there are. Yeah, I guess they're breeding anything that they can sell if it's a special breed. And And mine, I adopted a cat, and somebody declawed her when she was a kitten. That's horrible. What a horrible thing to do to an animal. And she's fine. I have her. I take care of her. I adopted her. It was good. I'm glad. I feel good about myself when I do certain things and I know it's the right way to live. Then I feel better about myself. I look at myself in the mirror. I sleep better. I know I'm trying to do the right thing. I'm like conscientious of how I live, what choices I make at the grocery store, and how I live my life. What I do if I'm consuming a lot because I want to amuse myself. Then it's like, is that right? Am I taking from someone that really would need that? Am I making that more expensive in the world by my using a lot of it? I guess that's the one thing you can say about hoarding. It's probably not good. If you go out and buy all the peanut butter everywhere, then the people that just normally would buy it and need it, it's not available for them. So that's, in a way, maybe that is bad when you're hoarding, prepping, that's why I'm saying, if you're going to do that, just do it just smurf, go from store to store to store to store to store. Don't go to your local store and buy all the peanut butter on the shelf. Go to your store that you normally go to, buy like 1 or 2 jars, and then go to another store, big box store, buy a few more. Go to another store, buy a few. And that's a hedge against inflation. That's storing your wealth. That's like preserving your wealth, because next month then they raise the price. That same jar of peanut butters, it's 25 cents more next month, and the next month goes by, and then they add another 25 cents, and then it's another 50 cents, and then 3 months it's 45 cents, and then it's $1 in the next 6 months, and then it's $2 in a year from now. Well, you have enough resource there that'll last you. That's not going to spoil. That's going to be preserved. That's just as good as the day you bought it, as far as flavor and texture and quality. That money is stored. It's frozen. You've taken that amount of resources of that money, hard-earned money, and you've frozen the value of that money in that item. And they can print more money and make inflation, right? Or there can be like food shortages, and they'll raise the prices of that one item that you could have stocked up on and stored. And now you have that, instead of paying like $20 for a jar of peanut butter, you've only paid $7 for that same jar of peanut butter, and you still have it. Or same thing goes for like toilet paper or laundry soap, or toothpaste, or hair shampoo, or bar soap, or whatever you use a lot of that won't spoil. All you have to do is sacrifice money you have now and lock that money into that item. And over time, as it inflates, and there's less of it available and more of a demand, and they raise the price. It's sitting in your cupboard. It's not spoiling. It's not decaying. It's not losing its efficacy. It's still good. It's still good food. It's preserved, right? Canned, right? Or that money you're saving. You're saving a pile of money. You're not having to worry about having to get raises and make more money because the food's gone up. It's more expensive. You store it away. So, yeah. There's something though I read something about dry canning, and if it's something that if it has a lot of oil in it, or it has any kind of moisture in it at all, you got to be careful when you do it. That it has to be like you get the planters that's vacuum sealed. Those will last a long time. But they're dry enough to where there's hardly any, you're just no moisture in those, any kind. But I think if you buy the peanuts, you got to be careful that you dry them long enough. Now, pasta is fine. White rice is fine. Then there's an issue, I think, with brown rice because it will spoil faster than the white rice, or it has some issues about what's in the oils or whatever that's in the rice that makes it go bad. But white rice and beans too. Beans will dry can really well. Yeah. There's a video I have in one of my playlists about dry canning, and it's like, God, I wish I could do that. I mean, I'm lazy. I should be like doing stuff like that because I have the time and the materials in that to do that. And I try it. I'll just try a few of it. I'll just get a few bags of rice and some jars, and I'll try doing that. The one thing I do remember about it was they were really like careful about sterilizing everything and having it sterile. Yeah. Good night. Have a nice day. Thanks for stopping by. I'm going to end the stream, and I'm going to say, like, if anybody has any questions or they're looking for ways of doing anything I've done, check out my playlist that I have, and you'll see. Oh, yeah, he's got that going pretty good. He's really got that down to a science, and they'll explain what they're doing too, and especially when they have a sponsor and they're using their product, they're going to go out of their way to like really promote that product and make it and sponsor it and really do a really good job explaining how it's set up and all of the features of it and all that are. Whereas I'm using these products and I'm like, I'm not giving you all the specs. I'm not a salesperson that's selling you that. So I'm not giving you all that added information, expertise on that niche thing. So that's kind of been my downfall here, that I haven't really, camera quality and sound and editing software, and that's been inferior. See the playlists. See the guy in Arizona, he did a good job. If you see his place, he did the thing with the roof on the ground, and I thought, perfect. You don't need a building roof. If it's right there, you can sweep it. You could look at it, see if it's clean or not. And then it rains. It's the only thing that would maybe a problem with that is if it gets windy and dirt blows on it, or dust, or it gets like sand on it, from a windstorm, or it blows and the wind catches underneath it and it blows it away. Which brings to mind, I was watching a video about a tornado that went through a town. And when they were showing the aftermath of the tornado, when they were walking around where all the debris was from the buildings, there were retail establishments. There were solar panels laying everywhere, broken, scattered pieces of solar panels all over. After this tornado hit this street, right where these buildings were, it was in a commercial area. And I thought, whoa, wow, a flying solar panel in a 200-mile-an-hour wind hitting a building and whipping and pulling a solar panel off the roof and sending it through the air at 100 miles an hour off of a roof, right? Oh my gosh. That'd be like, okay, you got enough problems with like pieces of like roofing shingles, right? Flying around in the air. Somebody hit you. If somebody threw a roofing shingle at you really hard and hit you in the face or in the chest with a piece of roofing shingle, and they're throwing it at 90 miles an hour at you, it would hurt. But take a solar panel, right? And take it and throw it 90 miles an hour at a house or at a car or at somebody, and take that solar panel and throw it at 90 miles an hour at them. So figure that out, right? If you put solar panels on a roof in an area where there could be a tornado or a high wind, really high, strong winds, or a hurricane, then you better have that solar panel mounted to that roof and make sure that roof isn't going to go anywhere. Because if that wind blows and it takes a solar panel off the roof and that solar panel's flying through the air, it's flying. It could be really, really, really hazardous in a tornado. If a tornado hit a building with a bunch of solar panels on the roof. See, that's why we have building codes, for just that very reason I'm talking about. That Joe, whomever, he wants to put solar panels on his roof, right? And he lives in Tornado Alley, right? So he gets up there, boom, 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 boom. He says, "Oh, I'll just do this. I'll put the solar panel. Yeah, it'll be fine. Oh, I'll get clean energy right on my roof, right?" But then a tornado comes through, and that tornado, like if it was a shingle on his roof, it would rip that shingle right off and send it flying through the air. Well, what do you think is going to happen with those solar panels if he does not mount those solar panels correctly on the surface of the frame of his roof? That wind, that 120 mile an hour tornado wind, is going to pick up those solar panels and send them flying through the air. And God only knows where they're going to land or what other kind of property damage that debris is going to cause. Heavy glass, metal, rigid solar panel flying through the air. So I only knew that, right? I only knew that because I saw them going through where the tornado had gone through, and I seen solar panels laying around. And then I went to Google Maps where that same street was, and I seen buildings, and I seen where the buildings were and where the solar panels are on the buildings. So Engineer 775, now he's put up some very impressive solar electric systems, all done to code, and many of his are ground mounts. He's done like studs, where he's done like posts, and set the posts in concrete, steel frames and steel posts, and done the racking all double bolted in, really strong steel racking, where you get 150 mile an hour wind on that solar panel rack. Those solar panels aren't going anywhere. They're staying right there, sturdy as a rock, mounted on that ground mount solar rack, right? So if you got to say anything about ground mount versus roof mounting, if you have room around your property for a ground mount, do a ground mount. And if it snows there too, that's another thing. And maintenance, everything on the ground. If it's ground mount, you maintain it with it, clean them. You can keep your eye on them. You can wipe the snow off them in the winter. You have available easy access to them without having to climb up on your roof if something goes wrong. That's the problem with the roof mount systems. Now, if you have optimal pitch and you have perfectly south facing and you have no trees around and you have it all done to code professionally, everything mounted correctly on your roof to the joists in your roof, right? And everything's mounted correctly. So you get 100 mile an hour wind that blows on your house. Those solar panels are not going to go flying off. And they're optimally positioned for south facing, and all season. And that's like so far and few between. How many houses are that way built intentionally like that, to have the solar panels from the get-go that way at that pitch? Fine, great. But if you have like a double wide and your roof is rated for so and so amount of snow load, right? And anything heavier than that, your roof could collapse. And you have 1,000 pounds of metal and glass and wire sitting up on top of your double wide manufactured home, and then you get like 3 feet of snow or 2 feet of snow, and then it rains and the snow gets wet, and that roof crashes down because you didn't do a load study on your house. You were stupid. Well, just put solar panels on my. Well, see, that's the other reason to have a ground mount. Before and above a solar on your roof, if you have land around your house, you can spare that extra space. Build a ground mount solar, not roof, a ground mount. Then that way, oh, your roof, you got to replace your roof. Now you got to take all your solar panels off, and now you got to replace your roof, and now you got to put all your solar panels back on, because when your roof has a 30-year, after 25 years, or you get a solar panel and it goes out, something goes wrong, and it doesn't charge as much as the other ones, and it's you have to replace it. Then you got to get on a ladder. You got to get like a special thing for in case you fall. You got to tie yourself to your roof. Do safety. You got to hire a professional to go up there and troubleshoot which one it is and have it replaced. And it might be in the middle of winter too, when you really need it, or when the weather's bad. But you have a ground mount system. You know what you need with a ground mount system? A step ladder. Getting on a roof is dangerous. Roofs are high up. There's more safety concerns involved with that. So roof is not, for solar, is not really, have it professionally done, have it done, and they'll guarantee it, and have them come and do once in a while inspections, and have them do updates and that, and maintain it for you. Get a service contract with when you buy your solar, even if you own you pay it cash out, or you know what I'm saying? If you do it yourself, then if you're not an electrician and you're not doing it to code, then you could be endangering yourself or your family. I mean, and then you get heavy winds, and one blows off and it hits your neighbor's house because it blew off because you didn't have it mounted correctly on a correct type of rail that could withstand forces of air pushing up against it, blowing it off. Check out if you see anyone, like there's a tornado that hits a town and then they show videos and you see a solar panel on the ground. Go look at that same area on Google Maps before the tornado came through. Now picture yourself like walking around when the wind's blowing, right? And you're having to get in shelter, right? And this solar panel comes at you at 65 miles an hour and hits you in the head, right? Because it's blowing in the air. Yeah. So, I mean, you think a piece of straw through a tree is bad because the wind's blowing 100 miles an hour and the straw goes through a tree. You think that's bad. Think of a solar panel, an aluminum rail flying through the air. But I think solar is the best. I think it's great. I think it would really be, I think there's all these different places that are close to where the power is being used. There's areas of land that are not being utilized that could be ground mount solar setups there on those areas, on those places that are like you have highway interchanges, right? You have a lot of land that's around freeways, that's next to the major roadways that could have proper ground mount solar arrays put in place there. That way that electricity is not traveling all that distance over the power lines to get to from where it's being produced to where it's being used at. So you're building these huge solar farms way far away, way out in places that are really far away from the city or where people are going to use electricity. And then by the time all that, you got expenses of wiring of all the cables and the wires and the towers for the power lines and all that have to go all that distance. You have power loss. But if you have neighborhood solar electric, right, where you have like everybody in the neighborhood, there's a vacant lot or in the housing area, in the housing community, it's not being used for anything else. There's no tree, vacant, open, it's got grass on it, right? You could build a considerable amount of ground mount solar there and have that connect up to backfeed into the homeowners community, the neighborhood collective. So you have the neighborhood collective solar power. The same way you would have a water well, right? If you have one water well that's shared with 20 neighbors or 30 neighbors, you're all using the pump, you're all using the pressure vessels and the storage tanks, and there's somebody that's maintaining it, and it's everybody pays a part of that ownership of that to use it, to use the water. And they'll use the same method, the same thought process, only with electricity, locally made, shared, privately owned by that community, not hundreds of miles away in some remote desert, have all these solar panels and then have them. I guess you could say if you have power lines that are there already, if you have all these power lines and you have vacant land around the power lines that you can't build anything there, no one can have a house underneath them, or you couldn't have a park or any kind of public easement. Then all that vacant land that's close in proximity to the power lines, that vacant land could have a solar farm in proximity to where the power lines are at, if there's existing power lines already there. But to build a solar farm in a really remote area and then build new power lines all the way from the solar farm to connect up to the grid, it kind of defeats. I mean, it's green energy, it's solar. Yeah, you're making energy it's itself. It's not using any new fuel. But it's still inefficient to do that. But I'm saying there's places like that are near the city that are along highways, and there's places that are like that lots that you couldn't build a building on because it's too small of a lot, or you couldn't build a house on it. So there's vacant lots, and either they use them for community gardens, community vegetable gardens, have like a co-op and have everybody, take turns pitching in and doing like watering or growing, tilling the soil or preparing the planting seedlings, or each person pitching in and using that same shared lot for growing vegetables on, instead of just wasting the land. Or have that as a solar farm, but have the solar collection close to where the power is being used at. Just don't have any roof anywhere, have it solar on all the roofs everywhere. That just okay, the solar was really, really cheap, right? You could cover every roof with solar panels for really, really super cheap, right? And yeah, that'd be fine. And if you could do it to where it was safe, that a tornado wouldn't come and when it ripped that house apart, it would all the solar panels would be flying around in the air. If they could do it, mount it correctly to the roof of the house and show that would be stable enough in a high wind situation, document that. And then that way there wouldn't be any issues with future other property damage to other homeowners in the area if the solar panels got flung in the air. The other thing is that, and this is something I've noticed about wind turbines, right? It used to be popular. Off-gridders would have wind too. We'd have the wind and the solar. But I think since prices of solar has come down so much, and not so much with the wind turbines, that wind turbines, the remedy, actually, I see one of the remedies that could be used for a wind turbines, small wind turbines, not real big ones, but ones that will do 600 watts or 800 watts. Those size wind turbines. When I was in grade school, we had tetherball. Tetherball was when they had a pole. They had a Schedule 40 pole, and they put an eyelet or a an eye bolt, and then they would have a nylon rope with a ball, with a tether ball, and you'd hit it back and forth. And one of the things they did was they took the Schedule 40 and they took like an old truck tire and they put the Schedule 40 in, they tied it into the center of the truck tire, and they poured the cement and filled the cement all the way up to the top of the inside of the tire. So what happened was that tether ball, you could move it around if you pulled on it, and then you could roll it and move it if you had to move it to a different part of the playground. And I was thinking, if I had room and I could do it, I would have a wind turbine, and I would use that same method. I would find a truck tire, and I would use guy wire, and I would center the Schedule 40 pipe in the center, right in the center of the tire, and then I would cast the cement on a flat ground in the center of the tire, and that way it would be like a weight. So that wind turbine, right, if it's blowing and the wind is really strong, right, from this direction at this time of the year, I could have enough of a stable base, but it would be movable because I could tilt it and then roll it into another place and have a wind turbine on the end of it. Do you see what I'm saying? You have a wind turbine, you have it mounted on a pole, on a Schedule 40 pole, but you don't, instead of having it mounted in the same place in the ground at that one spot and you can't move it, you'd have a truck tire with casted cement with the Schedule 40 mounted in the center, casted in the center. You can put some bolts, cross bolts in there to give it some extra support that it wouldn't come out. And it would be like a base for a wind turbine pole. You could have a long Schedule 40 pole, and you could have the base, so it wouldn't, if a wind came and blew really hard on it, it wouldn't be able to knock it over. It would stay, it wouldn't fall over, but it'd be heavy enough to where it would keep the blades of the wind turbine would still spin in a heavy wind. And the added bonus of that could be, let's just say in the certain seasons or certain times of the year, or maybe in the event that you wanted to move the wind turbine, you could just take it all down, or you could move it, or you could relocate it. You could put it in a different part of your property. Maybe you find another place in your property that's better wind, that's not as dirty a wind. And you could take that truck tire that's full of casted concrete with the pole in the middle and roll it, disconnect the wire, and just roll it to a different part of your property where you might be getting more wind. Let's say in the fall you get wind over there, and then in the spring you get more wind over in that part of your property. Well, what I'm saying to do is have a big heavy concrete base fill a truck tire with cement, and have your Schedule 40 metal pipe be mounted in the center of that. And that way, when you move it, it would be heavy. You could tilt it and then roll it and move it and reposition it, or even hoist it up on a bed of a pickup truck and move it that way too, if you wanted to lift it. But it'd be pretty heavy because you'd want it to be heavy enough to where it would be like a weeble. They wobble, but they don't fall down. The effect of the weight of the base would be enough to hold it in steady in heavy winds. Yeah, you could make it detachable, but then you have a permanent thing you're attaching it to, right? So let's just say your wind is not always, or let's just say you wanted to have it and try it out in different places. You could experiment with it more. You have to set that, once you've set that wind turbine and you've located and you've nailed it down to that part of your property, it's going to be there, and you can't move it unless you make, you know what I'm saying, you can detach it and move it somewhere else. But I'm saying if you put it if you take a big truck tire and you put cement and you cast it and it's solid in there, it's going to be like, you're going to be able to move the whole thing with the support, and you're not limited to a certain spot that's set up for it. Then you just hook the wire up to it. Yeah. That was another idea I had about that. And then, doing the first flush And doing starter seeds too. You know, a lot of people have really good methods of starting seedlings and getting them growing in their house. They have an indoor lighting, and they have a heating pad that they can start the seeds from. Or they have a greenhouse, and in the greenhouse they have areas where they can do like seed starting. And greenhouses are like, if you could build, I thought if I had the chance to build a house from scratch, the way they build the Earth ships. Well, Michael Reynolds, he'll take the tires and he'll pack the tires with dirt and he'll stack them up and he'll make a big wall, and it's all perfectly facing south north, right, from the sun. And it stores heat in the winter. The ground is at a higher temperature than the ambient air on the outside, and then in the summer, when it's hot, when the ambient air is hot, it stores coolness in the ground. That same principle, right? Why can't you just build a regular house using the same principles they're using with the Earth ships, right? Just build a regular framing a house, right? But on the north side, put a cinder block wall, right? And there's no sun there anyway, so you don't need anything that's. And then on the side of the house, have a greenhouse, right? And then have the house, and then have the cinder block wall, and then do your rainwater capture off your roof. And you could have your potable water and your gray water. You could have your gray water recirculate through a garden bed in the greenhouse. That's make the house and the greenhouse attached. So the south facing half the house is the regular house, and then the other half is all the greenhouse, and it's all facing south. But just build a conventional house that way, using those same principles, using the same types of scenarios where you're repurposing materials, and it's consistent in quality. You're able to do it inexpensively, with conventional methods, but having the same intentions. You're going to have all the south side of your house is going to be like mostly open glass framed. That enables you to bring in the winter sunlight, and the winter sunlight, when the sun is low and it shines into the house. And then the back north wall of your house is like maybe double heavy cinder blocks, and then you're backing that up with like drainage and soil behind it, and that it has ventilation. You're ventilating the air through the mass of soil or ground through the cinder block area, and that's for the winter. It brings in fresh air from the outside that's not ambient air temperature from the outside, but the temperature is equalized with the ground in the winter, so it's warmed up, and then you're heating it in your house. And then in the summer, when it's really hot outside, the air is ventilated through the mass of the north-facing brick cinder block portion of the house that's backfilled with soil, with proper drainage built in. That will allow for that cool air to come into the house and cool the house off. And then in the summer, when the sun is high on the horizon, the light from the sun doesn't penetrate all the way to the back of the house. It penetrates in the front. And you could have like curtains there if you wanted to block the light out. You could have like light, like dampening. What they use on greenhouses is that light dampening. So that you could have that in the summer, right? And then just in the winter, open that up. But look up the Earth ship, right? But use those same principles, only use some of them for building a conventional home. That's all I'm saying, with conventional building materials. And it would work, right? And it's our demolition, right, that we do on buildings. When they take an old building, right, and they demolish it, all of that material, the old timbers, the bricks, the concrete, the rebar, all of the materials, that all that construction debris, right, all that demolition debris, it should all be reused or repurposed or recycled. We shouldn't have that go to the landfill, all right? That material does not belong in a landfill. I'm sorry if your board of directors penciled it all out, your company looked and penciled it out and saw that it was cheaper to just bulldoze everything down and take it and bury it in the landfill. But that's not the future. The future, that's the old way of doing things. That's old World War II, right? There's always plenty. We have an almost infinite frontier. There's land everywhere, right? And we could just put another garbage. Doesn't matter how many garbage dumps. We have plenty of room for garbage dumps. And everything's real cheap, right? Virgin materials, real cheap. But it's not going to be that way. Things are going to get more and more and more and more expensive for cement, for bricks, for concrete, for wood. Why not dismantle a building and reuse, repurpose, or recycle the last, right? That material. Don't throw that material in a landfill, right? That's that's like World War II thinking, right? That's old. That's expensive material that should be like stored. It should be taken apart, dismantled and stored and reused. And logically, you'd think eventually that's going to be cheaper to do that. So it's going to be forced on the marketplace. We'll force that into fruition. It won't be because a green person, environmentalist, makes that. Oh, they want that. They want that because they care about the environment and that. They're not going to do it. What's going to do it is how much money new virgin materials are going to cost, from getting the material, mining it, growing it, taking it from a forest, cutting it down, bringing it, sawing it to a sawmill, bringing it and making it brand new, selling it brand new. And that's more all these buildings that are like old, dilapidated old buildings that were built a long time ago, they have wood, there's framing, there's windows, there's doors, there's bricks, there's cement there, metal, steel, rebar already there. Why get brand new stuff? Wouldn't it? You would think, oh, it must be cheaper, right, to reuse stuff, right? I mean, it's already all the energy and everything's already been processed to make that possible, to bring that material together to form it into that mixture or that rebar or whatever. You always got to get the brand new stuff. Why does it always everything have to be brand new? And yeah, I understand that wood has to be approved and stamped. It has to withstand so much compression, and it has to be safe for reusing, for rebuilding and all that. So, but as far as I know, like when they harvested these trees in the Pacific Northwest, and there was never any, hardly ever, very rarely any trees cut down. And they first came here and they found all these big trees and they logged them all. That wood is still in all these old buildings. If you go and look like downtown, you go into these old buildings, there's still big old heartwood, right? Clear heartwood from old growth trees in those buildings. That wood, that should not just be chopped up and thrown into a landfill, or even ground up and turned into sawdust or something. That they could still reuse those timbers. They still reuse all those bricks. They could still reuse all the steel or the metal that's in that building, reinforce that they could reuse the concrete, or bricks, and part of the problem with climate and how much energy it takes to make cement, all right? No one's talking about that very much, but it takes a lot of energy and it creates a lot of CO2 when they process the lime and crush rock and pulverize it and make a cement out of it and mix it and all that and heat it and dry it out. it takes energy to do that. Well, if you could figure out a way to reuse existing cement, right, just reprocess it, it'd be minimal amount of reprocessing, less energy than virgin material. I guess it's the same thing you say about plastics too, right? All the manufacturers don't all get together and all do like, we're going to follow this one standard and we will take responsibility for our product, right? Let's say you have a dishwasher, or you have an old couch, or you have an old washing machine or something, and the manufacturer of that product, they will recollect that and pay you like a deposit, right? They'll pay you for that, and then they'll take it back to their factory. They'll take it all apart. They'll take the pieces and the components and the metal and the electrical, and they'll reuse the good stuff. It'll be tested and certified in that, and they'll reuse it in new products, and it'll go back on and be resold. And some of it'll be like the metal will be the same, right? The casing and the covers and all that will be the same. And that should be like a lesser of a carbon footprint, really, than getting new steel made and having it re-rolled and formed and blah, 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 blah. Having all new stuff brought in, even like appliances and electronics and that should be like, there should be like every landfill. There should be like we should have a very small footprint. Everybody should have a really small footprint for garbage. There should not be trucks that drive down the road, pick up these bins, and they take these bins, they dump them in a big pile, they scrape them all together and put them in big trucks and take them to these holes that are lined with the plastic, poly. They dump it down, they run the tractors over it, compact it down, they dump it, they fill in these big mountains of holes with all this plastic, all this like food scrap, food waste, construction debris, old tires, cement, pieces of cement, glass, and any kind of waste. Everything should be like reused. It should be repurposed, or it should be broken apart to its base, whatever it is, and then recomposed and made into something else. I guess you could say it could be like, you think about take a computer, right? A big computer. You have one of those machines that has the teeth, and they turn the opposite direction and they go each other, and anything that goes in there gets like ripped apart, cut and sliced and diced, and made into little particles. Well, they just do that with everything before it goes in a landfill. Before there's any landfill, it all goes into a big thing with knives and blades, and it gets all cut up and crunched up and cut. And then it goes into another machine, and then that machine cuts it into smaller pieces. Everything, rubber tires, metal, glass, every electronics, diapers, old wood, pieces of cement, everything, old metal, whatever's in there goes in there, and it gets completely pulverized and broken down into a slurry, to a very fine powder, and then it gets put into a slurry. Then it goes into a settling tank. And then from that settling tank, it goes into another settling tank, and then it gets heated, digested, and they separate out the oils. They separate the metals out. They separate the gases out. And then they're able to like take all the iron out. They're able to take all the wood out. They're able to take all of the lead, any element, right? They're able to separate out the elements and make them into virgin material again. So I'm just thinking like if you owned a landfill, and that landfill had been there since like the turn of the century, like the 1900s, and chances are you own that landfill, and the old part of the landfill, if you were going and you went and dug down in there, you'd find like things like materials that like they thought that cheap back then, but might be really expensive right now. So you could go and mine that old landfill for those materials. And in the same way, I think in the future, plastic's going to be really expensive, right? It'll be way more expensive to use virgin plastic pellets and make plastic things out of that. That'll be more expensive than recycling plastics from before they go into the landfill. Somehow that'll get cheaper. The market will market forces, because of the price of oil and that, market forces will force industry to do that. It won't be a bunch of people carrying signs, walking down the street. No plastic, stop plastic pollution, stop pollution, save the oceans. It'll be, we can't get rid of this stuff because it's too valuable. We can reuse it and remake something and use that material. It's a valuable material, and no one will want to throw it away because they'll get money for it. And the oceans will get clean. There won't be any more plastic in the ocean because plastic will be so expensive that they'll go out in the ocean with trawls and they'll scoop, they'll siphon, filter all the plastic out of the ocean, put it on big barges, use old oil tankers and fill them up with plastic from scooping it off the ocean, and they'll they'll turn that plastic back into really pure plastic. For various whatever repurposing it for different things, but they'll get that'll be way cheaper than virgin materials, and that's the only way that we'll clean the plastic from the ocean, people. It won't be because of environmentalists. It'll be because it's costing so much for virgin material that they'll have to go out and harvest pieces of used plastic everywhere. They'll be digging up all these landfills. They'll be excavating tearing up and digging up all the landfills and trying to get to the plastic to reuse it because it'll be so expensive. And that'll be the day everybody will go, hurrah, we solved the plastic pollution problem. It would be like it. But I have stock in a company. It's called Plastic to Oil. And they have a proprietary method of taking mixed plastics and converting it into fuel oils, which, it's not, I mean, it's way expensive now to do that, right? But in the future, it's a penny stock now, but maybe if oil goes up, the cheap oil, right, that's easy to get to, that return on energy input, right, doesn't pencil out. If they figure that it's cheaper to them to harvest plastic from the ocean, styrofoam, nylon, polyester, rubber, all these plastics that are floating around in the dead zones of the ocean, in the metal in the patches, whatever, those plastics will be they'll be harvesting them off the ocean, and then they'll be digging up the landfills to get to them. So I'm hoping that, well, if you buy stock and you own a garbage company, right, then that means you own all that land, but you're still there's risk involved. If you own the garbage company and then the community that lives around them, sues the garbage company because they're polluting the water or the air in the area. And you're a shareholder, and it's going to eat into your earnings per share. So you won't get maybe they'll cut the dividend if it's a big established company. But you'll own that company. If you own that company, then you own the land, the garbage, all that garbage that's buried in the land. You're a shareholder of the garbage company. You're going to own that in the future. They'll start mining that, and it'll make money. It'll make money not only for just waste disposal, but you'll make money out of the materials, reusing the materials and harvesting them. Yeah, transporting, yeah. Yeah, I saw that. But I thought he was in Nebraska. Yeah. Yeah, he had citrus growing. Oh my God, beautiful. Yeah, wonderful. All ground heated. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, perfect idea. That you see, you take you, it's like that saying, a death by a thousand cuts. Well, think of the opposite of that, right? If it's climate change and we have to adapt, we can't fix the climate change, but we can adapt to survive. We can roll with the punches. The straw that bends in the wind, that's supple, that when the wind blows on that straw, it's supple and it bends, it doesn't break. But when it's a stiff piece of straw and the wind blows on it, it breaks. Well, humanity's going to break because we're not being prepared. We're not preparing ourselves for what's coming in the future with the weather, weirding weather, with loss of farmland because they can't grow because it's raining too hard or it's too hot or too dry. We're not going to get there. We love children. Oh, we love kids so much. We want to have kids. We want to raise a family. We want kids. Oh, we want children so bad, but we don't want to have this earth up more of a better place for people to live on in the future. We don't care about that. We don't care about having more better gardens and more fresh food and cleaner water and more opportunities for innovation, more spare time for creativity, more freedom, more flexibility, more prosperity. We only think in terms of like the next 5 years, and that's it. We only think 5 years into the future. We think, wow, we want to have a kid, we want to have a family, but we don't think about when they're like 50 years old, when they're 40, when they're 50, when they're 60, all grown up. What's the world going to be like for all these children? All these kids, you love all these kids so much, but you don't think about what's the future going to be like for them when they're here, when they're stuck here. So it should be that people that are family oriented people should be very concerned about the environment, and about like things like anything like having to do with like even knowing about situations that are are potentially very bad that could happen in the future, like a nuclear war or a mass something happening like we had the COVID-19. Well, maybe that was just a rehearsal for something worse that's going to come in the future. For another disease is going to come along. It's going to be like way more transmissible. It's going to be like most people's immune systems will not be able to stand up to it. It'll be a really, really, really virulent strain of some kind of a virus, right? That's going to happen in the future. And COVID-19, that was just like a rehearsal or a preview of what could happen. Well, I'll probably get banned now. They'll probably just like, oh, and then somebody will like see my video and watch it, and they'll think that he's not a government official, he's not a scientist, he's not a college professor, he doesn't have credentials to be discussing such and such. So we better muzzle this person here right away. But looking into the future and trying to see a future that would you want to live in the future if you had a choice and you were to become a child all over again, right? And you could just, I want to be a kid all over again. So when I go, I'll pass away. I'm going to be a kid. I'll live here on the earth. And you start looking at the earth and the way it is. Do you want that for yourself? And then think about, you're going to impose that on a new person. You're excited and you're thrilled about having a child. Yeah, you want a child. You're going to have a good time. You're going to have a loving, caring relationship. You're going to learn about caring for someone else. You're going to have you're going to have a friend. You're going to have a partner. You're going to have a people around you until you're elderly. But they're going to be here. Your kids are going to be here. And what are they going to grow up in, right? Are they going to have are they going to have better food? Are they going to have cleaner water? Are they going to have more leisure time? Is the world going to be more of a beautiful place to see? Will there be more freedom? So, you call me like a naysayer and a doomer, on that, but I'm sorry. I don't see, I see little children like at the grocery store or like waiting for the school bus. I grieve and I'm crying inside. I'm thinking, oh my God, what's this world going to be like for those people? For those kids, right? What kind of world are we leaving behind? We're just grabbing and scooping up everything and mining everything and cutting everything down and making it all like a farm or a mine or no wild areas left. And depleting all the resources, and everything's going to get. You know what? Everything's going to get more expensive. There's going to be more people putting more of a demand on resources, on copper, on fresh water, on steel, on cement, on all these raw materials, more and more and more in demand, because of course everybody wants to live a Western standard of living. They want a refrigerator, they want an automobile, they want an asphalt roof, they want hot and cold running water, they want to go to the grocery store and buy steak. They want, just like they want to live like the Americans, right? Everybody, oh, we don't want a little hut. We don't want a little ride a bicycle to town. We want like a car. Yeah, big car. We can like be comfortable and have air conditioning and blah, 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 blah. But you have that multiplied all over the world, everybody wanting to live like that. And you can't. It's breaking. The tipping points I have tipped. Look up the Arctic and look up methane in the Arctic, and everybody knows this is not. I don't have to tell everybody out there about climate change and what's happening with the climate and what the future could potentially be. Now, we had a heat dome last year. It got like 110 degrees. It was like I was freaking out. I thought, oh my God, how long is it going to stay like 109, 110 degrees outside? This is crazy. It never gets this hot here. I've lived in the Pacific Northwest since 1991, and it's never gone over 90, very, very rarely 90 degrees, only in like the city or in a parking lot, but like 110, freaking 110 degrees. The plants were dying. When it starts getting like that over a long period of time, and you're a farmer and you're growing like any kind of vegetable or trees or something you're growing, and it gets 110 and 115 degrees, and you're now, no matter how much water, even if you have water, all your plants are dying because it's too hot. They won't grow if it's too hot for too long. And that's going to make food at the grocery stores more expensive. So if it's not like, who's to point the finger at? It's their fault. They caused it. It's you, blah, blah, blah. They're the ones doing it. They're causing the climate to change. Blah, blah, blah. It's somebody else. And it's like, okay, I was saying the opposite of a death by 1,000 cuts, right? They say that. They got all these things happening, and they're all working against you from all different directions. And that's the problem. Well, the solution is the opposite of a death by 1,000 cuts. Then you need life by 1,000 remedies. That's what you need. You need to approach the climate problem on many different levels. And it has to be global. It can't just be one country that's like really conscientious about the climate and all the other ones aren't. And it has to be like a no-brainer. It has to be dumbed down and made simple so that you don't have to think about it. You just live that way. You live that life and it's not like you're being imposed upon to like use less gas and drive less and buy less things, and you reuse, reduce, recycle, eat vegetarian, vegan. It's that, oh, you go to the grocery store, oh, real ground beef from a cow, that's like $10 a pound. Oh, I can get like vegan meat that's like $5 a pound, and it tastes better. It has a longer shelf life. It's less expensive. And why would I buy real meat when I could buy meat made from a plant that tastes better, that's healthier for me, that costs less money? So your average Joe is not thinking about, oh, I feel sorry for the cow. I feel sorry for the, no, it's all about money, and it's all about taste. It's taste and then money. And if you could do that, if you could make food that's plant-based taste better than animal, if you could make a milk that tastes better, feels better in your mouth, feels better when it goes down your throat, that tastes better with your taste bud, that smells better, that's plant or from a nut or a seed or a grain, and you can make a milk, then you don't need to tell people, stop hurting the cows, stop drinking cow milks for cows. You don't have to do that. It's the same way with the building standard too. You don't have to talk everybody into getting solar because it's already built in. It's already on neighborhood electric systems. It's already commonly everybody everywhere has it. So there's no, and it's like the market has to, the forces that'll come about will be that return on investment for energy, right? It'll be so expensive that coal, oil, and gas, the only way we're ever going to get off of these things, if they'll get so expensive that solar is cheaper, wind is cheaper, hydro cheaper, and power storage for base load leveling. There was a train in San Bernardino that was coming down the mountains, and they weren't able to put the brakes on in time, and the train crashed into a neighborhood. Well, I got an idea from that, and I thought you could find a place where there's like a slope on a mountain, right? And you could pave roads all the way up the mountain, straight up the mountain. And then you could have like chairs, right? Like the same thing you'd see at a ski lift place where the cables are going around a pulley. And you could take semi-trailers with wheels on them and fill those semi-trailers up with something really heavy like rocks. And you could have all these roads going up the side of the mountain. And you could pull when you had more energy being produced than what you could use. You could take that extra amount of energy and you could pull with cables those trailers full of rocks. You could pull them up the side of that mountain, like the train in San Bernardino. Just think of the train that crashed in San Bernardino. Take all that heavy weight of those tractor trailers full of rocks and pull them up a couple miles of a real steep or long distance of a steep side of a mountain. And then you could have like a cable on that same tractor trailer that's empty, that's just the trailer and not the truck, full of rocks. You could have that same cable on the pulley that could switch over to a generator, right? So you're not having to build like a tower, right? Because they got the idea of like gravitricity, right? Where they build a tower and then they pick up a brick and they put it down, and then they pick up they have a crane that picks up another brick and it puts it down, and they have a whole system of these cranes, right? And they're picking up blocks and they're putting the blocks, lowering the blocks, picking up blocks. That's dangerous because it's a tower, right? What if there's an earthquake and it shakes and it falls or it gets damaged? And then it has all that energy that went involved in putting up the steel, constructing steel gantries and towers. And if you have an existing mountain, right, why not use what I'm saying? Why not just use trailers full of rocks and just have pave a road up a steep mountain and have all these roads up the side of this mountain, and all they do is they all day long is they're lowering and raising, they're pulling and they're lowering semi trailers full of heavy rocks up and down the mountain, and that's generating electricity. It's storing electricity and generating electricity, just like that gravitricity idea, right? Only using like real simple tech. No fancy tower, right? That's that's kind of like, well, if it's, I mean, it looks like there's a lot. It looks like there's a lot of moving parts to that. It looks like there's something. It looks like it's things that could go wrong. It looks high maintenance. Okay, I'm talking real low maintenance, real super low and cheap, already existing. Everything's already existing, except maybe a pulley and a generator, right? A pulley and a generator. So you have a system of, and you could do more than one road. You could have like 5, 6, 10 roads, all like 4 or 5 miles long, that go up the grade of the mountain. That when it's released, it's got enough force to pull on that cable and cause the cable to make a pulley spin, right? And that pulley spins and it turns an electric generator. So you're using gravity and you're producing electricity, and there's nothing fancy. There's no holes, no mine shafts or big towers or anything like that. No one's like, you'd think, oh, you could do that with water, right? You're doing with water, but then like that's another, they were doing that in the Canary Islands, and they have that where they can use pump hydro, right? So yeah, that's expensive. Then building that's expensive compared to what I'm saying. It would seem like building pumped hydro would be way more expensive. And then you got to have a place for the water to go, and then you got to have another reservoir for the water to fill right up the mountain. Well, this has been a long talk by me, and it's been things on my mind that I think about, like, okay, I'm trying to do this and this and this, and I'm attempting to reduce my carbon footprint. I'm attempting to become more self-sufficient, grow my own food, and have my food taste better, and be challenged and be interested in growing things. I've always liked that as a hobby too, not so much out of necessity, but and taking pride in what I get accomplished, like picking a pear and eating a pear that I grew in my yard. It's like, to me, that was like a big deal, right? Having a bowl of pears and eating them, and like, oh, they're really good and they're sweet. And I didn't go to the store and have to buy them. They were growing right there in my yard. And I thought, all I need to do is take this one step further and grow other trees and have more of a variety, so I can harvest things at different times, and then keep working towards that goal. Make a root cellar, but make it small at first. Just dig a hole and put a piece of wood over it, and have some shelving or something down in there, and put onions and potatoes and carrots in the root cellar. And then later on, if I'm successful at that, build a bigger root cellar using cinder blocks and cement and that, and have it nice, and have it be able to walk down into it and that. So I could like harvest and then preserve what I have. If I had a good harvest of potatoes or carrots or whatever. But growing little by little, taking baby steps in the direction you're trying to get to, trying simple things first, inexpensive things, and then working your way into more and more complex, more larger endeavors in that same direction. If it's solar, electric, get yourself a little kit, with a few panels, and hook it up to a battery and try it out and experiment around with it. And if you understand it and it makes sense to you, and you have the available place on your property that's adequate and safe to set up a solar system, build a ground mount system. Put in a big ground rack, and get if you can afford it, have yourself checked over by a professional to inspect what you do and then have it signed off so that you can do you can do a grid tied system, because it doesn't, you may find that you have a battery bank and you're on the grid, but you can figure that you would save money with buying them, powering the power being bought back, and then you could get the inline inverters that go directly from your solar DC and convert it into AC right off the panel. That's Enphase. That's their product. They make that. I think there's a few other ones too that make that. So, and then start out small and experiment and perfect what you're doing, understand it, and then work your way into bigger and better things, right, over time. So that was what I was trying to do. And I'm humbled and honored that people come and watch my videos. I really am. I'm glad that I think I would want to think I'd made a difference in the world. Maybe I've inspired people, or I've inspired somebody else that's inspired somebody else, or I've added to that initiative of the zeitgeist to move in the direction of using solar more than if I had never made any videos on YouTube. I mean, it's not that I'm not, I got tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of views on my channel, but I did get 1,000, or I did get almost 100,000 on one. I'm thinking that this is not good enough for that. If I'm going to have that many people watch these, they should be really professionally done better, and things should be planned out, scripted out better than that. So I'm humbled that people still watch my videos. So in the past, I guess I'm a hippie, or I was wannabe at a time. Maybe I saw qualities in the hippie person that I liked. I liked that they weren't uptight and they were laid back. I liked that the hippie person was they were friendly to everybody else. They were open armed. They weren't critical of other people. They were more community oriented people. They were easygoing. They wanted to live wisely, and they didn't so much aren't material focused. I mean, they were, at the time, it seemed like they were more spiritual. They wanted things that were happiness to come in ways that that didn't involve monetary gain as much as they wanted happiness to be about enjoying friends and family and having healthy meals and growing their own food and being outdoors gardening and sharing their resources and getting along with each other, living in the same group and in a community. And people all align, all their values are aligned in the same direction. They could live together. And that always was I always thought, well, that would be, they had a good vision. I thought, well, they have this really great vision and it went into the off grid. And then there was peak oil. We were financial crisis and Katrina. And then people were more thinking about survival and having an independent power, having emergency power, having emergency water and that. And it was kind of that's where and then people would see my channel and they'd thumb me up and they'd send me good comments. And I never got a donation. I never really asked for donations. It was kind of, I'm a working person. I work 9 to 5. I work full-time job and I'm doing this. So it's if I was just trying to do this to earn a living, I would be way more conscientious of quality, consistency, attention, how I bring attention to it, keeping people interested in it, producing a desire so that they could desire and want what I'm trying to do. And then they would take action and actually go out and buy the equipment and buy the similar equipment I had. I would try to do a better job at selling it and that, and maybe doing sample videos and producing things really high quality, but just doing really short sample videos and then trying to market my skills to to vendors of the products that I'm using. So I never really didn't go that direction. Maybe I should have followed up on. There were offers to have my channel join other channels or other groups of people to do the same thing, and I never took that up. It was like $100, $120 a month. I was getting the AdSense money was coming in, right? And this was like in the year 2010 and 11, I think. And it was like, that was like, whoa, I'm making money doing this. And that was like making me like do videos. And I wanted to like do it better and explain it. And I was trying to hold the camera better. And And then as soon as I started making AdSense money, then that's when the other people that were more expertise, that the company that made the plastic poly tanks, that they found a person that was using their product and they had really set it up. They had it well organized. It was done all connected properly. They were using it efficiently and they were explaining it to people. Then the advertisers were going and supporting them, right? They had better camera equipment. They were buying a drone. They had really good editing software. And they were consistently making videos regularly, and they were getting into depth in the areas of expertise. They were very well versed and were very knowledgeable about what they were trying to explain to people. That it wasn't just off the top of their head guesswork. But you'll see that in the playlist. Go through the playlist and you'll find that, and that kind of dampened my, maybe I'm not that good. Maybe I should just cut this out. I'm just, it's dumb if I don't do it right. It doesn't look right in that. But I'm tired. I really am. Yeah. Meaning of life. Yeah. Meat is the meaning of life. So it is. Yeah. You're made out of meat. So am I. Yeah. We have nerves inside of our skin, under our skin. And that nerve, it like makes an impulse and it travels under our skin and through our meat, and it goes and it makes contact with our brains. And within our brains, we feel like things like heat, we feel cold. And there's like certain kinds of nerve endings. Some are like, they're called Pacinian corpuscles, and they feel pressure. Those are the nerves for pressure. And then there's Krauss bulbs, and those are nerves that feel cold. And then there's Meissner's corpuscles; those feel heat. And all mammals have these sensory modality. A cow can feel cold. A cow can feel heat. A cow knows where its limbs are. It feels present. It knows it's present to itself. It's conscience. So that's important to remember that when you're walking down the supermarket aisle and you see all this meat, that's your food, right? You eat it for nourishment because you were brought up to believe that you had to eat meat. If you stopped eating meat, you would go malnutrition, right? They told you that. They taught you that in school, probably. Your parents probably told you that too, growing up. When I grew up, we had milk, eggs, butter, chicken, tuna, pork, fish of different kinds, salmon. We had steaks. We had beef loin, tenderloin. We had New York cut. We had prime rib. We had hot dogs, hamburgers. We had ham sandwiches. We had bacon for every meal until I was 18 years old. And I went out on my own, and I was like I had an acne problem. I was trying to solve that. And I was trying to be healthy. And I started reading about vegetarian diets and I learned that, Hindus, wow, there's some people in India, then all they are is they eat vegetables. They eat grains and rice and beans, and they don't eat meat, or their religion tells them that they don't want to cause any suffering, which is ahimsa, their religion. And I started studying other religions and learning about nutrition. finding out what minerals and vitamins are in different kinds of foods, and what causes like diseases in your body. If you don't get a certain kind of vitamin, you get the results will be these results, and it's specific to that type of vitamin or mineral, that these are the conditions that come about in your health. These are the symptoms that that will prevail if you're low in iron, or if you're lacking in B12, or if you're deficient in amino acids, or omega 3s. If you're not getting enough of a mineral or a vitamin, you can find foods that are plants that have those vitamins and minerals and nutrients in those plants. Now, albeit in the 70s and the 80s, if you were to go into a grocery store, there wouldn't be any Amy's Kitchens, or there wouldn't be any Beyond Meat burgers, or any Garden burgers, or any Boca burgers, or any coconut ice cream, or almond ice cream, almond milk, coconut milk, soy milk, flaxseed milk, hemp milk, oat milk, rice milk. That maybe rice milk, but overall, in general, in the 70s and the 80s, if you were a vegan person, it was like you lived in India, or you lived in a monastery. You were a Buddhist, you lived in a monastery, or you were a Hindu, Hare Krishna maybe. But even I think they drank cow's milk. I'm not sure, butter maybe, Hindus. But veganism is not something that's only become more popular as the food choices have become more popular. And that's what I was saying about letting the marketplace change people's behavior. So if you go to the store, right, you buy ground hamburger meat from a grass-fed, from the best cow, right, from a really healthy cow, that's the highest quality ground beef that you can buy, and then you buy like a Beyond Meat burger, right? And seriously, you cook your ground meat burger, you make a patty out of it, and you make a burger out of it, and you eat it, and you're hungry, right? So you wait till you're really hungry and you eat it, right? Then just remember the flavor. And then the next day, take the garden burger, or take the Beyond Meat burger. I like Beyond Meat burgers, and cook that and eat that. And you can tell me, does that taste better than real meat, right? Than animal flesh? Do plant-based products, do they taste better than animal-based products? Just honestly, right? Really honestly, does the flavor and the texture and the experience of eating that, is it better with the real animal or with the plant-based? Honestly, be honest with yourself and do that experiment. Now, it could be that we're still working on that. It's still trying to be developed, that maybe like the best oat milk you can buy, if you take a glass of milk from a cow, from a family farm, right, that's raised wholesomely with the whole milk, right, that's fresh, and you pour a glass of that, and then you take a glass of the best oat milk, really creamy oat milk, or really good soy milk, or even like a nut milk, right? And you pour that, and you taste the milk, you drink that, and taste it, drink it, taste it, and feel it in your mouth and taste it. Then take a glass and pour the soy or the oat milk, creamy version of it, or a better quality one, and drink that and taste that, and even go so far as to say, well, how do you feel after the meal, right? When you ate all that real meat, and now it's in your digestive system inside of your body, what does your body feel like, right? Now have like a vegan burger, all veg, all vegan with veganese and the same toppings, and eat that, and then feel your gut. How does your digestive system feel And be acutely aware of what's happening while you're digesting your food. Try to feel it inside of your body. How it's feeling. Does it feel like all like it's all building up in there, and it's not, things are not breaking down, or things aren't moving through your system? They're kind of staying there heavy in one place in your body for a long time. And you eat another one, it feels light. You feel like you could eat another one and it wouldn't be so filling. And then when you eat it, you don't get indigestion. You don't get like stomach problems or anything. You feel good. Your insides feel good after you eat that. That's a whole other part of the eating experience. I'm not talking about animal suffering, animal cruelty, animal rights. I'm not talking about not even mentioning that, right? Or is it you believe that the animal has a soul? You're delusional, and the animal hits food. The farmer grows it. It's food. It doesn't feel. It's just there. It's to be killed. That's what it's supposed to do, and accept it as that. I'm not talking in those regards. I'm saying, how does it taste? How does it make you feel when it's inside of your body? What about how much does it cost? Is it expensive? What about, like, does it have a shelf life? Is it packaged? What kind of a package is it in? Is it good? That if you can give the average person in the world 2 meals, right? One meal was mostly animals, and the other one was plant-based. But the one that was plant-based, it tasted better. It was less expensive. It was like easier on your digestive system. It was healthier for you. You would eat that. You wouldn't have to tell people, oh, don't eat animals, you're hurting animals. No. You wouldn't have to go protest, blah, 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 blah. And you wouldn't have to, climate change, the meat takes so much water to grow the grain, the fuel, to harvest the grain, the fuel, to transport the grain to the cows. The cows need water. The cows need veterinarian care. The cows need big open pieces of land to walk around on. The cows they're farting and shitting and pissing. The cows, they have to be cut up and disposed of. The different parts of the cow are made into different things, and they go to a big building, and they get shot in the head and dragged up, chained up, and they slit on their throat, and they get butchered and cut up. And it's dirty, and it's noisy, and it's dangerous, and the animals are moaning and groaning. You don't have to explain to people all that. All you have to do is it tastes better, it's healthier, it's less expensive, it's convenient. They'll stop eating meat. They'll stop eating animal products. It'll be so expensive that meat, real meat like beef, chicken, pork, fish, it'll be so expensive that only rich people could eat real meat and animal products. Everybody else just eats plant-based products. So the marketplace will force that area, probably. I'm thinking. I'm guessing. Where I'm like, I'm an investor. I'm investing in companies that make industrial greenhouses, companies that make hydroponics, companies that grow indoor. There are indoor farming companies that make plant-based meats, companies that are orchards that are strictly growing avocados or lemons or oranges and bananas and pineapples. And I'm investing plant-based. And your utilities, like your power companies and your water companies and your garbage companies and your internet service providers and your telephone companies and your banks. And I'm investing in those too. And the more established companies pay dividends. But I'm banking in the future that as the weather becomes more unstable, we have another heat dome, and heat domes become longer, more persistent. Weather stalls because there's no jet stream, because the ice is gone off the poles. It's more open ocean. It's warmer over the poles, so the jet stream is changing and the weather patterns change, and farming gets more and more and more and more expensive, especially animal farming. Because you have not only do you have grain, you're growing all this grain, you're using all this land, all this water to grow all this grain to feed an animal that's being harvested for its meat, for nutrition, sustenance. That's getting more expensive. It's cheaper to grow a plant and then directly consume the plant, process it and have it consumed by a human, than it is to take the plant, grow the plant, harvest it, move it, store it, feed it to an animal. More water, right? No more energy. And it's going to get more expensive. Real meat, unless you're like a guy that people that live way out in the country, right? And you're growing you have your own cows, you have your own chickens, you're providing them with land, they're grazing on it. So it's not, you're having to buy grain. And the weather is optimal all the time for your animals. It's not too hot, not too cold, not too windy. And it's cheaper for you to raise meat, and it tastes better. You like it. Your family's liked it. Your grandfather ate it. You trust what you grow, and you make your living that way. Then, yeah, it could be beneficial for you. Yeah, okay, that. Or you don't live near a grocery store. You can't just go to the grocery store and buy bananas. You can't go to the grocery store and get coconut milk. It's just not down conveniently there for you at the market. You go to the market and you're like, buy like a banana is like $3 for just one banana. Or you go to the grocery store and one apple is like $1.50 just for one apple, because you live somewhere it's so far away from where they grow the apples. It'd be cheaper for you to just take a fishing line down to the fishing where you can fish and catch a fish and cook a fish, or go out hunt and kill a rabbit or a moose and eat and cut it up and freeze it and eat that, rather than go to the store and try to buy vegan burgers, and go to the store and buy a coconut milk, go to the store, buy bananas and oranges and fruits and vegetables, and try to be vegan and live like way north or way somewhere far in the inland area where it's far away from where they can grow bananas and coconuts and things. It's the footprint, it's the cost, right? It's a payment, it's amount. If you could live in an average size city, right, over 100,000 people, and you get all your food you buy, it tastes better, it's less expensive, it's healthier, and it's convenient to get. And there's a variety of it to choose from. If you have that, or if you have chicken, pork, sausages, bacon, sauce, lunch meats and all that, and it's really expensive. And when you do use it, when you put it, make a sandwich, you eat it, it's like, hey, I kind of like the plant-based. They have the formula, right? They figured a formula out to make the food taste good, a texture, simulate the meat to make it, and it's always the same quality. It doesn't change and vary. Sometimes there's more fat in it, sometimes it's more salty. It's almost to the point where that's the thing. It's less expensive, it tastes better, and it's healthier. Then there's no trying to convince somebody to be vegan then. I don't know. Well, we'll see where it goes from there. We'll see the future, what happens. I'm thinking, okay, right now grain is getting really expensive because on the world market, the wheat that was normally grown in the Ukraine area, all those farmers that grew wheat and grains and sunflower seeds or whatever grains they were growing, they're not growing now because there's a war going on. So they could be planting now or getting ready to plant. And they're not being able to because everybody's had to leave the area. And now the world grain prices are going to get higher, more expensive. And that inevitably translates into higher meat prices because all the pigs, all the chickens, most of the cattle are are supplied with food that's not in the vicinity of those animals. So they just don't let those animals, all these big farms everywhere, these big factory farms, they're not animals that are roaming freely around. They're animals that are in barns, they're being brought grain and fed that grain. And it costs money to take grain and transport that grain from where it's harvested and stored, and then it's to where the farm animals are. So it costs money to do that. It takes a lot of energy. And then when they're producing the grain, it takes land and it takes water. It's not raining regularly there. They have to water it, pump water from a well to water the grain so they can harvest it to feed the animals. But when the equation changes, when it's like, when you go to the grocery store, and mark my words, we're gonna see this. If you're younger, you're gonna see it. I don't know about people my age may not see it as much, but as time goes on, you're gonna see. It's like Beyond Meat burgers are like, they're like $5 a piece now, or $4 for one patty, or whatever. And you can get like cheap hamburger meat for like $1 for a patty, right? Real cheap. And I like it. It's greasy. It cooks. It tastes good. Why do I want to eat a plant? Why do I want to eat a burger made out of a plant, right? And they don't know because, they taste it and they go, this tastes really good on a bun. Wow, it's shaped to my mouth. It tastes like meat. It has that meaty taste. Satisfying. And it's healthy too. Yeah, it's got salt, but everything's got salt. But it's got the protein, profile in that. And it's really been figured out to make this really taste it smells good when it cooks. And it's way expensive though. Ooh, I could get that $1 patty, a hamburger patty, way cheaper. But that's a changing. I'm thinking it's going to flip. It's going to be the other way around in the future. The real meat's going to cost a lot, and the plant-based meat's going to be a lot less. But the wonderful thing is about engineering and about science and about marketing and people's innovation and the innovative spirit is they can make a substitute for meat that tastes better, that smells better, or just as good while you're cooking it, that's cheaper, that's less expensive, that has just as long as a shelf life, refrigerated life, as real meat does, and it's healthier. It's better for your body. It doesn't have the LDL, it has more HDL, it has the better cholesterol in it. So it's better for you, right? It's healthier, right? It's costing less and it tastes better. Well, duh, you don't have to. There's nobody that's going around that has to say, you got to stop hurting animals, blah, blah, blah. There's people like ethical people that are like really super sensitive, that they reflect a lot about putting themselves in others' positions. They are people that are like, they see someone else or they see an animal and they imagine themselves to be in their shoes. There's somebody, people that are mentally more, they mirror other people and they try to see themselves inside in their taking their place, being them in their body and living how they would live and what they would be experiencing. So they're more like compassionate. They're more aware of, like they're aware of, like, okay, they have a pet cat, right? And they could never imagine killing their cat and eating it. Oh my gosh, they could not even think of even to begin to think about that. They could never begin to think about going to a place where all these dogs are in cages and pointing to one and having a guy pull the dog out of the cage and take a hatchet and hatchet the head off, chop the head off, chop the legs off and put it in a boiling pot and skin it and wrap it up and give it to you. Could you do that if you had a dog and then you went to a place where you saw that same dog in a cage and you saw them do that to the dog? You'd be mortified. Or if you, most of you meat eaters out there, I'm guessing most of you have never had to kill and butcher the animal and eat it. Most of you probably bought it already killed and wrapped up from the supermarket shelf. and we're human beings. We're always too preoccupied with our needs, how we feel, that our feelings come first, that we're more important than any animal, and that whatever we want trumps whatever someone thinks an animal has rights. That the person that doesn't like the person that believes that animals should have rights, they think those people are delusional. They think they thought in their head that they were they think of themselves as being entrapped in that animal body, having to live out that life of that animal that was in the farm on the farm. They imagine themselves to be that other animal, and people would think, oh, that's a mental disorder. You have something wrong with your brain. You're not thinking. That's not normal thinking. That they breed the animals on the farm. The farmer breeds the animal for meat. It's food. It's supposed to be eaten, and that's all it's there for. There's no, oh, we got to worry about how that cow is feeling. It's cold. We got to make sure it's warm. We got to make sure the cow doesn't get any. It's not having any wounds on it. It needs to be kept properly cared for so it doesn't moan and groan, that it doesn't cry. There's nobody out there on the farms that are thinking about the comfort of the animals they're raising. It's all about, how can I grow meat for the cheapest price possible? Well, how can I make my cost per pound of the meat? How can I make profits for myself, improve the amount of money that I make on that product? And if it means greenwashing, if it means packaging with pictures of cows in fields with butterflies and showing people smiling, or showing cartoons of a cow smiling, or making it sound like all these nutritionists and doctors and learned people are endorsing real meat, that it's better for your physical body, that it's more healthier, finding ways or finding people to pay off, or finding sampling and cherry picking out the data to make your product look like it's healthier. Yeah, but is a cow conscious? You see, to look at an animal and to think, look at the animal, look it in the eye, watch it, and to think that there's no one there, to think that animal is just like a mechanical puppet or an animatronic, like a Disney, like if you go on an amusement park ride and they show like animated farm animals, or a ride at Disneyland where they have animated people or like puppets, that to look at the animal and just to think that, oh, it's a puppet, there's nothing there, there's no one there, you people that are too wishy-washy, bleeding heart liberal people, you think the animal is feeling pain, you think that the animals on the farm are suffering, you think it's unfair that we're taking advantage of a little being, and we're big beings with big brains, and we're taking advantage of little beings with little brains. You'd say those people are delusional, that all they are is meat. There's no one there. There's eyes, there's ears, there's sensory organs, there's a skin, and there's appendages, there's a system, there's a digestive system, there is no to worry about an animal's feelings, to worry about if the animal is too hot, too cold, if it's in pain, to worry about a farm animal that's not proper, that's not normal. And then you might hear something to the effect that God said in the Bible, blah, 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 about meat. So you can't get any further than that. Once it's religion, then you might as well go up and talk to a stone wall and expect the stone wall to move. Because once a religion is up, then that's kind of the end of that story. Yeah. But my whole idea is that the marketplace will change people's behavior. You can't make the world vegan. You might think that, wow, I've had cats and dogs. I've had pet ducks. I've had birds and bird cages. I've sat around and I spent time with animals. I look at them and I watch them and I pet them and I talk and I emote with them. I'm concerned about their health. I take them to the vet. But somehow a farmed animal is different. You know, a pig is different from a dog. That's the whole thing. Well, you got a brain there. There's a brain inside of that animal, and trying to talk somebody to be like well, maybe you should just like try not to eat as much meat, right? Maybe meat is better for like if you're going to have a social occasion with other people, like at a barbecue or a family, like a gathering, Thanksgiving or something. Maybe if you're ethical, right, at least take forward steps. Take steps towards being more of an ethical person yourself. You don't have to just all of a sudden give up everything that's animal, all meat. I'm just saying that think about it and maybe try being like be inquisitive with your palate, right? Experiment. See what kinds of plant-based products. Look at what vegans are eating, right? And look at what they're eating and see if like those dishes might be real tasty. And just instead of having a meat dish, have a vegan dish and see if you like it. And you might like it. You might notice like your fingernails are better. You might notice that you're starting to maybe grow some of your hair back and you're feeling more like airy. You feel more light. Your body feels lighter. Maybe you start losing weight and losing acne and maybe you're more invigorated. You feel more athletic. You're more awake in the morning. You don't have as much indigestion. You might find out that you feel better when you're eating mostly plants or on a plant-based diet. You feel better physically. But I'm not saying just that will, to me, I would be ethical. I would just, no, I made the choice because of ethics, but I would convince other people just to do that for health reasons. And that's just enough said in that regard. Anything more than that is they bring up a religion. You're talking, it's our tradition. You're talking to the stone wall. Go away. Shut up. I want to enjoy my meal. Get the heck away from me. I don't want to hear anymore. I enjoy what I eat. Go get lost. You go too far and it's sometimes the opposite will happen. If you try to like moralize or like, what is it called? Virtue signaling. If you try to do that, people will do the opposite. Just out of sight, just to prove you wrong or, so I'm not that, I try to be like, well, for me, being brought up in a Catholic Southern California, 1960s, 1970s, we didn't eat beans and rice and squash and for most of our meals. I grew up, I drank milk, I ate toast with butter, I had ham sandwiches, I had tuna fish, I had every meal, I had something, eggs, milk, bacon, butter, all that. Every meal, never meal just was all vegetables or all like that, vegan. So I'm like really alien. I really like flipped, like completely changed me. I mean, but I grew into it gradually. It didn't just happen like all overnight. And the marketplace helps too. That what's available has helped me be more conscientious of my diet. And now if I have a craving for a food, I can get that. That's a food that's a craving for it, but it's available for me. I don't have to like eat tofu all the time and beans and rice and that and coconut raw, just crack coconuts open, eat coconut, eat nuts and broccoli and raw carrots and lots of salad greens and sunflower seeds and pumpkin seeds and kale juice, all these things that are like the person that's not a even a person that's like not a vegetarian. A meat eater person looks at the person that's like all plant-based and they think this person is crazy. They think animals feel. They think an animal has emotions or is a soul that should have rights, and they think, and they eat this food that's like really like bland, that doesn't have any flavor, it's not protein and makes a person strong, and they think that's all that. They don't think, oh, it's healthier. They don't think that that person's eating it's tasting better, that it's better for them. They feel better. Their eyesight improves. They don't have bad breath anymore. They don't have acne anymore. They lose weight. They're more inclined to be athletic. You know, so it's not somebody that's chattering, it's talking, that's trying to convince, that's persuading, and that's only going to go so far. When the rubber hits the road, it's all about, what does it taste like? What does it feel like in my mouth? How much does it cost? Is it convenient? Is it healthy? Is it going to make me feel better? Is it going to improve my health? Not, gosh, that person, they're dumb. They're depriving themselves of all the joy of barbecued ribs and real meat burgers, grilling meat on a real grill, and burgers, and they're missing out on a chicken wing, a greasy chicken, deep fried chicken, and they're missing out on on bacon and the experience of eating bacon and the taste. They're missing out. They're deprived themselves of having a joyful life with the experience of eating and of drinking real milk from a cow. That they're not right in the head, or they're not like, they don't support their farmers. And I don't have to say much, because other people that are like vegan, they've said way more and way better and explained it way better than I can or I have. So and you'll find that out. Eventually more people will like go, you know what? Wow, those plant-based burgers, they really taste good. Or I bought some of those sausage links, and I took them out of the package. They looked like sausages. I touched them. They felt like sausages. I put my nose to the sausage, and it smelled like a sausage. And I threw it in the pan, and I cooked it, and it smelled like a sausage. And then I took it off the pan, and it was still hot, and I cut it up and I ate it. And it was like, wow, this is a really good sausage. This tastes really good in my mouth. It feels like a sausage. It tastes like a sausage. Oh, it's healthier. It's better. It's got a better nutrition profile. Though it's expensive. Yeah, it's expensive. So they got to work on that. That's one thing. Once that factors in, once it's cost, real sausages, $8 for 6 links, real sausages. Oh, I could get plant-based sausages. They're $5 for 6 links. Same quantity, same weight, same amount of food. This one tastes better. This one's less expensive. And this one's healthier for me. Gee, which one should I buy? Well, golly gee, Uncle George, he's got a pig farm there in Alabama, and I kind of like supporting the pig farmer, so I think I'll buy the real thing. Yeah, I'll buy the real thing now. So what can you say, right? But it may come to pass that when you do go into the grocery store, you'll notice, you'll go down the meat aisle and all be plant-based. All these different plant-based meats will be in the meat aisle. And then the one tiny little section at the very end of the meat aisle, it'll be real meat. And this might be like 20 years from now, right? Or 30 years from now. I'm talking a grocery store in a major metropolitan area. You'll see that. And then I think that in the future also, like picture a mall, a shopping mall. You got it all set up for traffic, right? For cars coming and going. It's a big area that's usually easily accessible off a main highway, centrally located in a city. And it's close to the infrastructure. Most of the building can be repurposed, maybe remodeled or repurposed. But I'm saying take that mall and make that mall into a garden farm. Take the half the mall, all the south facing side of the mall, make it into a greenhouse. Then have another part of the mall like for composting. Have another part that's rainwater capture, rainwater harvesting. Have another part where you have wind turbines and solar. Have a solar farm there too with it. So all the power and all the water are locally produced for the farm. It's a mall. It's a mall that's been converted into a farm. And then have part of that is available for the public. So you go in the mall, and when you walk into the mall, you see like all these orange trees. You see lemon trees, you see apricot trees, you see peach trees, you see banana trees, coconut trees, you see different kinds of nut trees, maybe, or berries. And you can go in and there's parts of the store you can go and pick your own food. And then there's other parts of the store where they pick it and they have it on display. So you buy it there. But all your food is made and grown at that one location. It's just a giant building that's been converted into a combination farm and greenhouse. So in the future, your farm and your city are too closely connected. They're brought together. You don't have a farm that's like hundreds of miles away, where all you do is that one farm just grows that one thing, and then they truck it real far to town. That's going to become maybe less and less and less common. It may be more common that there's going to be buildings that are converted into big greenhouses, hydroponics, and everybody. It will be the norm for everybody to eat plant-based. That only like maybe special occasions, or maybe only like for certain religious people or ethnic groups maybe occasionally eat that, or there's people that just are like diehard meat people, and they're willing to spend the extra money because it's gonna when they want to go buy meat, they're either gonna have to raise the animals themselves, or they're gonna have to buy it, and it's gonna be really, really, really expensive because all the inputs to get to raise the meat will be really more expensive. And that's a big piece of the pie, a big piece of the problem in the analogy of a death by 1,000 cuts, right? The opposite of that would be life by 1,000 means of healing. Our food system is part of that, a piece of the puzzle that could resolve the climate issue. At least it's a double-sided, at least it serves a dual purpose. It serves not only reducing a carbon footprint by food availability, localizing food, bringing it closer to the consumer, the farm and the consumer, and the transporting finished produce to the market, it's closer. So it lowers input costs on energy. That will lower the carbon footprint of our farming, right? And if more people are plant-based, then that's less energy being used for water pumping, for feed for cows, for feed for other animals, the growing the grain, the fertilizing the grain, the crops that normally would have energy used to grow them and then bring them to the farm for the factory farmed animals. So that will become less and less and less. That will lower over time. As somebody like me that's an ethical vegan, that's if it happens that way, it's going to happen that way. If it doesn't, and all I do is make myself feel better as a person, as a human being, and I live a little bit longer. Maybe I don't have a heart disease like my grandfather did and die of a heart attack. Maybe I live to be in my 90s instead of my 70s, and maybe I'm healthier, and maybe if it doesn't get to the point where it doesn't get as less, if it still stays expensive for plant-based, then I'll still spend the extra money to enjoy my food. If I have to buy the meats, vegan meats, or if I have to buy like vegetable juice, or if I have to buy like fruit and vegetables and it's more expensive than just eating like meat, so I don't know where it seems like, why wouldn't people look at an animal and have like a sense of, I'm a lot like that animal. I have a nose, I have a mouth, I have eyes, I have ears. It moves around. I can move around too. It's smaller than me. It lacks the sophistication of of a large central nervous system to be able to like cogitate and do equations and figure things out and build things and solve problem solving and communicate and high levels of abstract communication. It lacks that, but just at the gross level, it's an animal, and it for all intents and purposes, it looks like there's a self there. It looks like there is a consciousness there that is aware of itself, and making that assumption just on someone that's had pets and they eat meat, and maybe they've done their due diligence and they've really researched nutrition. This is another thing. Maybe they've really studied nutrition, unbiased, right? Looking at the value of the nutritional value of plant-based meals, plant-based diet over the nutritional value of even occasional meat eater, or a person that eats eggs and drinks milk and eats cheese and fish and that pretty regularly. They're not as healthy as, they're lacking in their diet. They're gaining weight excessively. They're blah, 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 blah. They're not as healthy as somebody that's on a plant-based diet. So even though they think, oh, I'm used to eating this way, I grew up this way, I'm happy, I don't want to change, I like what I eat now, no one's going to talk me into changing. But if they reasonably looked with the open eye, and they kept an open mind, and they really evaluated what was nutritionally available, and they plan their meals to more plant-based, they would see effect on their health, right? All of a sudden they notice, wow, I don't have those aches and pains like I used to. Wow, my belly is like flat now, right? I can like bend over, and I'm not getting as like short of breath. I'm not as tired as anymore. I feel more energetic. I'm not having to sleep as much. I'm stronger, right? And I'm more motivated, and it seems like my eyesight's clearing up. I'm better. Wow, maybe plant-based diet, maybe the nutritional value of plant-based foods is superior to animal products for nutrition. And then they might like look at the anatomy of a gorilla, look at the anatomy of a human, and see that a chimp and a gorilla eat mostly like they eat mostly like fruit and seeds and nuts and leaves. And for their primary source of their diet is fruit most of the time. And then they look at a human being and they see like if they start like mimicking what the animal would do in the wild, if we were still like if human beings didn't know about fire and how fire is made and how fire, if it was hard to make a fire and it was like more jungle, then okay, this is it's a whole other thing on evolution, right? On early humans. Like, did humans always eat meat? Like some people think or say that early humans like ran and hunted and killed a wild gazelle or beasts, and they would cut the beast. They would chew on the raw flesh of the animal, and there was no cooking. And that was they think in our human ancestry that it was very common for humans before fire, before cooking, that they would eat raw meat. And there's been like lots of arguments that are against that reasoning that say that's just the opposite. They say that, oh, it may have been that some really hungry person was wandering around and they smelled the rotting carcass of a beast that was vultures were around, and they ran up and they chased the vultures away with a big stick, and then they took a big rock and they broke the bone open, and they opened the bone and they scraped the bone marrow out and ate the bone marrow because they were really hungry. And or they were doing that all the time, or they were like hunting and then they catch the bison or the gazelle or whatever animal, the hunting party, and they cut it open and they like start tearing pieces of the flesh off, and everybody would start chowing and biting and eating that raw meat, bloody raw meat right there after they killed the animal. And I just don't see that, right? I just there's something wrong with somebody that says that they did it all the time, right? Early humans. To me, for me, I see like there was a brush fire, and the early humans, like the fire, they ran, and there was afraid that the fire was coming, right? And the smoke was burning, and so when the fire went away and it rained, and then there was just smoldering logs and brush, there was an animal like that was caught in the fire, right? And it was still like the meat was still cooked and it was smoking in the field, and the gorilla or the monkey was like smelling the burnt meat like it had barbecue, right? They smelled the burnt meat, and the monkey man, early man, went and found where they could smell it, and they would track it down and find where the meat was that was burning after the fire, and they'd chew on it. Oh, this is really good. This is tasty that it was cooked, right? They'd like that. But if they didn't know how to make a fire, if they didn't know how to tame a fire, if they didn't understand to keep a fire burning so they could cook the meat, and they didn't know how to do that, and they were just relying on an incident where it was just happenstance and lightning hit a field and it burnt on fire, and an animal got caught in the fire and it got burnt and it smelt. The meat was cooked in the fire, and the hominid found that was probably a rare event. That was probably not common for humans to experience that in their environment. It was probably more common. There was fruit on this tree, and everybody went to that tree, and the alpha male was guarding the tree with his harem, and he made the favors. The women did favors for the male. Then the male would allow the fruit. The female hominid would take the fruit, and then they would give it to their kids and that. And so there was probably a lot of things going on with food that was growing, right, in the early human communities where human beings were just not were more animal than they are today. That point in time, they could have caught a wildebeest, or they could have caught like a goat that was pregnant, or that had just produced a baby, and they could have milked it, like caught it and then grabbed it and then took a coconut husk or coconut shell and squirted the milk out from the goat into the coconut shell, and they let it sit, and it curdled, and then they gave it to the child, and the child drank the milk, and it supplemented the mother's milk. Or they found a bird's nest, and they got the eggs, and they cracked the eggs open, and they ate the raw eggs. But those, or they ate grub worms, right? Too, if they're really hungry and they were starving, yeah, they ate grub worms or ants, but more likely than not, if there was plentiful food, they were eating bananas, papayas, pears. They were eating fruit, melons. They were eating berries. They were eating the things that tasted good, honey. Maybe they found a beehive, but they wanted to eat the food that tasted good. If they could find that, they would eat that first. And that was fruits, nuts, plants, leaves, roots, probably, that was more palatable than like finding a dead animal or killing an animal and eating raw meat. So the people that argue that we humans were always meat eaters, right? I don't think, no. I think that my interpretation is that the sea level was a lot lower. There was times when the ice held a lot of water, and the ocean, the shoreline was a lot different than today, than modern times. That early humans, that they couldn't leave where there was food. Early human animals, the hominids, the Homo erectus, Cro-Magnon man, let's just say Cro-Magnon man or Homo erectus, because Cro-Magnon man, he was using fire. But the Homo erectus that lived in the forests and the jungles, they were scavengers, but they were fruit. They were hungry for fruit, right? And good tasting nuts. And they could chew on a leaf, and the leaf tasted good. They were good at digging up roots and eating the roots. And the fire thing, they smelt a burnt animal that got caught in the forest fire, so that led them further to pursue the fire, because the fire was like, it was warm, and it was like it moved around, and it gave heat. And it could make the hunted animal, it could make that meat taste good. So they used the fire. They started using fire. And once they could figure out a way to make a fire kit without having to keep a fire going all the time. They could just have a striker with a spark that made a spark with the flints, or they had woven a woman's hair together to make a bow and stretch their hair and have it to where they had a stick, and they could spin the spindle stick on the edge of another piece of dry wood, a certain kind of wood. They could put stubble or grass, fine dried out grass. They could have a fire kit and have start the fire whenever they needed to. At that point, they could go anywhere where it was cold. They didn't need to stay where the jungle, where the fruit was and where the berries were and all that in that jungle area. They could migrate away. They could go and start their own tribe, move their family along the coastline, go into colder areas and fish, and then cook the fish. They could go into other areas and they could find game and kill the game and then cook the game. So there was food, a whole world open to the hominid, to the early primate, that was not ever available to the primate when there was no fire. So fire changed everything. So we weren't adapted. Our digestive systems weren't adapted wholly to they were adapted mostly to plant-based foods. To this day, our digestive systems still are had developed in a way that they could absorb nutrients from plants, that was more prone to, more efficient at digesting of plants. That was only up until recent in our evolution that cooked meat became common in our diets. Maybe I'm talking out of my arse, or maybe you don't know. Maybe I don't know, or that should be. Maybe it should be like a common occurrence that maybe that's, vegetables, plant-based foods are more in the future of human beings. More the common Western, standard American diet, that's going to go away. So it won't be because a bunch of people are crying and sad because the animals are getting hurt. They're not going to change anything. The ones that are going to change, the ones that could change things, are make it taste better than an animal product, make it cost less money than an animal product, make it more healthier than an animal product, make it convenient, make it have a shelf life that lasts longer or lasts as long as real meat from an animal. And once you put all that in place and have that out there in the market for the public, then people won't eat meat. They won't drink milk. They won't eat cheese. They will, but there won't be it'll flip. It'll be like, now you got to go really look in the grocery store, really hunt for it, but it's there, it's specialty areas, and it's more expensive, but it'll flip. It'll be that the other way. Now in the future, it'll be, you'll get a real chicken will be like $20, right, for a little chicken, or like it'll be like a thing of eggs will be like $15 for 12 eggs, a dozen eggs, but you can get like a substitute plant. You could get fruit, or you could get nuts, or you could get grains, or you could get good quality vegetables, frozen vegetables, canned fruits, packaged nuts, freeze-dried nuts, freeze-dried foods, all different kinds of grains, all for lower price. And you could get prepared foods that are healthy, that are tasty, that are good, have a better nutritional profile. That those things will be more available in the grocery stores, right? I'm just saying, I don't know. So I'm hoping that, I think I'm a positive person. I am very pessimistic. I'll tell you that. I don't think that we're gonna make it. Honestly, I don't think humans are. I think whatever the universe has done, whatever the universe is trying to do here in this Earth, this experiment it's having, it's, to quote the Bible, Book of Genesis talks of God regretting that he had made man because his heart was just full of violence and sin, right? And the God said, I'm going to undo this. I'm going to destroy the earth. I'll even destroy all the animals too. And so that there was a point there where in literature where the end of the world was going to come, where the creator was going to end the world. Because the world didn't suit what the creator had intended to be. The creator had a certain goal in mind in certain intention on why the creator made mankind, human beings here on this planet, to serve its needs, its own self. It was to serve itself. It wasn't for its to sake of the humankind, that it made humankind. It being in a supernatural form of intelligence, it made the earth and everything it made for its own purposes. That the idea of a god, right, a supernatural being that is prevalent in almost all cultures, have that idea in their mind of there being a supreme being, of there being a boss that's the boss of all bosses, or there being a leader of all leaders, or there being a first person somewhere that they wrote the story, they created the script, they directed, and they put together this movie. It was their doing and they did it for their purposes. And if you really want to speculate about it, it could be that there was nothing at all, right? There was no time, because you can't have time without an object or relationships within objects or systems. Without a system or relationships between systems or objects and in motion, in change, there's no time. So even before the first atom was formed, even before there was any elements in the periodic table, before there was any light or energy or matter or anything, someone woke up. A person of some kind, a person, a being was awakened out of the nothing. And this being, when it woke up out of the nothing, all it had around it was itself. It was all by itself. It was all alone. There was no other there. It only had itself. And for many eons and eons and eons, it sat and it just thought. It thought. And one of the results of what it was thinking was creating this universe. That was a byproduct of that being that emerged out of the nowhere, out of the nothing. And for its own purposes, for its own amusement, for its own enjoyment, the universe was created. And it wasn't finished, right? It's not that it created and then it's ending. It didn't create and then it's not. It's done. Like they think, oh, it's all done. It's finished. The creation is finished. It's not. It's still in process and ongoing. The who or what mind, whatever it wanted to happen, it could make that happen. And it had eons and eons and eons and huge expanses of eternities, of infinities to cogitate and plan whatever it was going to create, whatever it made, and it could make that. So this is a result. This is just a result of that. And there are countless iterations of other universes that have already been. And just as when this one just becomes completely dilapidated and decomposes and dissolves and disappears and breaks apart into infinity, into forever, another one will form, and it will be another iteration, and it may be exactly the same, almost down to the last position of atoms in this one, but it'll be a little bit different. There may be little variations on the same theme, but it'll happen. And it'll happen. It's happened before, and it'll happen again and again and again and again. And there will never be an end to there being a universe. There will always be a universe somewhere. And the one that started it, where it started, this is all theirs, and they do it with whatever they want. You cannot reason with this being. if you're crying, you're sad, why isn't the world good? How come there's evil in the world? And you go on, and you shake your fist at the sky. You, God, why do children get cancer? Why are there horrible wars? Why do you allow these mean people to do horrible things? Why? And you get mad, and you cry and scream and yell at God. You say, "You God, why you say people say you're good? People say they love you, they love you, and you love people, and you care about us, but that's a lie, because you let all this horrible things happen." And people pray. They prayed for generation after generation, and nothing gets better. There's no heaven that comes to the earth. There's no remedy. There's no comforter that heals, that comes and reduces the amount of pain and poverty and suffering. And that if there were a powerful being that was all knowing and wise and good and compassionate and caring and empathetic, that it would make this world into a paradise. It would go snap its God fingers and it's open its God mouth and say, paradise appear on earth. Earth become heaven. And if it was a good being and a loving God and a kind God and a caring God, it would heal the world. It would fix the earth and make it into a beautiful, wonderful paradise, loving, heavenly place. Without delay, it would instantaneously do that. It wouldn't hesitate, because it was kind and generous and benevolent, and it would only take a little tiny teensy bit of power. It's God power. It wouldn't hardly take any of its God power at all. It'd take a little tiny little grain of God power. It could fix everything. It could heal the world. It could make this earth into a paradise. And you can yell and scream and get mad and think, if there is this God, everybody's talking about there is a God. They say there's a God. They point to the Bible. They point to the promises. They go on and on about there being a loving God. He sent his son, and they ad nauseum go on about this God. Well, why doesn't this God that's all knowing, all powerful, that's ever present, that created the universe, why doesn't it make this earth into a paradise permanently? Get rid of every evil, get rid of every flaw, every injustice, every pain, every tear. It won't, because it doesn't, it's got its own agenda. It's so far above and so far removed from sentient life. Or there just isn't a God. God is just a made up idea in people's minds, right? Because in ancient times, in the old days, from generation to generation, before there was writing, before people could read and write, before there was any record keeping, it was verbal talking and telling stories. And people told stories. They didn't understand what lightning was. They didn't understand what a volcano was. They didn't understand that the earth was a round sphere in space. They didn't understand what the sun was, or planets, or they had no technical documentation. There was no instrumentation that could magnify the sight, that could see a bacterium, that could see the craters on the moon in detail. They could see there was moons around Jupiter. That was only until modern times. They had the printing press, that the Bible was compiled. It was individual scrolls, each book compiled and written at different times. And for things to happen in the world, like disease and like earthquakes and lightning and burning bushes and tidal waves and giant comets that hit the earth and made everybody catch on fire and turn a woman into a pillar of salt. There was people went to sleep and had dreams and wrote it down. They told stories to the children, and then the children grew up, and then they told stories to their children. And then finally one day, people that were really good at keeping track of debts and payments in the marketplace they would make inscriptions in clay tablets, in pottery and carvings, and keep a record of how many, this guy, he had so many chickens or sheep or goats. This person had so many bushels of wheat. This person had so many potatoes or carrots or whatever foods they were storing, that they kept track of that. And if somebody was good at like making sandals, that there was trade. They could trade their sandals for like a bread, and someone else was good at baking, and they had a barter system, and then they had record keeping. And then the king would have his tax collectors collect a percentage of tax from what people had, and they had to keep track of that. So they were writing things down, but they were writing things down for commerce. They weren't writing things down for literature, for talking as normal talking speech, for abstract ideas. It was all that. It was all on numbers. How many quantities of this? How many quantities of that? So it came to pass as time went on and people had leisure time, and then where there was civilization, wherever there was a civilization, people pooled their talents together, and they became expertise in their own fields. And there were people that could make paper, right? Egyptians, that they could go out and they could cut the papyrus reeds, and then they would gather them all together, and they would crush them, and then they would wind them like in fiber, and then flatten it down. And then they found different materials that they can make ink from. And it was like making paper or parchment was really, really, really time consuming. It was expensive. It could only be done with certain materials at certain places by certain people. And then the people could make the paper that was very expensive for the king, right, to keep a record, to keep logs and records on. And then once they figured out a way to make the temple, they had to show the common people that couldn't read or write. They had to make pictures on the walls for the public, right, to show the public the rituals, to show the public the history of the king and the kingdom, and what's the proper way to conduct business in the marketplace, how to behave, what marriage, how to perform harvesting the grain, storing the grain. So all was pictographs for education for the public, right? Once the civilization started and they started being able to grow grain and storing grain for the famine, for hard times and lean times, and where times of plenty, they could store away food, and that way they could have more than 100 people in a town. It was more than 30 people in a tribe. They could have bigger areas, hundreds of people living in one area, growing food. So reading and writing in ancient times was like rare. You know, if somebody like had a really good story, and they could like go to the marketplace at the gate of the temple, or the entranceway to where the king was, or they in the theater. They made a theater like for everybody to sit down, and they would perform plays. Those people that were really good at storytelling, the public liked them, right? If you could tell a really good story and keep people interested in that story, then you were popular. Like, people wanted to hear that. They wanted to exaggerate. Wow. They wanted ooh, wow, ooh, ah effect, right? When they heard a story, someone read a story, or they barred. They were the singers of bards, and they would deliver long talks in the marketplace and tell tall tales, make exaggerated claims. Oh, there was a magic man. He went around, wandered the countryside, and he healed people. He was a magical man, and people loved him and adored him, and groups of people followed him around. And then there was another man that looked like him, that wore long sleeve robes, and he could like make pigeons come out of his ends of his robes. He was a magician. And he kind of lived in the same time, but people talked about these guys And then they finally wrote it down, and that was like years and years and years, generations went by, and they wrote it down about the guy that could heal people, oh, they saw him walk on water. Well, they didn't know what a mirage was, so he was really walking along, and there was a mirage, and it looked like he was walking on water. And oh, he fed the 5,000 too. That's right. He took loaves and fishes and he broke it apart and he prayed, and then he handed it to, and then he distributed it to the people that were following him around way out into the remote areas, wilderness areas. They followed him. And oh, the people that were following him, they before they left their house or where they were living, they took a whole bunch of bread and they shoved it under their coat sleeves, and they they kind of packed it under their in their robes, and they held it against their body close by. And they knew, and they had, like, they were carrying like water, goat skin water, carrying that, and they had fish too, dried fish in bundles, and they were carrying that. But everybody that was wandering around following this preacher, this storyteller out in the wilderness, some of the people were really smart, and they had food they brought food, and they brought bread and fish with them. Okay. And then when the wise teacher told everybody to sit down, he had a really loud voice. His voice, he'd talk and people could hear him for like hundreds of yards away. He had a really good loud speaking voice. And then he took his fish that he had and his bread that he had, and he generously took it and he started breaking it apart and handing it to everybody. And the people that were hoarding food, that were in the crowd, that were wandering with him, that were following him around, they looked at him giving out his food, and they thought, oh, wow, he's wanting, oh, we'll do what he does. That's right. We got plenty of food. Let's just take out what we had. So the people had the loaves and the fishes on them, and they started handing those out to everybody else around him, because he set the example. He was a good leader and a good storyteller. And then there was probably another guy that looked like him that lived around the same time, that was a physician, that was a doctor of medical arts, that knew about, that had potions and about liniments and about healing, and about, he comforted people. He could like give somebody that was suffering, and he could hold their hand, and he could touch them and make them feel good, and bring out some salve and different ointments, and he knew about medicine. And then what happened? Years went by, right? And they finally wrote all this down, and they just used those. There was more than one person that was a Messiah, right? Or that was a healer, or the magician, or a miracle worker, or that matched the kind of they gave him the same profile. So they combined these different people, and the misunderstanding, and the exaggerated claims and tall tales. People want to hear a story that's, wow, yeah, there was a wedding, yeah, and the wise man, the prophet, he told those who were serving at the wedding to go and take water from a certain well, and to just fill up the wine jugs with that water, right? And then they did that, and it became wine. Well, it was a tall tale, right? So probably what happened was they didn't know how many people were going to be there. Maybe more people, where they thought, well, if a lot of people show up, we won't have enough. So we'll just serve a little bit now. And then if we can, then we'll bring out the good wine. And they told, it was planned ahead of time that, oh, don't let them know we have all this wine, right? Keep it a secret. Just give up, bring a little bit out, just to make them think we don't have a lot. Everybody doesn't drink so much, right? So during the wedding, the mom, she was all worried. Oh, and there's no wine. We can't have a wedding without wine. We got to have wine. And so
Jesus, being a wise person, had negotiated before the wedding to keep a lot of the wine set aside. So it was just made up that he took water, right? It's physically possible to make just plain water turn into wine. If anything at all, maybe there was he had knowledge about winemaking that maybe it really wasn't wine. Maybe they took a bunch of grapes and they made a powdered, kind of like they dried out a whole bunch of grapes and they crushed them and they made powder out of it. And then they put that, mixed it with some water, and it made like punch, right? Or juice. It wasn't really so. They said, oh, it's wine. And later on, it was told over and over again, the story that Jesus had turned the water into wine. So, but it could have been that Jesus, there was a Jesus that was a magician, that maybe he was like a really good, and then there was another Jesus, he could speak really well, he remembered all the scriptures, and when he talked, his voice would travel long distances, and he was very clear in his speech. He was really a wise storyteller. He knew about all of the scriptures of the Old Testament. And then there was another Jesus that was a healer. He was like a doctor, right? And he was, and all of these Jesuses, the people that they saw walk on water, this person that walked on the water was a mirage, right? Or they were all in the boat, and he was really good at a navigate. He was a very good sailor, right? Too. So he knew about boats and about how the wind affected the sails on a boat, and he could look at this guy was really knowledgeable about the weather. He could be out on a boat, right? He could look over the horizon, and he could see the storm, and he knew when the storm would hit and how strong the storm would be, and he knew what to do if the storm got out of control. And they were relying on him as a captain, as the kind of leader of the captain of the ship, of where to tell where the boat, how to steer the boat around, where to go, and that. And he fell asleep. And then the storm came, and he knew later, he saw it on the horizon. He knew it was going to come because he could tell. And when it was all stormy and everything, he got up and he was theatrical, right? He got people's attention. He was able to make he was able to calm everybody's fears, right? By convincing them that he could talk so loud, right? His voice was so loud, and he talked so loud that he could tell that wind, stop being windy, stop raining, waves, calm down. But really, they were moving the boat into the more clear water. So they were moving away from the storm, and they just happened that the storm was like a thunderhead, right? That moved on that part of the water, and it moved. Once the boat moved out, then they thought, oh, he yelled at the sky, he yelled at the water, he yelled at to the wind to stop. So all of these Bible stories, there's all natural explanations for the Bible stories. There was no magic. There was no really miracles. There was no supernatural events that happened that was against the laws of nature that people witnessed. What it was there was events that happened that were coincidences, or it was natural phenomenon. People couldn't explain it. They couldn't explain why someone was like epileptic and flailing around and rolling their eyes back in their head and foaming at the mouth. And they thought there was a demon in that person. And they were crazy. Yeah, they were mentally insane. And that was just, they didn't understand the brain. They didn't understand that the brain was causing an epileptic seizure in that person. They were sick. And that Jesus, the one of the people that was claimed to be Jesus, was the healer person. He knew all about how to stop epileptic seizures. Maybe he was around animals that were seizing a lot, and he knew how to apply herbs, or he could talk the person down from being all wild and crazy and calm them down, just be touching them and being comforting them. He was a very, very very empathetic person, and that person was given the same title, Jesus Christ of Nazareth, as the other Jesus Christ of Nazareth, who was he hung out by a pool where there were fish, right? And he seen that that he could feed the fish, right? He could sit by the pool and he fed the fish. And one day he took a coin, a silver coin, and he shined it up. He polished it up on his sleeve, and there was a big fish in the pool, and it was hungry. And so Jesus thought, I can do a magic trick, and people will like think it's a miracle. Wow, this is cool. Watch this, right? Well, I'm going to do this. This is neat. I'll put that coin and I'll drop it in the water, and that fish is going to eat it. I'll watch. And he took the little silver coin, whatever coin, and he threw it in the water, and the big fish just came up and swallowed the coin. It was like it was a different looking fish. It might have been bigger than the other fish or had a certain, like a pattern. It was like an older fish, and it was like, and the fish swallowed the coin because Jesus went to that place and fed the fish there and knew the fish ate that coin. And then later on, they wanted payment they had to pay a tax, and Jesus, he thought, oh, I'll be quick. I'll be really smart on this. I'll tell him, hey, go catch that fish there. This such and such a fish. It'll be a big fish, and catch it and cut it open and take the coin out of the fish and give it to the tax collector. And it wasn't a miracle. Jesus didn't make the coin appear inside of the fish by like I Dream of Genie or using magic or some other super. It was all like, it was logic. It was just that he fed that coin. He knew that fish had eaten that coin. So in the future, he knew that they could, if that he probably seen that fish was still there when they walked by, and then they could say, then it was a safe place to store money. And if fish ate it, and nobody would know it was there. And the whole resurrection too, right? Of him rising from the dead. It could have been that no one really checked to see if Jesus was really dead, right? Maybe the Jesus that was crucified, maybe he was the one that had knowledge of medical arts, and he knew about herbs and spices and drugs in plants, right? That would give him the ability to appear dead, and later on he would like revive himself, right? He could wake up and become well again, in spite of going through the horrible thing he had to go through. He knew ahead of time that if he ate these herbs, or if he was like prepared himself physically and mentally for this being for being executed, that he would be able to live. It would appear that he'd be dead, but really he was really still alive. When they put Jesus in the tomb, he was really still alive. And being that it could have been that it was all exaggerated, he came out of the tomb, right? He woke up and he felt he got better. He revived him. He woke up, and he pushed the stone, because the stone would have been like real easy to get out of the way on the tomb from the inside. So they made it so that if anybody ever got trapped in there, they could push the stone. One person could push the stone and it would fall forward and get out of the way. But anyone from the outside, they'd have to have more than like 3 or 4 people all try to move the stone at the same time. It would be harder to move it away from the entrance to the tomb. So it could have been that he would revive himself, and then people would see him around, and they would know, the Romans would be embarrassed, right? Because they didn't do their job right. The executioner didn't finish executing him enough. And the story was told again and again and again before it was written down. And when it was finally written down, they exaggerated things. They made up tall tales. They added to the story and made the story, oh, wow, more people would. That's interesting. A guy that got killed and then he revived himself. That would sound like a guy that got killed and then he rose from the dead. He was dead and he came back from the dead. That would make him a god, right? And so the deification of a man that was a substitute for an emperor that you if you were a citizen of Rome, you had to prove your allegiance to the gods, and one of the gods was the emperor. The emperor was in on the throne of Rome, and he demanded your loyalty and homage and respect that a god would have. And when the Roman Empire changed, they substituted the emperor for Jesus Christ, who was more than one person, who was many people, that was combined into that one maybe miraculous, not maybe, but it was a really good written story. And the Jews were really good at writing, right? They were one of the people that were good at stories. They were good at writing. They kept records. They kept they wrote things down on this parchments. And the pagan world, there were qualities about Judaism that was envied and emulated by pagan people, like their hygiene and like their system of contracts, laws that was adopted by other cultures. They was looked up upon as people wanted to be in the clan. They wanted to be looked upon as somebody that was noble and wise. So a Jew was emulated in that regard, their qualities of that. So the Roman Empire adopted the Christian, that was the Christian that welcomed all people of all different races and family lines, and that it was not exclusive to just this type of person. So that it was a popular religion, and Constantine officially made the Roman Empire Christian. So I don't see, it seems like people don't really see the religion in the context of the time period. Then was the scriptures are not seen in their context. I guess we assume that they had, like, reading and writing was really common in the ancient times, and that they assume that reporting was done really accurately. And when events happened, they were all written down, and they were all written down exactly as they happened, and there was no deviation, there was no exaggeration, there was no retelling the story in a different way. They assume it was all accurately. They assume that all these events happened in the exact same way that they did. And they were written down, but you don't take into account that the story was told and then someone heard it. And then they told that story to someone else and they heard it. They told that story to someone else and they heard it. They told the flood. There was a flood. They told it. And there was a big flood. And then finally they had enough so they could write it down, right? They could tell the story, and then they could put the story down in a permanent record, right? And they copied that. So, but I don't know. Maybe I'm going off too much on that. It shouldn't be. It just seems like, I don't know. Religion it should be better. If somebody's religious, they should understand the history better. You know, if you really want to understand what the religion is about, you got to see you got to put yourself back in time. Imagine yourself living back in those times when those things were written down, and see that how is that applicable to today, and see how much of it is it's not lying. It's more of a. It was designed and intended for people to bring people together in a common cause, right? In a community, in a cohesiveness. Like we couldn't have the North America when it was settled by the Dutch and the English and the Spanish came over here to the New World. Christianity was you were if you weren't a Christian, you were condemned. You were wrong. So if you wanted to be saved, then you had to become a Christian. And a lot of being a Christian is being subservient to the leadership of the community you're living in and following all the guidelines set forth by the community in order for people to live and prosper. Everybody had to pull their fair share, their weight. No one could just like say, oh, I don't believe in God, I'm just going to go off in the woods and build my own little cabin, make a farm. And they all had to stick together. The Pilgrims came over on the Mayflower. They were all that was their church, right? That was but the body of Christ was the early settlers in the New World. They had to stay together. They were in a place that was foreign. There was no one they could, other than themselves, they could rely on for their food, to grow their food, to build their houses. So everybody in the community, they all had to be on the same page. And the Bible kept everybody together on the same when they settled in the New World. So that was important in American. If you see the Europeans say, why are Americans so religious, right? Who are these fundamentalist people, right? And they're the descendants of the Pilgrims that were all together in their clan, in their church, that had to stick together and work together to prosper in the New World. So all the new churches that formed in the New England and that had that same. You couldn't just go and say, I don't believe in God anymore. I'm not following the Bible. I don't need to go to church. I don't need to belong to a church. People just couldn't do that back in the old days. You were part of a community. You depended on a blacksmith. You depended on all the other people in the community for food, for help, for housing, for consolation. That it was probably really, really rare, and maybe a family went off and said, we're not going to follow your church. We're going to start our own church. And they were able to do that because they had a big group of people to do that. But most of the time, the Christians had to stay together, had to stick together in the founding of the country. So that's probably why there's more Christians and churches in the United States, because it's more part of the history of the United States. And our laws are, the courts and the judicial system has been shaped and molded by our Christian forebears, by the early churches and Paul's letters, and about how to behave and how to treat your fellow person, and what it means to be a child of God, and how to live and be holy, and being taught you were going to be punished if you were bad. If you were good, you were going to be rewarded. And most of the people just accepted that as a fact. Like since they was a kid, they were told that. So, otherwise, I'm just talking now. So this doesn't have anything to do with my channel. So maybe I'll just end this. But if you've been listening to me this long, Warren RCG or Memoid, if you're still there, thanks for stopping by, and have a great day. And if you're interested in the other subjects, go check out my playlist. There's a lot of other videos that are they're experts there in the fields that I've been trying to follow. So anyhow, good night. Thank you. I'm humbled.